Chapter 629. An elder riding an ox and the Sakyamuni Buddha had gone to the Immortal transformation pond. This news shook Yi Fan's heart and made him think of many things. Coming from the other side of the starry sky, this moved him greatly. Yi Fan wanted to return to Earth, to his hometown, but these two could cross the starry sky. He had always yearned for this. "Elder brother, you know a lot. Can you tell me more?" He humbly asked for advice. It was hard to imagine how the old man knew about this. Could it be that he had seen these two people before? Yi Fan couldn't help but size him up. This old man had sparse hair and was no more than 50 years old. He looked sickly, but it was hard to say what period he was from. "I saw it in a letter from a predecessor, so my knowledge is limited," said the old man. However, he still explained some details so that Yi Fan could understand more. Starting from the Azure Emperor to the Kai clan, it was hard to calm down because there were some secrets involved. The Immortal transformation pond's origin was mysterious. No one knew what had happened in the past. Immortal treasures had sunk into the pond, shocking people but unobtainable. Perhaps there had been a great battle in the primordial era and a divine being had been born. Even the supreme imperial weapon was broken and fell into the Immortal transformation pond. Emperor Wu Shi found a primal chaos stone in the pond and refined the immortal item inside, creating the Wu Shi imperial bell. The bell's sound could shake the ancient with peerless power. Azure Emperor was originally a lotus that was born here. He took root on the green bronze piece and obtained great benefits. However, before he could take form, the green bronze piece was lost and left him. The demonic emperor was extremely talented. In the end, he didn't rely on external objects but himself to become an emperor in the post-primordial era, becoming one of the most powerful people in the past and future. The Kai clan also had a lucky person enter the Immortal transformation pond. 30,000 years ago, someone obtained a piece of green bronze using the army secret character and obtained great benefits from cultivating the army secret character. Hearing this, Yi Fan was moved. Could this be the reason why the Azure Emperor destroyed the Kai clan? A historical mystery surfaced just like that. However, the sickly old man shook his head and said, "Ancient martial emperors are all very courageous. They wouldn't wipe out an entire clan just because of this. There must be another reason." Yi Fan was puzzled. What other reason could there be? It was all because of the ancestor of the Kai clan. The Kai clan possessed the secret character, Bing, which was the highest secret art of Taoism, originating from the Eastern wilderness. In fact, some people had investigated and found that their ancestors had crossed over from the Eastern wilderness. This clan is inauspicious. Every 10 or 20,000 years, some strange things will happen, harming the people. That's why the Azure Emperor made a move. The Kai clan is inauspicious? When Yi Fan heard this, he was even more shocked. There were definitely many secrets to this. 70,000 years ago, their ancestor came to the Central Plains from the Eastern Wasteland in his later years. He went straight to the Qinling Mountains and wanted to bury himself in this special place. The sickly old man said slowly. The Qinling Mountains were 1,000,000 miles wide and boundless. However, compared to the vastness of the Central Plains, this was only a corner of its western region. Since ancient times, there had been countless legends about the Qinling Mountains. There were many ancient tombs underground, and old corpses would often climb out of the tombs at night, swallowing and spitting out moonlight. This was the most widespread legend. In reality, this was indeed the case. Since ancient times, who knew how many emperors and divine monks had been buried here? People were already used to it. It was said that those who were buried here could become undead immortals in the future. No one knew which ancient text recorded this, but it was recognized by some supreme characters. That was why later generations did this. The ancestor of the Kai clan came from the eastern wilderness in his later years and went straight to the Qinling Mountains. Originally, there was nothing much, but after he sealed the dragon's cave and made arrangements for his own funeral, many people were alarmed. During those days, the entire Qinling Mountains were filled with the cries of immortals and dragon energy. The scene was extremely shocking. However, it didn't last long before it disappeared and returned to normal. People knew that the ancestor of the Kai clan was an extraordinary person who could find the dragon vein and seal the Immortal's cave. This clan is really inauspicious, the sickly old man continued. Not long after, the Kai clan of the Eastern Wasteland moved here. Their ancestor was still on his last breath, but no one dared to come close. He clearly had no more vitality, but it was difficult for him to die. He often left the Qinling Mountains and returned in the middle of the night. At that time, the clan saw many strange things. At that time, a great completion king from the Central Plains came to visit. A shocking thing happened. He was strangled to death by the ancestor of the Kai clan. A great completion king who lived for almost 4,000 years and was invincible in the world was strangled to death by a person whose vitality was withered and whose cultivation wasn't very strong. He only knew how to find the dragon's cave. This is like a fantasy. The sickly old man shook his head. Yi Fan was also stunned. He felt a chill down his spine because he felt that this was very familiar. It was like a legend. It was greatly related to him. In his final years, in his final moments, the place where he lived was dark all day. Red whirlwinds blew, strange and terrifying, and there were strange roars. The ancestor of the Kai clan only had one breath left, but he held on for more than half a year. All kinds of horrifying things happened, and even some of the clan's disciples were scared to death. In the end, no one dared to approach the place where he lived. He finally disappeared one night, leaving behind a letter with only a few words. If he couldn't be buried, his descendants would be in great trouble. The people of the Kai clan entered the Qinling Mountains and searched for decades, but they couldn't find his tomb. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that the ancestor's later years were too strange. 8,000 years later, on a rainy night filled with lightning and thunder, the ancestor of the Kai clan returned. Said the sickly old man. What? How could he live for so long? Yi Fan was shocked. He died a long time ago. In the black rain, people caught a glimpse of him. He looked exactly the same as the portrait in the clan. The only difference was that he had red hair. Yi Fan's scalp went cold. He was more and more convinced that this was related to him. This was one of those legends. He was no longer human. After a brief appearance, he disappeared into the depths of the Qinling Mountains. However, half of the Kai clan died in one night. Strange things happened to the survivors, and they often lost their minds, wreaking havoc in the Qinling Mountains. After that, another 10,000 years passed. Similar things happened again, and they were even more terrifying. By that time, the Kai clan was very powerful, and the chaos was even greater. After things calmed down, they invited experts from the Central Plains, the Western Desert, the Southern Mountains, and the Eastern Wastelands to come and find out the truth. At that time, a golden arhat from the Western Desert personally came. He said that the ancestor of the Kai clan had found the largest dragon cave in the Qinling Mountains, an immortal burial ground. Unless his corpse was buried, it would be difficult to erase it. A dragon-seeking celestial master from the Central Plains was horrified. He said that the ancestor of the Kai clan had encountered an inauspicious event in his later years, and had no choice but to do so. He wanted to use the Qinling Immortal Cave to fight against some kind of existence. The Yuan Taoist master's later years are so inauspicious. He fled to the Central Plains, but couldn't escape. Even his descendants lost their lives. A chill ran down Yi Fan's spine. He had also studied the original heavenly book and had sensed the strangeness. In the future, he would most likely experience the same thing. When the time came, he didn't know how to resolve it. That's right. The ancestor of the Kai clan was the Eastern Wasteland's third-generation Yuan Taoist master. After he left, he buried the original heavenly book in the Eastern Wastelands. 20,000 years later, someone found it. The fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master personally came to the Central Plains, but he only sighed and left. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Was this fate? Why did the Yuan Taoist master end up like this in his later years? Just what kind of existence had come to find him, and he couldn't even escape to the Central Plains? In the Eastern Wastelands, there were a total of 5 Yuan Taoist masters. In their later years, all of them had experienced terrible things. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master escaped to the Central Plains, and he was the ancestor of the Kai clan. The fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master had tried his best and schemed for decades. He escaped into the absolute beginning forbidden zone and hid in a place where things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. The terrain there was connected to a real dragon, and it was the true dragon's coffin-pulling cave. But in the end, he couldn't escape the disaster. The fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master, the first ancestor of the Zhang clan, disappeared in a night of ghostly wails. A young child was scared silly, and he was suspected to have entered the Purple Mountain, the place where Emperor Wuxia was buried. Without becoming an undead immortal, it's hard to erase him. Every 10 or 20,000 years, an inauspicious event will happen to the Kai clan. No matter where we escape to, we can't. The situation was complicated. 10,000 years ago, someone saw a red-haired humanoid walk out of the Qinling Mountains. Back then, countless lives had died in the Qinling Mountains. The ancestor of the Kai clan died 60,000 years ago, and his body hasn't been destroyed yet. He appeared again. Yi Fan was shocked. Yes, and he appeared in his own clan in the middle of the night. This ancient family is many times stronger than before, but they still can't resist the inauspicious. The Kai clan was destroyed 10,000 years ago. The reason is complicated. The Qing the Arch had entered the Qinling Mountains to search for the red-haired humanoid, but he couldn't find any traces of him. Otherwise, he would have wiped him out as well. In that case, he's still in this world. Yi Fan was horrified. As long as the corpse is not dismembered, one will not be free. There are many ancient tombs in the Qinling Mountains. The ancient people's words are not without reason. This place is very mysterious. Yi Fan was moved. The Yuan Taoist master couldn't live in peace even after his death. What kind of existence was that? Even the Arch had to take action to get rid of him. The sickly old man said, "There are no immortals in this world. It's almost impossible to become an undead immortal." However, he might not be able to live for long either. He must have been killed 10,000 years ago. What happened? 10,000 years ago, before the Qing the Arch died, he did many shocking things. He went deep into the ruins of God to seize the Desolation Pagoda and went to the middle ground to search for green copper. Finally, before he passed away, he wiped out the Kai clan with one finger. He even used the demon the Arch limitless mystical power to slash at the Qinling Mountains. The Qing the Arch didn't know where the red-haired humanoid was, but he sent a demon the Arch killing intent over. Even if he passed away, this killing intent wouldn't disappear unless it hit the enemy. Where did he send out the killing intent from? Yi Fan asked in shock. He sat in the eastern wilderness and moved the world with a single thought. The sickly old man said, "What?" Yi Fan was stunned. This was too unbelievable. Just how powerful was the Qing the Arch? The Qing the Arch is unfathomable. He was the only one to become an emperor in the post-antiquity era. Naturally, he stunned the world. His strength is immeasurable, the sickly old man said. The great ancient emperors were in harmony with the Tao and the pulse of the world. They were too powerful. Ordinary people couldn't understand them. Even if they died, it would take tens of thousands of years for their Tao to disappear. At the same time, he was very surprised. Where did the sickly old man come from? Why did he know so many secrets? Even the divine dynasties didn't know these things. Damn fatty Duanda. Suddenly Yi Fan was surprised. He saw a familiar figure in the mountain range in front of him. I'm afraid more people will come soon. The Immortal Transformation Pool and the Qinling Dragon Cave both have unimaginable heavenly fate, the sickly old man said. Yi Fan didn't expect that the red-haired humanoid in the Dragon Cave would be so valuable. It was very likely that it contained an immortal divine pill. The people from the Qishir Manor are also here. Not long after, some familiar figures appeared in front of him, including the Yaoguang Saint Child and the Jade Lake Saint Daughter. He hadn't seen them for more than 2 years, and these people had made great progress. Even Wang Teng is here. His eyes flickered. An ancient golden chariot shot into the sky. Wang Teng stood on it, crossing the sky like a celestial emperor. The dragon and phoenix roared, the white tiger leaped into the sky, and the black turtle covered the sea. It was extremely dazzling. The sickly old man said, Not long ago, someone saw some old corpses moving in the Qinling Mountains. They speculated that the existence in the Dragon Cave should appear. Every time there's a movement in the Dragon Cave, the immortal transformation pool will appear. This was a heavenly fate that caused a storm in the Central Plains. It could be expected that experts from all walks of life would appear in the Qinling Mountains. The Jiuli divine dynasty is the most well-prepared. That Princess Yueling has been here for more than 2 years. It's not just for the 9 secrets. Chapter 630. There were 2 treasured lands in the Qinling Mountains. One was the immortal transformation pool and the other was the ancient dragon cave. There was a rumor that obtaining one could prove one's Dao. There was no need to talk about the immortal transformation pool. Even the Azure Emperor was born in there. How many such amazing characters were there since ancient times? This was enough to explain everything. The Qinling Dragon Cave was not the strongest dragon cave in the Central Plains. Otherwise, why would ancient emperors compete to be buried here? It was because of the legend that one could become an undead immortal that there were so many tombs underground. Everything was because of the ancient dragon cave. Everyone wanted to be buried there, hoping that one day they could become an undead immortal and live forever in this world. The 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master's origin technique stole the fortune of the heaven and earth and calculated everything. No one could find the Qinling Dragon Cave since ancient times, but he found it and buried his body inside. After so many years, a total of 70,000 years, even a weed placed inside would have gained sentience, let alone a strange corpse. The sickly old man speculated that this Yuan Taoist master's body absorbed the moonlight and Qinling ancestral qi. It was nourished by the dragon cave and had long become immortal flesh with life-prolonging essences. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is yang, there is yin. Where there is life, there is death. This is clearly an ancient corpse, but it was nourished by the sun, moon, and the dragon cave. It has the secret of immortality. The virtuous paragon had already guessed that the 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master had formed a divine pill inside his body. Just like the moon holding a bit of yang, it absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and condensed a yang pill. After cultivating for 70,000 years, only the heavens knew how powerful the effect was. Some ancient sages speculated that it was an immortal pill that was easy for the human body to absorb. This was an extremely rare and immortal medicine that had no value. It was a small matter to regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. Its greater advantage was that it had the opportunity to prove one's Dao. After understanding all of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but be speechless. He originally hated the red-haired humanoid creature because it represented inauspiciousness, but now it seemed that it contained a supreme immortal treasure. The Qinling Dragon Cave is indeed comparable to the Dragon Transformation Pond. There are rare treasures here. Obtaining one can prove one's Dao. It seems that the saying is true. He was tempted. Rather than looking for the Dragon Transformation Pool, he might as well start from the ancient tomb. He had obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master, so he had a great advantage in this aspect. In particular, the cave where the 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master was buried would definitely follow the topographical observation method of the Book of Source of Heaven. If one analyzed it in detail, they would definitely find some clues. The sickly old man said, "There is a great dragon hidden in the Qinling Mountains, so naturally, there is also fantasy-grade divine marrow. If it's not in the immortal transformation pool, then it's in the dragon's cave." This was another shocking piece of information. The precious marrow produced by an ancient great dragon was definitely a top-level divine object. If it turned into a living creature, it would be comparable to an undying divine medicine. There had always been a legend in the world that claimed that the fantasy-grade divine marrow truly existed and had its own life. It was very likely that it was extremely powerful, but no one had ever seen it before. I have a feeling that something amazing will appear in the Qinling Mountains this time. Maybe the fantasy dragon marrow alone will be enough to make the 5 regions boil, Yi Fan muttered to himself. However, the sickly old man shook his head and said, "I don't think so. I'm afraid that there will be a big mess." After so many years, it wouldn't be surprising if the fantasy-grade dragon marrow turned into a divine spirit. An ancient divine spirit that can compete with the great emperor. Yi Fan was shocked. If such a thing really existed, then no matter how many people came, they would all die. Li Heishui is here too. In the distance, Yi Fan saw Li Heishui, Jiang Huairan, Lu Kou, and Wu Zhongtin. Their strength had increased by a large margin. Last time, Li Heishui was humiliated. Even though Yi Fan avenged him and killed all those people, he was still traumatized and cultivated with all his might for more than 2 years. Yi Fan gave all the coffin boards of the Tree of Enlightenment to Pang Bo and asked him to give one to Li Heishui. As expected, it played a big role. In the Qinling Mountains, there were towering mountains and ancient trees. Many of the ancient trees were as tall as the mountains and were flourishing. This was an ancient land full of vitality. The radius of 1,000,000 miles was only a small area for the Central Plains, but in reality, it was boundless. It was many times larger than the Earth on the other side of the starry sky. It's too vast. This ancient dragon is hiding underground. It's impossible to find it. Yi Fan finally understood how big the gap was between him and the Yuan Taoist master. The latter could seal the true dragon's ancient cave, but he couldn't even find the door. It's him. The sickly old man's expression froze as he looked ahead. The ancient trees swayed in the wind. There was a large lake in front of them. The waves were clear and crystalline, and the blue waves were boundless. It gave people a feeling of vastness and grandeur. There was a man in his 20s beside the lake. He was majestic and powerful, but his face was expressionless. His hair was disheveled, and he stood there like a fossil. Time drives people to grow old, and old friends are buried in the yellow earth. Even a proud son of heaven can't stop it, but he managed to avoid it and came to this world. The sickly old man said to himself. At this time, they were standing on the mountain range. They were still a dozen miles away from the lake, so they weren't worried about being discovered. You're talking about him? Yi Fan was surprised. The Central Emperor, a generation's hero, Xiang Yufei. At the age of 19, he suppressed all the heroes of the world and was the youngest emperor of the Central Plains. The sickly old man sighed. Yi Fan was shocked. Just what was the background of this sickly old man? This tone was a bit off. Just how old was he? Who was the Central Emperor? He was a hero from 9,000 years ago. Although he had revived in the present, he hadn't seen many people. How could the sickly old man speak like this? You think too much. Who in this world can live 9,000 years? The sickly old man laughed involuntarily. He shook his head and said, I've seen his life records, so I'm just a bit emotional. You really gave me a fright. Back then, the Central Plains was a land of heroes, and there were a few outstanding people. Unfortunately, other than Xiang Yufei, who was frozen by the Qishu Manor, the others have all returned to the dust. There's someone who can be compared to Xiang Yufei? Yi Fan was shocked. The appearance of such an outstanding person was enough to be recorded in the ancient books. There's another one who shocked both the past and the present. Unfortunately, if one continues on this path and never looks back, he can't resist the passage of time. The sickly old man sighed. Who is that person? Yi Fan asked. Gai Juyo. The sickly old man only spat out these 3 words. A trace of loneliness appeared on his face, but it disappeared in a flash. It's him. Yi Fan immediately remembered. This was an extraordinary, unrivaled figure. 8,000 years ago, Gai Juyo was invincible in the world. No one in the 5 regions was a match for him. People thought that he could prove his Dao and become a great emperor, but he failed in the end. Qing the Arch had only died 2,000 years ago, and his Dao hadn't disappeared yet. This world couldn't give birth to a great emperor. Gai Juyo sighed and went to the eastern wasteland in his later years, finally buried in the soil. And now, a Xia Juyo appeared in the eastern wasteland, a stubborn and powerful little girl who obtained Gai Juyo's inheritance. Once the Juyo celestial song was played, it could shake the 9 heavens. Qing the Arch was really too powerful. He proved his Dao in the post-antiquity era and stepped on another path for the later generations. However, it was also because he was too powerful that his Dao couldn't disappear even after 10,000 years. It was difficult for others to become great emperors. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. From all the things he had done, this demonic the arch was so powerful that even the people around him couldn't look up to him. What kind of realm had he reached? The water flows far away, and the waves wash away the heroes. The mountains are still green, and the sun has set a few times. The sickly old man shook his head and said, Gai Juyo was so outstanding. He walked all the way to the end and never looked back. He didn't accept the good intentions of the Qishir manor and was defeated in the end. However, it's not shameful to be defeated by the dead Qing the Arch. Pressing forward with indomitable will. This is definitely a great man with unyielding character. Yi Fan sighed. In front, the central sovereign stood in front of the lake. He didn't move at all, as if he had lost his life. He silently stared at the lake like a dead tree. After a long time, it was still the same. Yi Fan was astonished and asked, What is he doing there? The sickly old man pondered and said, In the past, Xiang Yufei died young. He wasn't even 20 years old. A girl died for him and jumped into the lake to commit suicide. With a loud roar, Xiang Yufei's figure disappeared in an instant. His speed was inconceivable. 9,000 years have passed. Even if he plucked the immortal divine medicine, it would be useless. He could only mourn the death of the girl he loved. The sickly old man shook his head. As expected, such a character has an unknown past and has his own story. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He walked with the sickly old man and saw many old friends along the way. In the end, he left alone and walked out of the great mountain. He wanted to collect some materials that only the Yuan Taoist master could use in preparation to explore the ancient dragon cave. Amidst the millions of Qinling mountains, there was an ancient capital. No one knew how long it had existed for. It was known as one of the 10 most ancient cities in the Central Plains, and its name was Qin City. The city walls were modeled and engraved with the traces of time. People came and went in the city in an endless stream. It was very prosperous. There were many commoners, but there were also many cultivators. Jugglers, medicine sellers, and all kinds of snacks rang out one after another. It was bustling with activity and bustling with activity. The atmosphere of the mortal world was boundless. Yi Fan spent 5 to 6 days and spent a lot of source energy. He visited many auction houses and only obtained a small amount of divine origin stone skin. It wasn't enough at all. The ancient dragon cave contained the illusory divine marrow and buried the 3rd-generation Yuan Taoist master. Only heaven knew what kind of strange things were inside. He needed all kinds of materials and had to use the 6 seals to refine it. On the 7th day, Yi Fan walked towards the famous Tiandu Pavilion in Qin City. It was a super treasure house with a total of 9 floors. All kinds of rare and precious items were on sale. Even from afar, he could hear the sound of argument. In front of the majestic Tiandu Pavilion, there were 2 groups of people confronting each other. Yi Fan was startled. There were many old friends in front of the Tiandu Pavilion. The situation was a little tense. One of them was Li Heishui's group, including Pang Bo. The other side was led by a young man. He was Wang Teng's younger brother, the little monster who was already 11 years old. He was very domineering. He stood in the air and looked down at Jiang Huairan and Lu Ko. Beside him, there were more than 10 men and women. All of them were very powerful. They were all saints and saintesses in the Dragon Transformation's secret realm. One of the women mocked Li Heishui's group and tried to provoke Wang Chang's group to attack. Is the Yin Yang sect going to change the saintess for the 3rd time? Pang Bo said without mercy. Another man glanced at them in disdain and said, There's no point in exposing us like this. If we really fight, do you think you can survive? Yin Yang saint, you have to be careful with your words. You have to learn from your mistakes. Yin Yang saint sneered and said, Are you talking about that saintess? He has been holed up for more than 2 years and doesn't even dare to come out. It's a pity that we have so many experts who want to take his life but don't know where he is. They did not attack because the Ji siblings were here too. They stood on the other side of Pang Bo. Even Wang Chong was afraid of them. The Yin Yang sect has chosen another saint. Don't you guys find it annoying? I don't think there's a need to exist at all. Yi Fan smiled and walked over from afar. Chapter 631. Who are you? Yin Yang saint's expression darkened. This was the death of the Yin Yang sect, and he hated it the most. On the side, the saints and saintesses also looked over with unfriendly expressions as they stared at Yi Fan. "You're just a passerby. Do you want to destroy my sect?" Yi Fan smiled. "I don't even need to think to know that you're standing up for those people. You're looking down on us." "How arrogant," Yin Yang saint said coldly. He pulled Wang Teng and the others in, wanting to unite against a common enemy. On the side, Ji Ziyue's eyes blinked as she stared at Yi Fan suspiciously. She wrinkled her nose slightly as she observed his every move. 2 years had passed, but she had not changed much. She was the same as before. Her eyes were as large as black gemstones, and they were very lively. Her eyelashes were very long, and she had a pair of dimples on her face. She looked mischievous and cute. On the other side, Ji Haoyue's black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyebrows were straight, and his tiger-like eyes were full of spirit. His God King aura was even thicker, and he used a secret treasure to hide his cultivation. What shocked Yi Fan the most was Pang Bo, who had reached the 8th transformation of dragon transformation just like him. Yi Fan had no idea how Pang Bo cultivated. He was not slower than Yi Fan at all. Pang Bo was naturally burly, 1 or 2 heads taller than Yi Fan. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his arm was as thick as someone else's leg. He was strong and powerful. "How did you improve so quickly? Did you go mad?" Yi Fan could not help but secretly send a message. "Yizi, it's you?" Pang Bo was overjoyed as he replied secretly. Now, Yi Fan looked like he was 17 or 18 years old. He was delicate and spirited, like an otherworldly immortal. He had consumed a saint medicine, so he always looked like a teenager. Luckily, he was no longer 15 or 16 years old like before. Now, he was finally a little older. The influence of the saint medicine was evident. Yi Fan entered Qin City and naturally concealed his true appearance. He did not want any problems to occur. He secretly sent a message. "How did you improve so quickly?" Pang Bo was overjoyed, but he remained calm on the surface. He didn't show it as he secretly howled, "For the sake of cultivation, I'm going all out. I've eaten a huge piece of coffin board these past 2 years." As soon as he said that, Yi Fan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He didn't expect Pang Bo's temperament to be so fierce. If he wanted to do something, he would do it without any restraint. He snatched half of the undying Heavenly Emperor's coffin and brought it out. In the end, he gave the rest to Pang Bo, because he had the Bodhi seed and didn't need to use it. Pang Bo had given Li Heishui a piece. As for the rest, other than meditating, he had swallowed a piece and completely refined it in the past 2 years. "You're really something." Yi Fan could only say that. But after thinking about it carefully, he wasn't worried, because it was definitely a treasure that could be eaten. Before the Archean era, the undying Heavenly Emperor was worshipped by all races as an existence that surpassed the divine spirit. He was the best in the world. He cut down the tree of enlightenment and refined it into a coffin. All of these were the extravagance of a divine spirit. Since ancient times, he was the only one who had done this. What was the ancient tree of enlightenment? This was an undying tree, the world's rarest spiritual root. Even the leaves it produced could be used to comprehend the Tao. There were great Tao imprints on them, let alone its main trunk. "Motherfucker, I've suffered retribution. I ate a piece of the coffin and suffered quite a few lightning strikes these past 2 years." Pang Bo was incredibly furious. Yi Fan was almost speechless. This brother of his was too fierce, eating a heavenly tribulation. This was enough to prove the wonders of the ancient tree of enlightenment. There were many great Tao fragments within. It's fine as long as your cultivation can advance. Correct, that's what I was thinking too. I even left a large piece for you. When the time comes, we can eat it together. Pang Bo laughed. "Forget it, I don't need it. You ate the rest as well." Yi Fan wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. "Last time, I was scolded by that blind old man. He scolded me for wasting natural resources, saying how can this undying tree be eaten? If it is passed down, it can flourish a large sect," Pang Bo said. The blind old man carried the heaven-devouring demon jar and went to the unique scholar residence several times to support the little bandit. This was why Wang Chong and the others were fearful and did not dare to make a move. Why are you in a daze? Are you scared out of your wits? Someone beside him mocked. Yi Fan had not responded for a long time, so no one knew what he was thinking. I don't want to make things difficult for you. I've come to pay my respects and apologize, and I won't argue with you, Wang Chong said. Little brat, stay where you are. Yi Fan stopped transmitting his voice to Pang Bo and walked toward the dozen or so saints alone. You're too arrogant. Do you know who these people are? Do you have no respect for anyone here? The Yin-Yang saint fanned the flames, hoping that Wang Chong and the others would attack together. The Yin-Yang sect really doesn't learn from their mistakes. They always choose saints. Aren't they a laughingstock? Do they want to elect a fourth saint? Yi Fan said casually. You deserve to die. The Yin-Yang saint's face darkened. That saint won't live long. He can't hide like a tortoise for the rest of his life. It's too troublesome to change. I think the Yin-Yang sect doesn't need saints, Yi Fan said. He took a step forward and slashed down with a large hand. Everyone was shocked. He seemed to have entered an unstoppable state, making it difficult to defend against. His speed was too fast. A crystal-clear palm fell like jade. The Yin-Yang saint had nowhere to hide and raised his hands to meet the attack. In the air, the crystal-clear palm and fingers flowed with Dao patterns. There were runes flashing. That was the power of Dao. With a soft sound, the saint's hands broke inch by inch like they were made of paper. Then he collapsed. He was powerless to resist the large hand in the air. The Yin-Yang saint didn't even have time to scream. The palm landed on his head and crushed him into meat paste. Even his bones melted. He didn't look like a human anymore. The people around all retreated quickly. They broke out in a cold sweat. That was the saint of the Yin-Yang sect. He was killed with a single slap. It was shocking. The scene was noisy. Li Heishui and the others were naturally happy, but the other side was uneasy. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but retreat in fear. After the clamor, everyone knew that the Yin-Yang sect was going crazy. In just a few years, 3 saints had died. This was too shameful. They would definitely become the laughingstock of the middle ground. You're too unkind. The old leader of the Yin-Yang sect is about to die. He didn't die, but he's going to die because of you, Pang Bo said with a chuckle. They always want to find trouble with me. They want to get rid of me immediately. I have no choice but to make sure they don't dare to choose any more saints in the future. Yi Fan smiled. Then he walked forward step by step, forcing Wang Chong and the others. The dozen saints retreated together. No one dared to face him head-on. They were all a little afraid. Wang Teng had personally suppressed the little monster in the past. Now that he had come out of seclusion, he was still very arrogant, but he was much stronger than 2 years ago. He didn't dare to be stubborn. There were many cultivators in Qin City. They were all shocked. They didn't expect a young man to force more than a dozen talents from the 5 regions to retreat. None of them dared to attack. Don't push me too far. Wang Chong clenched his teeth. Yi Fan was unmoved. He pushed out with his palm. Like a gale sweeping away fallen leaves, the dozen people all spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. Only Wang Chong was unharmed. He was blocked by 2 powerful ancient creatures. One seemed to be made of gold and was 3 meters tall. The other seemed to be made of silver and was very powerful. In the end, the battle didn't continue. A golden chariot flew across the sky. Wang Teng rushed into the depths of the Qin Mountains like a celestial emperor. Master received a secret report. There's an important clue. Let's go. The 2 ancient creatures brought Wang Chong far away. Don't tell me Wang Ting knows about the place we discovered? Pang Bo exclaimed. Ayaya, let's go quickly. We can't let someone beat us to it. Anyway, the things we need are almost ready. Let's go back quickly. Ji Ziyue shouted. What did you guys find? Yi Fan was surprised. I saw the mark of a monk and a mark left by a man riding a bull. It leads to a lake that is about to dry up. Pang Bo said. What? Yi Fan exclaimed. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice to Li Heishui and the others. They were so surprised that they almost cried out. They were especially enthusiastic when old friends met. Not long after, They left Qin City and went deep into the Qin Mountains. They hurried to the mysterious place that Ji Haoyue, Pang Bo, and Li Heishui discovered. It had to be said that Ji Ziyue's spiritual sense was too sharp. After traveling for less than 15 minutes, she wrinkled her nose and ground her teeth. She grabbed Yi Fan and said, "It's you. Why did you hide it? Do you think we're outsiders? I don't want to talk to you." Yi Fan revealed his true appearance and pinched her nose. He smiled. "I'm afraid of being beaten up by your adults. You dare pinch me?" Ji Ziyue ground her teeth and blinked her large black eyes as she grabbed Yi Fan's ear. "Let go." Yi Fan pinched her nose. On the other side, the god king of the eastern wilderness, Ji Haoyue, had a dark expression. He wanted to say something, but he also wanted to push Yi Fan to the side. He couldn't help but stride over. "Your little sister is pulling my ear. I didn't hurt her. Hurry and make her let go." Yi Fan spoke first. "Take your hand away from my sister's nose." Ji Haoyue said with a dark expression. "Ji Haoyue, I saved your life. Be polite to your benefactor." Yi Fan mumbled. "That's two different things." Ji Haoyue was usually very wise, but at this moment, the veins on his forehead were popping. Ji Ziyue's large eyes curved into crescent moons as she laughed non-stop. She pulled Yi Fan's ear a few times and floated away agilely. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the rest also laughed, harboring evil intentions. Only Ji Haoyue and Yi Fan glared at each other. Not long after, they crossed the void and entered the depths of the Qinling Mountains. They came to a stone forest where there was a dried-up lake. On a boulder, they saw the mark of a monk, and on the other side, they saw the mark of an old man riding a green ox. If there's no accident, this should be Sakyamuni, and the other one riding a green bull is Laozi. Purple qi comes from the east. Even the stone walls have purple qi. Yi Fan was moved. This. Pang Bo was shocked. Only he and Yi Fan knew the significance of these two names. The ancients from 2,500 years ago had actually appeared on this side of the cosmos. Where were they going along the ancient path of the cosmos? Laozi left Hangu Pass and disappeared from China since ancient times. Who would have thought that he would pass here? Pang Bo found it unbelievable. Laozi's path to the west was really too far. Could this be the immortal transformation pool? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Chapter 632. The stone forest was huge and the rocks were all of different shapes and sizes. Some looked like a crouching bull, some like a green tiger, and some like a coiling phoenix. In front of him, there was a pond. It was originally a lake, but it was almost dried up. Could it be a celestial pond? Yi Fan wasn't sure. It didn't seem possible. How could a celestial pond dry up? Sakyamuni's imprint was very clear. His face was benevolent and dignified. He had the bearing of a wise sage and had the aura of someone being pitied. Some say he is the revered one, but others say he isn't. The traitor might be related to him. Some say he is the demon shell of the Buddha. He recalled the words of the white-robed nun. Sakyamuni had an extraordinary identity in this world. The reason for this was complicated and he still couldn't understand it. On Earth, if one talked about Buddhism, they would have to mention Sakyamuni. However, in this world, it was too ironic. This founder had become a traitor and was even an opposing demon. An elder of our Ji family saw one of the 10 disciples of Sakyamuni 1,000 years ago. At that time, that Buddha had just returned from overseas. Ji Ziyue muttered softly. Outside the 5 regions was an endless ocean. There were even islands scattered all over. Some said that there were divine islands in the vast ocean with supreme experts hidden within. There were even ancient emperors who had never been heard of before. Some even said that in the ocean that was even vaster than the 5 regions, there might be celestial islands that gave birth to gods. The main reason was that the ocean was too big. It was even vaster than the 5 regions. No one could cross the ocean to the end. People were filled with reverence for it. One of the 10 disciples of Sakyamuni, he crossed the ocean and returned. Yi Fan's heart moved. He thought about Miaoi's words. Didn't she say the same thing when she gave him the Nirvana scripture? How is that person's cultivation? Pang Bo asked. Unfathomable. At that time, A grand elder faced him and couldn't see through him at all. It was like facing the abyss. Ziyue said. This was something she had only found out recently. The great Sakyamuni was called Buddha in another world, but here, he is a traitor. How ironic. Pang Bo shook his head. Yi Fan thought about the Buddhism of his homeland. Although it was said that it was created by Sakyamuni, there were already Buddhists before that. Rather than saying that it was created, it was better to say that it was developed. In some ancient scriptures, it was recorded that when Shakyamuni was traveling, he saw Buddhists sacrificing themselves to cultivate. He thought that it was not the right way, and from then on, the Tathagata Dharma was created. Yi Fan gradually made a bold association. Earth had a history of annihilation. Not to mention the most mysterious ancient China, ancient India also had an extraordinary past. If Buddhism existed long ago and was born before Sakyamuni, would there be Buddhist sages who came to the other side with the help of the star door left by the ancients? If that was the case, there were too many possibilities. A corner of many mysteries would be revealed. In an instant, Yi Fan thought of the Paramitha, which was an extraordinary term in Buddhism. Has Earth really lost a part of its records? Has a part of history been annihilated? Perhaps this part of history is extremely long and not as simple as a few thousand years. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that the people of this world had gone to Earth along the ancient starry sky path and founded Buddhism. Later on, Sakyamuni came here to find the origin. Yi Fan thought of too many things. The ancient starry sky path was endless and far. It was definitely not built by one or two ancient stars. It involved many star regions. Where did the path of the ancients lead to? Look, the imprints he left behind are very particular. They are formed by a strange character that can't be seen, Li Heishui said. The others gathered around and were secretly shocked. The small characters were very fine, and it was difficult to see them clearly even with the divine eyes. They were too small and combined to form a human figure. It's Sanskrit, Pengbo said. He and Yi Fan looked at each other in dismay. These were ancient Indian characters, and they couldn't recognize any of them. No wonder. He left an imprint on the holy cliff, and there are also Sanskrit characters here. He left it for later generations, Yi Fan said thoughtfully. Last time, they were too careless and didn't see through the imprint on the holy cliff. There were actually many small characters gathered together, and this should be for the people from ancient India to see. Did they expect that later generations would follow in their footsteps? Where did they go to now? Yi Fan and Pang Bo squatted there and stared at each other. These were the characters left behind by Tathagata, and most likely contained the secrets of the starry sky. Yet, they couldn't recognize any of them. Why is it Sanskrit? The two asked the heavens speechlessly. In the distant past, Earth didn't just have one Buddha. At the very least, there was an ancient person with great wisdom in the same generation. 2,500 years ago, ancient China was a place where hundreds of schools of thought contended for supremacy. All of them were extremely talented, and each of them was famous throughout the ages. They left an indelible mark in the sky of history. Just Laozi alone was comparable to Buddha. Sakyamuni was a deity with great divine abilities and great wisdom. There was no doubt that Laozi was also a person who was both a human and a god. They quickly stood up and impatiently arrived in front of the other imprint. The old man riding the green ox was leisurely heading west in an indifferent manner. As expected, there were also small characters carved together to form this picture of a green ox carrying a saint. It was also an explanation for the future generations. These two ancient people definitely wouldn't leave imprints randomly. They most likely knew that there would be future generations who recorded the path they had taken. Quickly, look at what's written, Pang Bo urged. He couldn't understand a single word. Although Yi Fan had some knowledge of ancient texts, he also frowned at this moment. A small portion of it was written in the Bell Cauldron script, and some of it was written in the Oracle Bone script. Not to mention him, even an old pedant who was proficient in this field wouldn't be able to read it word by word. Even on Earth, these two languages hadn't been completely deciphered. West out of Hengu Pass. He could only make out this continuous sentence. There were other words that were separated, such as Great Emperor, ancient road, domain, immortal, Ziwei ancient star, North Star, etc. This old man is too awesome. West out of Hanggu Pass, and as he walked, he entered the realm of stars. Pang Bo was speechless. There was a record in an ancient book. Laozi traveled to the west. Pass Magistrate Yi, she saw violet energy floating in the pass, and Laozi passed by riding the green ox. The last time Laozi appeared in ancient China was at Hanggu Pass. Purple energy came from the east, and he left behind the 5,000 words of Tao Te Ching. She remembered it, and he never appeared in this world again. Yi Fan also sighed. On the other side of the starry sky, he had never thought about Laozi. He only thought of him as an ancient person with great wisdom. But now, he had to admit that he was a cultivator who had entered the starry sky and arrived at the other side. Buddha and Laozi were almost born in the same era, and they were both people from 2,500 years ago. Was this a coincidence? They went to the realm of stars through the stargate left by the ancient people. Yi Fan muttered to himself. 2,000 years ago, the Buddhists on earth were born in almost the same era, and there was not much difference between them. Was this a coincidence, or was there some kind of mystery? There was Buddhism in this world, but it wasn't the Buddhism of Buddha Gautama Buddha. It was understandable to revere Amitabha, and there was also this saying on earth. However, there was also Taoism in this world, but it wasn't the Tao of Laozi, and it was difficult to trace back to its origin. Who created Taoism? Yi Fan couldn't help but ask. It's too complicated. The masters of Taoism are like wild cranes and clouds. They left behind their teachings and passed down their secret arts, but they are not as unified as Buddhism. They are very loose, and it is difficult to find the origin. Ji Haoyue shook his head. As for Taoism, it was difficult to say when it had been created, not to mention this world, even on the other side of the realm of stars. If one were to talk about Taoism, they would have to talk about the teachings of Elder Huang, and if one were to talk about Elder Huang, they would have to go back in time. Laozi was a person from 2,500 years ago, but the Huang in Elder Huang was a person from 4,000 years ago, or even 5,000 years ago. The Taoism named by later generations could, in fact, be traced back infinitely. In the long river of history, it was difficult to find the end. Laozi didn't leave many traces in this world. If he went along the ancient starry road, where did he go? The starry door left by the ancients led to an endless and unknown place. Where was the end? Yi Fan didn't know, but at least he felt that this world wasn't the end, and there were still ancient stars ahead. There was a picture in the bronze coffin. At that time, he and Pang Bo had seen it with their own eyes. It was a bright starry sky, and the Earth and the Big Dipper were only a corner of it. There was still a wider road ahead. 2,500 years ago, the Buddhists were born, and they were extremely brilliant. It was a very glorious era. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Since Laozi and Buddha were almost gods, how could those outstanding figures of the same era be ordinary? Unfortunately, they were like fireworks at the end of the era. Since then, gods gradually faded away, and even if they did exist, they were man-made. Could it be that 2,500 years ago, the last group of ancient sages on Earth made a decision to leave the old haunt and go along the ancient starry road? In ancient China, the Ziwei star, the 4 symbols, and the 28 star domains were a vast sky map. Should they pass through the ancient starry road opened by the ancients? Where was the end? There were people who were far more ancient than Laozi, as well as the 72 ancient kings who were worshipping on Mount Tai. Did they enter the star domain one step earlier and go to the end of the starry sky? The ancients lived for hundreds of years in spring and autumn, yet their movements never faltered. Just how far back was the ancient era mentioned by the Yellow Emperor? For modern people, the Yellow Emperor was an ancient person from 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, and he was already an ancient emperor. What kind of period was the ancient era he was lamenting? How many past events had been annihilated in ancient China? It was very likely that a vast ancient history was covered in dust over the years. When could it be unraveled? Yi Fan was lost in thought, and his mind wandered far and wide. In this vast star domain, just how many ancient stars were there with life? Were the stars mentioned in ancient China a kind of enlightenment, or did they represent an even more important meaning? Earth, Mars, Ziwei? Ancient stars after ancient stars, where was the origin, and where was the end? What was the meaning of this ancient road? Where did it lead to? What kind of place was it? The 9 dragons pulling the coffin, did they die in battle and return to their homeland, or did they travel aimlessly? On the 5-colored sacrificial altar, the 9 dragons traversed the dark and cold sky. The origin was unknown, and the road ahead was unknown. Who was it picking up? Would it set sail one day? Chapter 633. Yi Fan was at a loss. There were many ancient stars in the boundless star field. Where did the ancient path lead to? He and Pang Bo glanced at each other and thought of many things. This ancient star was definitely not the end. It was very likely to be a relay station. If they wanted to advance and return home, the only way was to transcend and become stronger. Only then could they leave this world. Otherwise, it would be like being trapped in a cage. Just how many secrets were there in the vast universe and boundless starry sky? Where did the Pre-Qin Chi practitioners go after leaving Earth? Sigh, don't think too much. We have no intention of joining in the fun with those ancient sages. Returning home is the right path. Pang Bo sighed. Now, it was useless even if they had such thoughts. If they wanted to enter the star field, they had to at least be on par with the ancient saints. Otherwise, they could only rely on the 5-colored altar. Maybe there are other stargates and not just the altar in the forbidden ancient land. If we want to go home, we need to understand this world. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice. Ji Haoyue used the divination divine art to calculate. He couldn't find anything even after looking at the 2 seals. This was a special talent of the divine body and was very useful in battle. In the end, they left this place and walked forward. Mist rose from the dried-up lake. It didn't seem far away, but it was difficult to approach. It's not simple at all. Yi Fan revealed a surprised expression. We've already been here once, but we couldn't go over. We specially prepared some materials that can break through the fabricated formation patterns. Let's try breaking through it. Li Heishui said. Jiang Huairen, Wu Zhongtian, and Lu Ko took action. They took out some star stones and withered dragon wood to fill the space in front of the stone forest and threw them into the lake. The mist lingered and didn't weaken at all. As they got closer, it became thicker. The dry lake with only a puddle was gradually covered in mist, covering the entire stone forest. This won't do. It's the same as last time. We can't go through. Pang Bo frowned. The mist was very thick and quickly drowned the area. It made people lose their sense of direction. They had no choice but to retreat. This place was very strange. They grabbed a lone wolf and chased it into the mist. It melted in an instant and vanished into thin air. Not even its flesh and bones remained. It was very terrifying. This place is really strange. They took out their magic treasures, and not long after, they also let out cracking sounds as they were destroyed in the mist. Could it really be the immortal transformation pond? Yi Fan's heart thumped with excitement. If it was the immortal transformation pond, then there would be great opportunities. It had already dried up, becoming a small puddle. If there were immortal treasures, they could easily find them and obtain them. Sakyamuni, I've been here before. Maybe it really is the Qinling Celestial Pond, the birthplace of the Azure Emperor. Pang Bo rubbed his hands. Since primordial times, who knows how many divine objects have sunk into the celestial pool. Legend has it that there are broken emperor weapons and immortal treasures. Ji Ziyue knew a lot. Her black eyes flashed with spiritual light. Don't act rashly. Let me take a closer look. Yi Fan retreated and observed the mountain from afar. Stone forests grew thickly, and precipices soared high into the sky. There was little green vegetation near the dried lake, but the surrounding mountains were full of vitality. This place is very unusual. Why do I find it more and more familiar the more I look at it? He mumbled. No one disturbed him because they all knew that he had received the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master. He could be considered an authoritative figure in the study of mountains and rivers. This is the land of immortal ascension. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This terrain was very similar to the one recorded in the Heavenly Source book. It was a mysterious and unfathomable place. The others were shocked. Just from the name, they could tell that it was not an ordinary land. It was definitely incomparably mystical. It was most likely close to the Immortal transformation pond. As the name suggests, this is a rare and wondrous land. It is connected to a celestial land. The journey will be difficult and dangerous. Although it was recorded in the Heavenly Source book, the land of immortal ascension was only a legend. They had never seen it before. Even the Yuan Taoist master had not been fortunate enough to see it. They could only speculate about the terrain. There was a path like this in the Qinling Mountains. Without a doubt, it led to the Immortal transformation pond. The so-called road of immortal ascension must have originated from there. Is it easy to pass? Jiang Huairen asked hopefully. 9 deaths and 1 life. It is equivalent to rushing through a trial of death. It is extremely difficult to pass. Yi Fan said. This place was not inferior to the various dangerous lands of the Eastern Wasteland. Could it be that we can only watch helplessly? The Immortal transformation pond might be up ahead. Since the archaic times, who knows how many pieces of immortal treasures have sunk into it. The land of immortal ascension was definitely a terrifying place that cut off the path of mortals. Otherwise, if everyone ascended there, how could it be considered an immortal land? We can give it a try. Now that it has appeared on its own, the danger should be reduced to the lowest. There is quite a bit of hope. The land of immortal ascension was normally not visible. It was hidden in the void all year round. Only those who cultivated the heavenly eye could see it, but it was still extremely difficult. It would only appear in the mortal world every 10,000 years and take form. Only then could the people of the world see some traces of it. Yi Fan finally understood why no one could find the Immortal transformation pond. It only appeared once every 10,000 years. It was located in the void and did not belong to the mortal world at all. It was an immortal land not only in name but also in reality. It is as if it descended from another world. This was also a chance. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even if he used the heavenly eye to capture traces of it, he wouldn't be able to enter at all. Each time it appeared on its own, it would weaken and wouldn't be that terrifying. If one's methods were good, they would be able to pass through. If we use an ancient saint weapon to open the path, we should be able to enter. Yi Fan said. Apart from this, is there no other way? Pang Bo was really unwilling. Brother, go and report to the family head. We will definitely be able to invite a saint weapon out. Ji Ziyue blinked her eyes and said, Didn't we agree long ago? If we get anything from this place, we will split it equally. If we invite those old things from your family, we will also invite the bandit grandfathers. Li Heishui said, If they really alerted the Ji family, the few of them would definitely run. Even if they invited their grandfathers over, they would have to bring the heaven-swallowing demon pot. Don't rush, let me try to open a path. Yi Fan said. According to the records of the Book of Origin, he observed the surrounding mountains and rivers and felt the pulse of the world here. He kept deducing and carving many heaven origin patterns on the ground. After a long time, Yi Fan stood up and walked towards the dried-up lake step by step. Genesis Heaven Rune Network automatically appeared under his feet, flashing like a star field. Yi Zi, are you confident? If you can't, then don't go. Pang Bo tried to dissuade him, afraid that he would be in danger. Don't worry, I am just testing. I definitely won't let myself fall into danger. Yi Fan smiled. You have to be careful, don't try to be brave. Ji Ziyue warned softly. She wrinkled her pretty nose and waved her snow-white hand. Little Yi Zi, you have to be careful. Li Heishui and the others also reminded. Not long later, Yi Fan's voice came from the mist, telling them to enter. He judged that this path was feasible. At most, they could retreat. Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and the others all entered the mist. It was as if they were standing in the clouds, sizing up their surroundings. The mist was so thick that they couldn't even see each other. It was very strange and made them feel uneasy. The heaven resentment pattern under Yi Fan's feet flickered. It was complex and profound. He became one with the pulse of the earth and obtained the path and secrets he wanted to know. The few of them followed closely behind, walking forward step by step. They were nervous and excited. After all, they were getting close to the legendary celestial transformation pond, the birthplace of the Azure the Arch. The green copper piece was also immersed in this place. As for what else was there, no one could say for sure. It gave them endless anticipation. Don't stray too far from me. You have to be within 30 meters of me. Otherwise, even if a powerhouse takes the wrong path, he will turn into pus and blood. Yi Fan reminded them solemnly. It's that scary? Jiang Huairan muttered. Even powerhouses could be turned into cramps. No, we have entered the dried-up lake. Why is there no water at all? Why does it feel like we are stepping on a mountain? Wu Zhongtian was suspicious. Yi Fan said, everything we see is mostly fabricated and not real. Unless one cultivates the heavenly eye, it will be hard to see through it. They carefully followed behind Yi Fan and seemed to be following his footprints. After advancing for a quarter of an hour, they had traveled quite a distance. The mist became even thicker. Suddenly, they felt that something was wrong. They couldn't say what was going on. It was too quiet along the way, and there was a strange aura. Damn it, there's one more person among us. Pangbo was scared. When these words were spoken, everyone's hearts trembled. There were clearly 8 people, but now there was a 9th person following them. The mist was so thick that they couldn't see clearly even if they stood very close. A humanoid creature was standing among them, and they didn't know which one was the latecomer. At this moment, everyone's scalps went numb. There was actually one more person. This wasn't a good sign. They could vaguely smell a rotting smell. Heng! Ji Haoyue snorted coldly. A string of blood beads shot out from his finger. It was like a rainbow that illuminated the mist and penetrated through. A mournful cry like the wailing of a malicious ghost rang out. The humanoid creature in the mist was shot through, and it staggered and fled, vanishing in the blink of an eye. However, that terrifying cry was still echoing out, causing one's hair to stand on end. It was like the curse of a 1,000-year-old malicious ghost, cold and venomous. That creature is very strong, not weaker than a first-layer immortal. Brother Haoyue actually scared it away with a flick of your finger. Yi Fan was shocked. Divine blood can destroy evil, it's just a rotting corpse. Actually, the saint blood in your body can also be used, you can turn it into ashes, Ji Haoyue said. Ji Ziyue was very sharp. Her big black eyes swiveled as she mumbled, why do I feel that it doesn't seem like we entered the immortal pond? If not, why would there be such a dead spirit? It's not strange to have these on the way to the immortal ascension land, Yi Fan explained. An hour later, they walked out of the mist. In front of them, the sunset glow was like blood, dyeing the sky red. At the same time, there was also a faint golden glow. What is this place? When we were observing the terrain from the outside, we didn't see such a landscape at all. Li Heishui frowned. This is the true appearance of this place. Everything we saw before was just an illusion, Yi Fan said. The terrain here was extraordinary. The mountains were majestic and the valleys were vast. Draconic chi lingered around the mountains, and it was a magnificent scene. Bang! The ground in front of them split open, and a tattered wooden coffin appeared. A huge hand covered in red hair stretched out and crawled out. What is this place? Is it really a place of immortal ascension? Why did another dead spirit appear? This is simply like a burial ground. Jiang Huairan felt goosebumps. This was a huge corpse. Under the blood-colored setting sun, it looked extremely horrifying. Its eyes were lifeless as it closed in on them. With a flick of Yi Fan's finger, 8 or 9 golden beads of blood flew out and landed on its body. With a chi-la sound, golden flames ignited, burning it until it howled miserably as it flew away. In the distance, there were more than 10 silver winged yikshaws. Their bodies seemed to be cast from silver and flickered with metallic luster. However, they didn't dare to approach. They stared fixedly at Yi Fan. After advancing for a short while, an enormous mountain appeared in front of them. At the top was a pool of water that flickered with radiance under the setting sun. It flowed with a dreamy radiance. Immortal pool, It must be the Immortal transformation pool. The others were all excited. Something's not right. Look, there's another wondrous place not far away. Pang Bo pointed to the other side. Beside it was a great peak, and on it was an ancient cave that took in and spat out draconic chi. It stirred one's mind. There were 2 banana trees that were who knew how many tens of thousands of years old. Green multicolored light flickered as they grew on both sides of the ancient cave. Qinling Mountain's ancient dragon cave. Yi Fan was shaken. The 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master might be buried inside. Chapter 634. The Immortal Transformation Pond and the ancient dragon cave existed side by side, not that far from each other. This shocked everyone. 2 pure lands that were coveted by the people of the world were in the same place. No wonder they always appear one after the other. Turns out they are both in the Immortal Ascension land. This is almost the legendary yin and yang acupoint. Not to mention someone like Yi Fan who was proficient in origin techniques. Even the others could see that this was a natural yin and yang divine land. The Immortal Transformation Pond was at the peak of an enormous mountain. It was extremely spacious and the water could be seen. Multicolored light flowed about and surged outwards. Yang energy was extremely heavy, rushing over like heavenly flames. On the other side of the great peak, the ancient cave at the base of the mountain took in and sent out draconic energy. Even though it was divine, there was a type of great yin true force flowing about. Qinling's ancient great dragon is moving. The others were shocked. The great peak where the dragon cave wasn't stationary, but was moving at a speed that normal people couldn't see. It was extremely special. We found the Immortal Transformation Pond just like that, and we even saw Qinling's number 1 ancient cave. It really is a bit inconceivable. They all felt that this was a bit unreal. This was a great immortal opportunity that made them feel like they were suffocating. At this moment, Yi Fan frowned. Even though they were only a dozen or so li away, every step forward would be filled with killing intent. It wasn't that easy to approach. Difficult to cross the heavenly moat. This is a road of death that is difficult to cross. He solemnly reminded everyone not to act blindly without thinking and to absolutely not advance. Even though the Immortal Ascension land had weakened endlessly, the final part of the journey was still extremely terrifying. It was even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. It was known as crossing the heavenly moat. 100 li of death trial, 90 li of immortal ascension, and 10 li of crossing the heavenly moat. Even saints find it difficult to cross these last 10 li. It's that serious? The others felt a chill run down their spines. Every step forward was equivalent to crossing a trial of death. It's even more serious than what I said. Crossing the heavenly moat can also be said to be impossible for immortals to cross. It is one of the most terrifying terrains under the heavens, Yi Fan said in a low voice. He didn't expect the last 10 li to be so heaven-defying. It was actually impossible for immortals to cross. This type of terrain had never been seen since ancient times, yet it appeared here. What do we do? Even though they arrived at the Central Plain's most ancient dragon cave, they still couldn't approach it. They were extremely unwilling. Yi Fan said, "Now we can only wait patiently. The celestial transformation pool and the ancient cave haven't truly descended into the world yet. After waiting for a few more days, immortals will not ferry, will most likely pass through." The 90-kilometer road of celestial ascension was a dangerous place to begin with. Normally, it would be impossible to pass through it. Even a divine leader would have to bear a grudge if he came here. It could cut off all the heroes of the world. Yet now, it was only because the immortal transformation pool descended on its own and manifested itself in the world that all dangers were greatly weakened and practically eliminated. That was why they were able to come here. The last 10 miles of the heaven-crossing chasm was not weakened. Even if a king came, he would die if he took a single step forward. More than 10 silver-winged yikshaws flew past, letting out mournful cries before disappearing into the horizon. On the other side, several old corpses were swallowing the sunset glow. It was an indescribably strange sight. This place is really strange. Even though it's incomparably divine, why are there so many dead spirits? On the ground, the sunset glow dyed everything red. From time to time, humanoid creatures would appear, but they were definitely not humans. Most of them were lifeless. There are many ancient tombs under the Qinling Mountains. Some of the ancient corpses have astonishing origins. Some are intelligent, so it's not strange for them to come here. It seems like there really is a creature buried in the ancient dragon cave. After being nourished for so many years, who can deal with it? Suddenly, there was a commotion on the horizon. The silver-winged yakshas, the flying ghosts, and the others all retreated in fright like 10,000 beasts fleeing. Something's wrong. It's as if the king of beasts has appeared, and all the beasts are frightened. A loud sound came from the horizon. A tall old man appeared. His hair was burnt yellow like weeds, and he walked over step by step. He was 2 meters tall, much taller than ordinary people. His body was majestic, and his strength was boundless. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. This person's physical body is terrifying. How heavy is it? Why is it moving like a mountain? As he neared, the old man with yellow hair and eyes like golden pearls came closer. He was like a mountain that made it hard for people to breathe. This is a super old emperor of the Jiuli divine dynasty. The others were astonished. This person had passed away a long time ago. The emperor's divine clothes on his body had rotted away, but the mark of the Jiuli divine dynasty could still be seen. This is a divine garment on the same level as an imperial divine weapon, but it's rotted away. How long has it been here? Wu Zhongtian's pupils shrank. At least 40,000 years. Otherwise, a king's divine garment wouldn't be this rotten, Ji Haoyue said. The others were afraid, but the only thing that reassured them was that this ancient corpse seemed to have just gained intelligence. Its eyes were still dull and not very lively. His physical body is powerful, but he doesn't have many tricks up his sleeves. We should be able to deal with him. Yi Fan was secretly glad. If they had encountered the old monk from last time, they would all have died. He's coming for us. The majestic old emperor's golden eyes carried a layer of deathly aura. He took large strides forward and stretched out a large hand to grab Qinmu. Qi! Ji Haoyue flicked his finger. A string of 5-colored blood beads flew out and hit the red-haired creature's body. This was the divine blood of a king, and it contained the power to destroy evil. However, the power of the divine blood was too strong. When it hit the old emperor's body, it only made banging sounds. It couldn't penetrate or injure him. Not good. This person was inconceivably powerful when he was alive. He has a king's body. Although he didn't cultivate it to great success, the divine blood is useless against him because his body also has it. Ji Haoyue said in shock. What? Everyone was shocked. This was actually an old king's body. This news was too shocking. What made people rejoice was that this evil spirit had just gained intelligence not long ago. It only knew how to swallow the essence of the sun and moon. It didn't have any terrifying methods, only its corpse was sturdy. Bang! Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, and the others took action. All kinds of magical treasures attacked together, but they couldn't shake this super old emperor. They were all blasted away. A king's body is so sturdy. The people on the scene took action one after another. Several magical treasures were shattered, but none of them were able to harm the king's body in the slightest. Let me do it. Pang Bo walked forward and took out a few stone nails. They immediately pierced through the ancient corpse. The king's blood hadn't lost its spirituality yet and gushed out. Bang! In the end, the old emperor's corpse collapsed. Everyone rejoiced that he didn't have intelligence and was muddle-headed. Otherwise, the group would be in danger. Such powerful and mysterious stone nails. Ji Haoyue was greatly astonished. These stone nails had a great origin. They were the nails on the coffin made from the Dao Comprehension ancient tree. Yi Fan gave them to Pang Bo, and he regarded them as treasures. Although they were only used to nail the coffin, they were refined by an existence that surpassed the divine in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races. They possessed inconceivable power. I really don't know how powerful the undying heavenly emperor is. Even the stone nails on his coffin are so terrifying. In the following half a month, Yi Fan circled around the Immortal transformation pond and the dragon cave in detail. He didn't know how many heaven origin runes he had drawn. He used his Genesis arts to draw densely packed heaven origin runes on the ground 10 li away. They were as numerous as the stars in the sky, innumerable. According to my calculations, this place will completely appear in the world in another dozen or so days. Immortals will then be able to pass through. Great, we will have a great harvest in another half a month. You must be careful. Even if this place appears in the world on its own, there are only 8 paths leading to the 8 directions. Yi Fan solemnly reminded. After so many days of calculations, Yi Fan's heart was pounding. The last 10 li path was filled with peerless danger. Any emperor would be turned into pus and blood if they entered. You must remember this. He drew on the ground and marked out 8 paths leading to the Immortal Pond and the Dragon Cave. In the following dozen or so days, Yi Fan exhausted all his energy to lay down endless heaven resentment runes, including the terrain of this area. When it truly appears in the world, there will definitely be other experts coming. We can only be one step ahead. There were only 8 paths to pass through, and there were 8 of them. Each of them decided to take one path each. They wanted to be the first to compete with those who came later. As expected, there are people coming. Time passed quickly, and the mist on the 90-kilometer path of immortal ascension dissipated. Someone had discovered this place, and the news spread immediately. Another 2 days passed, and the last 10 li of the natural chasm changed. The danger weakened, and they could pass through it. Don't act rashly. Wait for another half a day. Yi Fan stopped them. There were other people coming. Many of them rushed over, but before they could even make a sound, they were turned into nothingness on the spot. Let's go. Yi Fan estimated that it was about time. The 8 of them moved separately, each choosing a path and advancing as if they were flying. Every step they took was very meticulous, and it was unknown how many times they had rehearsed it in advance. They had long since memorized every place they would land. This 10 li path was very special. Now that there were only 8 paths, no one dared to be careless, for fear of taking the wrong path. On one path, the Ji family's little moon screamed. Ji Haoyue in the neighboring area was shocked, and then he let out a long sigh. So the Ji family's holy leader had come, and he was following his sister's footwork. Retreat quickly. Don't enter this place, it's too dangerous. The Ji family's holy leader said. He pointed at Ji Ziyue's forehead, and a map appeared. This old fox must have been here long ago. Yi Fan muttered to himself on the other path. Family leader, bring me in. Ji Ziyue pouted and shook the family leader's arm, unwilling to let go. Many people are going to die here today. Hurry up and leave. The Ji family's holy leader waved his sleeves and tossed her out, landing on a safe footing. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her delicate nose, turned around, and ran. After she came out, she chased after the path that Yi Fan was on and followed him in. In the distance, the masters of the Jiang family, Yaoguang clan, and the Wind clan all appeared with many experts. Among them, Ouyang Yi, who was infinitely close to the Earth Origin Master Realm, was also among them. On the other side, the 100 sects of the Middle State, the 4 immortal dynasties, and the various sect masters all appeared with a few dragons-seeking Earth masters following them. There was no lack of extraordinary people in the world. After they made their deductions, they chased after the 8 paths that Yi Fan pointed out, and many experts followed. Sush. Kasayas fluttered, and a group of old monks appeared. A few of them had layers of Buddha light behind their heads, and divine halos covered their bodies. They bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. They had bitter expressions on their faces, and it was obvious that they were top-notch experts. On the path to the east, a young man appeared on a golden ancient war chariot. He looked majestic, and his black hair draped over his shoulders. Wang Teng had arrived. He had cultivated the martial Dao heavenly eye, and his pitch-black pupils shot out 2 beams of light. He stared at Jiang Huairan's back, and his body radiated with boundless light as he chased after him. Bang! The golden war chariot brushed past Jiang Huairan's head, causing his hair to become disheveled. He almost cursed out loud, but seeing that it was the north the arch, he could only temporarily hold it in. Damn you, Wang Ting, do you really think that you are the celestial emperor? Just you wait. On the golden war chariot, Wang Chong stood next to his elder brother. He looked back and sneered in disdain. When we come in, don't let me see you guys. Scram as far as you can. That brat who made trouble for us in Qin City must be Yi Fan. This time, my big brother's real body is here. Let him wash his neck and wait to be slaughtered. Chapter 635. The golden war chariot rumbled forward. There were saber marks and sword holes on its surface. It was like an ancient emperor's chariot traveling. There was an intimidating power around it. Dragons and phoenixes rose together, their cries shaking the 9 heavens as light soared into the sky. Jiang Huairan was infuriated. The golden war chariot rushed past and knocked him into a mess. His head was almost crushed. Even that little demon didn't care about him at all. Standing on the chariot, he looked down at him and said those words in a domineering manner. "I'll wait for you inside." These were Wang Chong's final words. The golden war chariot was too fast, disappearing in a flash. In the distance, on another path, Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, "Martial Path Heavenly Eye." Wang Ting cultivated the Martial Path Heavenly Eye. It was even more terrifying than his divine eyes of origin. It could see through all falsehoods and see through everything. The most frightening thing was that during the battle, the Heavenly Eye could capture all openings. It was the most terrifying. Even after cultivating the Heavenly Eye, the movements of others became as slow as snails in its eyes, as if they were still. That person is very powerful, but my big brother said that he's still not the number 1 in the world. Ji family's little moon followed. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were intelligent, and her jade-like cheeks looked very charming and gentle. The 100 sects had all arrived. A large number of experts entered. The dragon-seeking Earthmaster had a unique insight. The path he chose coincided with the 8 paths of survival that Yi Fan had chosen. The Middle Emperor is here. Outside, there was a commotion. Many people started to discuss. A man with disheveled hair walked very slowly like a mountain. He followed the path of survival and entered the immortal realm step by step. 9,000 years ago, he was already the emperor of a generation. Now, even the various sect masters were apprehensive when they saw him. Although his body was no more than 20 years old, his cultivation was there to look down on all heroes. "Little Yi, can we go in like this? Will that Wang Teng find trouble with you?" Ji Ziyue mumbled. "It's fine. This place won't allow the brothers to behave atrociously." Yi Fan didn't mind. The Alcade Holy Sun is also here. Ji family's little moon pointed to the other side and said softly, "My brother said that the Alcade Saint is far stronger than people imagine." On that path of life, Sacred Lord Alcade's sleeves fluttered in the wind. There was a man behind her who was bathed in a divine aura like the divine son of the sun. In addition, Yao Shi also followed. She wore a long dress that trailed on the ground. She was graceful and beautiful, as if she was a fairy from the Moon Palace. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "It seems like Sacred Child Yao Guang can take charge on his own. Otherwise, Sacred Lord Yao Guang wouldn't dare to bring him to this place." The people of the 4 great undying divine dynasties also entered. There were a few princes who were especially eye-catching, walking with majestic steps, following behind their fathers. After the Western Desert monks entered, the experts of the Southern Mountains arrived as well. Not only were there human battle lords, there were also some great demon lords. There were many great demons from the Southern Mountains. There's bound to be a fierce battle. Almost everyone from the 5 regions had come. The birthplace of the Azure the Arch was indeed no small matter. This time, many people were interested. It was divined by Master Godly Diviner. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people coming. Ji Ziyue revealed the secret. It's that Master Godly Diviner again. Just where did he come from? Yi Fan was suspicious. 2 years ago, Master Godly Diviner's disciple had helped the Yin-Yang sect calculate his position. If he hadn't grasped the God-striking whip, he would probably have been chased down. At this time, they entered the central region of the Immortal land. They were in the open space between the Immortal transformation pool and the cave. There were many people coming. However, no one dared to act blindly without thinking because this place would be more dangerous the closer they got. They were all waiting for the dragon-seeking Earth Masters and Ouyang Ye's group from the Eastern Wastelands to come to a conclusion. Arriving here, Yi Fan was incomparably relaxed. He had been studying this place for more than a month and understood it better than the dragon-seeking Earth Masters and the other eccentrics. You guys really dared to come in. If you fall into the dragon cave and die a violent death, you can't blame anyone else. Wang Chong glanced at Jiang Huairan, Wu Zhongtian, and Pang Bo and sneered. They didn't stand together but in different directions. However, they stopped at this moment and didn't rush into the dragon cave or the celestial pool. That was because Yi Fan noticed something was wrong and told them not to act rashly. This little bastard is too arrogant. I really want to give him 2 slaps, Li Heishui cursed. They slowly gathered together. The main thing is that his older brother is too powerful. Those older generation figures don't dare to provoke him. His future achievements are limitless, Lu Ko sighed. Damn it, I'm waiting for little Ye's sage physique to reach the great success stage. In the future, I'll slap them to death. This 11-year-old brat really deserves to be strangled to death. Jiang Huairan's hair was disheveled. What? You guys are still not convinced? Wang Chong sneered. He was overbearing as he stood on the golden chariot and looked down at them. At this moment, Wang Ting wasn't at the front. He was actually standing side by side with those sect masters and talking about something. He indeed had the qualifications to do so. What are you being arrogant for? If your older brother isn't here, many people would dare to kill you with a finger. Someone transmitted his voice to the left and right. No one knew who it was. Pang Bo knew that things were bad. Someone was fanning the flames and placing the blame on them, wanting them to fight. Who is it? Wang Chong wasn't big, but his hostility was very strong. He looked around and finally stared at Jiang Huairan and the others. Boom! Suddenly, a world-shaking collision came from the distance. The 2 peak experts actually made a move, and the ripples sent many people flying. Many people fell into the dangerous area and were immediately turned into pus and blood by the natural chasm. They no longer existed, and not even a hair was left. North Emperor Tang and the Middle Emperor made a move. No one would have thought that the 2 of them would have a conflict in this place. A single strike caused many sect masters' expressions to change. Why are the 2 of them fighting? Everyone was incomparably shocked, especially those who had some understanding of the unique warrior residents. They were even more astonished. During these 2 years, North Emperor had always been in seclusion. Some people said that he was cultivating a kind of strange technique and had never come into conflict with the Middle Emperor. However, everyone knew that a battle between the 2 was inevitable. The North Emperor was restraining himself and didn't want to fight with Xiang Yufei, whose name had shaken the world 9,000 years ago. Just now, North Emperor went up and said something, but the Middle Emperor refused. I don't know why the 2 of them suddenly attacked. Not far away, a sect master-level figure said. He only saw the gist of it and didn't know why the 2 dragon and phoenix-level characters were fighting. In this world, dragons and phoenixes cried out. Wang Teng's body was enveloped by divine light. The light surged and submerged this area. Every time he attacked, a dragon and phoenix would rise together and cry out above his head, making him look like a celestial emperor descending into the world. There wasn't a single person present that didn't change their expression, especially the various sect masters. They were the current rulers of the world, and their power and battle prowess were overflowing. At this moment, there was a powerful pressure in their hearts. The Middle Emperor's black hair was scattered behind him, and he was heroic and imposing. Each of his fists and moves was grand. There wasn't a divine light that soared into the heavens, but it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Every time the 2 of them exchanged blows, great disturbances would occur in all directions. Many people couldn't even stand still and were swept high into the sky. Even half a step great figures could only back up. If not for this place being special and everlasting, the endless mountain ranges would have long turned into dust. Their power was powerful beyond compare, and a single point of their fingers could crush mountains. Celestial Emperor's bearing, Holy Emperor's power. Everyone sighed in admiration. These two were too powerful, rarely seen since ancient times. They had such accomplishments at such a young age, suppressing the older generation's sect master-level figures. Every time Wang Teng attacked, a true dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise would appear. Divine light surged and resonated with the 9 heavens. The sky was covered in brilliance. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises guarded the 4 directions, forming the 4 divisions of heaven and earth. Golden light surged, surrounding him at the center. It was as if a celestial emperor had descended into the world of mortals. The middle emperor was also unordinary, as if an archaic holy emperor had revived. He was incomparably dignified, and every movement he made was incomparably imposing. Every move he made was neutral and calm, but it contained the power to refine heaven and earth. There was no brilliance around him, but it was as if he was moving the stars of the heavens. He gave off an undefeatable feeling, as if a great human emperor had crossed the endless ages to arrive. My big brother will definitely win. He is not only number 1 in the younger generation. Wang Chong clenched his fists. In reality, all the sect masters felt a headache. Who would dare say that they could win against Wang Teng? Since ancient times, just how many people of his age had such accomplishments? Jiang Huairan was extremely unhappy. Just now, his head had almost been smashed open by the golden war chariot. Even his wooden hairpin had fallen off, and his hair was in a mess. He coldly said, "I hope the middle emperor can hack him to death." Even though he had lowered his voice, Wang Chang's ears were extremely sharp. He caught the smallest of words. He suddenly turned around and said, "You're courting death. Little brat, you're too arrogant." Wu Zhongtian and the others erupted. They were all descendants of great bandits, and they had always done as they pleased. When had they ever been humiliated like this? "Are you all courting death? I'll help you out." Wang Chong jumped off the golden war chariot and pressed forward. Behind him were 2 ancient existences. One was covered in golden scales, and the other seemed to be forged from silver. Although Jiang Huairan, Wu Zhongtian, and Li Heishui were angry, they had to admit that Wang Chong was very powerful. He was worthy of being Wang Teng's younger brother. He wasn't even 12 years old, but he was already an expert at the 8th dragon transformation, the youngest monster of the unique warrior manner. "You damned bandits, I heard that you're old friends with that Yi Fan. I've wanted to take care of you for a long time." Wang Chong sneered. With 2 ancient existences following him, he wasn't afraid of suffering at all. Pang Bo walked over and sneered, "Little brat, do you think you've transformed into your big brother? You still don't have the right to say such words." "I don't have the right? In a little while, I'll trample all of you under my feet and throw you into the dragon cave to feed those red-furred humanoid monsters." Wang Chong wasn't very big, but his words were very aggressive. Standing on a rock, he looked down at them and said, "The person I met in Qin City was Yi Zhou Tian, right? Have him get out here. This time I'm going to crush him to death." He indicated to the 2 ancient existences that they should prepare for battle, and then he scanned the surroundings, hoping to find Yi Fan. In the distance, Wang Teng's battle with the Central Emperor had attracted the attention of the vast majority of people, but there were also quite a few who had noticed the strange activity here. "You're not very big, but your tone is quite big. Arrogant to the heavens." A voice rang out, and then the void trembled. A foot more than 1 zhang long, shrouded in golden light, stomped down from the sky. Bang! Dust billowed into the sky, and the earth quaked. Wang Chong shouted, but he couldn't dodge at all, and was trampled by the golden foot. Yi Fan sneered. He only used a magical divine ability, standing there like a golden war god. His figure was tall and straight, 10 zhang tall. Everyone was shocked. Wang Teng wasn't far away, but now, someone dared to act like this, trampling his younger brother into the ground. "Yi Fan!" Wang Chong shouted. He didn't dare to believe that his elder brother was here, but Yi Fan really stepped out and trampled him into the ground. It's the monster from the eastern wasteland that disappeared for more than 2 years, Yi Fan. Many people were shocked. The Yaoguang saint, Yao Shi, the great Xia Prince, the Jade Lake Saint, the #2 beauty of the Central Plains, Princess Moon Spirit, and many others of the younger generation also looked over. Many sect masters were also shocked. The North Arch was nearby, but Yi Fan dared to do this. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 636. Wang Chong was insufferably arrogant, as though he was the North Arch. He looked down on Li Heishui, Jiang Huairan, and the others with impudent words. He pointed out a few of them and threatened to kill them at every turn. He was just an 11 or 12-year-old little monster, yet he was so arrogant and domineering, humiliating a saint of the younger generation without taking it to heart. At this moment, a large golden foot descended from the sky and stomped him into the ground. The ground shook, causing smoke and dust to soar into the sky. The surface of the ground cracked open, and the situation reversed. Wang Chong screamed. He was truly afraid. The golden foot was as heavy as a mountain, and his sternum was broken. He couldn't breathe, and his entire body was deformed. At this moment, when Yi Fan revealed his divine ability, he became an entire 30 m tall figure that seemed as if he was forged from gold, and he was like a war god that had flown over from the heavenly dimension with strength that could uproot mountains and a matchless aura. Yi Fan stomped his foot as if he were stepping on a bug. Wang Chong's bones creaked as if they were on the verge of breaking. Although they were at the same level, whose physical body could compare to the saint body. In comparison, Wang Chong was as fragile as a man made of glass, unable to endure the pressure. Blood gushed out of his mouth, his eyes venomous, but he said nothing. "You're courting death. Let him go. You dare to use such a deadly foot. Today, you will die without a complete corpse. Your soul will return to the underworld and be branded with the imprint of 18 purgatory, suffering endless torment." Two loud shouts sounded from the side. Of the two ancient creatures, one was a zhang tall and covered densely in golden scales. The other was 2 meters tall and had a pair of silver divine wings. They were both sinister and ferocious, and their eyes were like blades. However, they did not dare to act recklessly against him. Yi Fan only needed to stomp down, and Wang Chong would be crushed into meat paste with not even his bones remaining. "Go to the side." Yi Fan didn't care at all. He shouted loudly and exerted force with his foot. The little fiend cried out miserably and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. "You truly don't know the difference between life and death. Master is here, so how can I allow you to behave atrociously? It'll be hard even if you want to die. In a bit, I'll boil you into human oil and use you to light sky lanterns." An ancient creature threatened Yi Fan. "Hurry up and let him go. Otherwise, you'll regret coming to this world. You won't be able to die even if you want to." Another ancient creature shouted loudly. "Gotcha." Wang Chong's reply was a forceful kick, instantly breaking more than 100 of his bones. His entire body spasmed, his face pale with fear. At this moment, only his head was exposed outside the golden foot. The rest of his body was under the foot, and his life hung in the balance. Li Heishui, Jiang Huairan, Wu Zhongtian, and the rest all felt refreshed. Seeing this scene, they all let out a long sigh of relief. They had been stifled just now. This little monster was too arrogant. "Yi Fan, if you dare to kill me, my elder brother will not let you go. No matter what trump card you have, you will not be able to escape death." Wang Chong stubbornly refused to admit his mistake. With so many people watching, he didn't want to beg for mercy, or else he wouldn't be able to bring shame to his elder brother. "Hurry and release him." The two ancient creatures also shouted. Ji Ziyue was worried. No matter what, Yi Fan was not Wang Teng's match. The difference in cultivation was too great. She reminded him softly, "Don't be rash. This isn't a good place to kill him." Lu Ko and the others also said the same. The North Thearcha's battle strength was obvious to all. Now that he was fighting with the central sovereign, all the sect masters were afraid. "Hurry and release me, or else you will know the consequences." Wang Chong shouted. Seeing their expressions, he knew that they were all afraid of his elder brother. He relaxed and sneered. "You want me to release you?" Yi Fan laughed and raised his foot. "At least you know what's good for you." Wang Chong spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to get up. Bang! Suddenly, the golden foot descended from the sky again. This time, it stepped on his face, causing half of his body to sink into the ground. What do you want? Wang Chong was frightened. He was afraid. He sent out his consciousness and said, "Don't act recklessly." Yi Fan raised his foot slightly, and the little monster's face was full of fear. His teeth were all knocked out, and his face was deformed. Bang! Yi Fan stomped down again, and Wang Chong was instantly like a pancake. His body was broken and he was trampled. "Save me!" The little monster couldn't care about anything else and shouted with his consciousness. He was extremely terrified. "You think I don't dare to kill you? How dare you be so arrogant in this situation? Today, I will stomp you to death like a cockroach." Yi Fan sneered. Bang! He retracted his Dharma idol ability and turned back to the size of a human. He stepped on Wang Chong's face again, and he didn't look like a human anymore. Everyone was shocked. It was obvious that Yi Fan wanted to end his life. He didn't plan to let the little monster live at all. "Stop!" The two primordial beings rushed forward. One was gold and the other was silver. They swallowed and spat out divine light like two ferocious beasts. In the distance, Wang Ting, who was fighting a life-and-death battle with the central sovereign, also looked over. His eyes shot out two frightening beams of light that could frighten one's soul. "Give it to you!" Yi Fan snorted and stomped down with force. Blood splattered everywhere. The golden foot crushed Wang Chong alive and turned him into a pile of mud. His green clothes didn't have a drop of blood on them. The crowd glanced at each other in dismay. Not a single sound could be heard. Yi Fan was truly audacious. In front of everyone, he trampled Wang Cheng's younger brother to death. Yao Guang Saint Child, Yao Shi the Great Xia Prince, the Jade Lake Saint Daughter, Ji Haoyue, Yan Ruyu, and other old friends were all here. They were all moved. There were many young people from the Central Plains, the Southern Mountains, and the Western Desert. They were also shocked. How many people would dare to stomp Wang Ting's younger brother to death in front of him? Even the older generation and the rulers of a region were apprehensive. The current North the Arch could compete with all the Saint Lords and was a rising star that everyone was wary of. He was a dragon among men, and not many people dared to offend him. However, Yi Fan did it. He didn't care about anything. He stomped Wang Chong to death with one foot. He killed this little monster with shocking talent. He really doesn't care about anything. He even stomped Wang Ting's younger brother to death. This really requires courage. How many people would dare to do this? It's a pity that this little monster, although his temperament isn't up to standard, his cultivation talent is rare. He's not even 12 years old, but he's already at the 8th transformation. This is rare. This monster from the eastern wasteland is too daring. He really dares to kill anyone. If the saint's younger brother came, he would be killed too. Everyone present, whether they were the older generation sect masters or the 5 regions monsters, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Damn it, you actually killed Master's younger brother? The two ancient creatures went crazy and pounced forward. Their bodies seemed to be burning, and their scales clanked. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time. Each scale was a saint's sword. Yi Fan had a cold smile on his face. He didn't make any other movements. He just took a step forward and dodged the kick. Boom! Suddenly, an azure energy surged on the ground. A dragon-shaped energy pillar pierced through the sky, and pillars that supported the sky appeared. The dragon energy was like the sea, cutting off the two ancient creatures' path. The Qinling ancient dragon has come out. The expressions of the Central Plains dragon-seeking Earth Masters changed as they cried out in surprise. Ouyang Yi and the others who came from Genesis Technique clans from the Eastern Wasteland also changed their expressions. No, it's the essence energy of the Qinling ancient dragon. All the eccentric people who studied the mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth were shocked. This kind of method was very terrifying, and it required an extremely high-level special technique to draw out the essence energy of the true dragon. Yi Fan was calm and stood there without fear. He had studied this place for more than a month and had already understood everything. With his Genesis technique, He could fight against a peak sacred lord. In this place, he was in an invincible position. He could borrow the power of the Qinling ancient dragon for his own use. And now, he had drawn out the ancestral earth vein. Ah! In surprise, Yi Fan saw a flash of light in the distance. Wang Chang's painfully reforming body was about to appear once more, and on his forehead was a divine symbol flowing with a strange light. No wonder Wang Ting didn't come. I was just wondering why he had such a life-saving symbol. Yi Fan strode forward and stomped down. Buzz! The divine symbol flashed and lightly trembled, bringing Wang Chong back 100 zhang. A golden energy flowed on it, faintly reflecting Wang Ting's figure. It's Wang Ting's 9 revolutions divine symbol, immortal in all tribulations. He truly doted on Wang Chong, passing it on to him to protect his life. Someone secretly cried out in alarm. What? The 9 revolutions divine symbol really exists in this world. Everyone stared at the divine symbol. It was less than an inch long and seemed to be forged from true gold. It flowed with a divine splendor, exuding an ancient charm and covered in Dao runes. The 9 revolutions divine symbol had been refined by the only ancient Chaos Emperor of the Northern Plains. It could die in place of one's body and could seize the world's fortune. It was a divine protective artifact. It wasn't hard to see just how terrifying Wang Teng's fortunes had been. If he had even obtained the divine symbol of ancient Chaos Emperor, he had probably long ago obtained his legacy. Wasn't the 9 revolutions divine symbol broken? How did it appear in the world again? Although it's a broken 9 revolutions divine symbol, it was still refined by a human emperor. It still has a divine effect of immortality. Everyone's eyes went red. Wang Ting truly did have great luck. He had obtained such a heaven-defying divine object and had given it to his little brother without any hesitation. The North Emperor shouldn't have obtained the complete legacy of ancient Chaos Emperor, right? This ancient emperor's strength had surpassed the ancients and dazzled contemporaries. No one knew just how powerful he was, and it was rumored that he had other roots. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. A divine symbol refined by an ancient great emperor, even if it was just a fragment, was still a priceless divine object. He used the dragon energy of the earth to separate the 2 ancient life forms and attacked. At this moment, many people were envious of him. Others were afraid of the North Emperor and didn't dare to snatch it, but he was fearless and wanted to kill Wang Chong and take the symbol. "Brother, save me!" The little demon screamed in fear. In the distance, Wang Teng was fighting the Middle Emperor, and it was hard to tell who would win. The spirits of the 4 great sages surrounded him. The true dragon leaped into the sky, the divine phoenix cried over the mountains and rivers, the white tiger roared at the moon, and the black tortoise swallowed the sea. He was like the North Pole Emperor descending to the mortal world. At this moment, he couldn't afford to be distracted. The Middle Emperor's every move was neutral and gentle, and it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. However, at this crucial moment, the North Emperor still attacked with his sword. A golden divine sword flew out, emitting the divine might of a celestial emperor. Dragons and phoenixes circled it, and it was hundreds of feet long. Boom! The heaven source pattern appeared under Yi Fan's feet, and the dragon energy under the earth erupted like a volcano. One after another, a total of 81 heavenly dragons rushed up, startling everyone and forcing them to retreat. Clang! Yi Fan used the Xing character formula and closed in on Wang Chong. He reached out with a huge hand and slammed it down. Bang! The little demon's body was shattered again, and the 9 revolutions divine symbol was taken from his forehead. Yi Fan caught it in his hand, and it flashed with a bright luster. Chapter 637. The 9-turn divine symbol was less than an inch in length and forged from divine gold. It was dazzling and sturdy. It spun about, wanting to fly away from Yi Fan's palm. "You want to leave?" "Freeze." Yi Fan closed his palm and held it in his palm, refining it with all of his strength. The ancient Chaos Emperor symbol's radiance rushed into the heavens, making it difficult for others to look straight at it. This type of divine splendor was extremely dazzling. It shone through his palm and fingers, dyeing the entire land of immortal ascension in a bright golden color. Divine force surged. In the air, a holy sword hacked over. True dragons and divine phoenixes accompanied it, several hundred zhang in length. The pressure made the great earth tremble violently. If it wasn't for the immortal earth, the endless mountain range would have turned into dust. The power of this sword was too great. It was like a sword hacked out by a celestial emperor, severing time and space. Killing intent penetrated the body, directly pressuring one's soul. Before the sword arrived, the killing intent had already arrived. Pooh! Not far away, there were a few people who were standing too close. They couldn't endure this type of pressure and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies and spirits were almost destroyed by this sword intent. One has to understand that this was just the remnant waves that streaked across the sky. Everyone's expressions changed because there were actually two half-step experts among those who spat out blood. This type of stunning sword made many sect masters' hearts tremble. It was just too terrifying. At Yi Fan's side, 81 dragon pillars rushed up like pillars that supported the heavens. They rushed into the heavens, their power penetrating the immortal earth. Every single one of them was as thick as a mountain ridge. A deafening dragon cry sounded. It was as if an ancient saint was roaring out from the boundless great wastelands. Many people were shocked. This was the power of the Qinling Great Dragon. How is this possible? Many people couldn't understand. This type of power was definitely enough to shake a divine lord. How could a dragon transformation realm cultivator display such a powerful attack? The 81 true dragons were thick and terrifying. They wrapped around the celestial emperor's sword and roared together. The sound was cold and sonorous, piercing through metal and splitting stone. The ancestral roots underground revived, and endless power surged. The celestial emperor's sword was blocked. Everyone discovered this fact with shock. The 81 true dragons were continuously cut down, disappearing one after another. However, they still managed to slow down the golden holy sword. In the blink of an eye, the 80 great dragons were completely killed. Only one was left to intercept the golden holy sword, but it had also dimmed down. Whoosh! The celestial emperor's sword sank, but it did not slash at Yi Fan. Instead, it unleashed an even more dazzling light, creating a golden curtain of light that wrapped around Yi Fan's shattered body. At this time, Yi Fan finally suppressed the ancient chaos imperial talisman in his palm, turning it into a warm and sparkling treasure, flowing with a golden luster. Then, he did everything he could to mobilize the draconic qi under the ground to surround this holy sword. He also wanted to obliterate the broken body. The veins of the earth throbbed, and a scarlet golden divine dragon rushed out. Scarlet energy surged, and the heavenly dragon swung its tail. Its scales flickered with scarlet multicolored light, vivid and lifelike. It was no different from a real dragon. The surrounding people were all astonished, especially the few dragon-seeking geomasters, Ouyang Yi and the others. Their hearts trembled. This was the power borrowed from the Qinling Great Dragon. Even though they were all extraordinary people, they had just entered not too long ago, so there was no way they could find the direction of the underground dragon vein, unable to do all of this. The scarlet golden dragon seemed to have a life of its own. It coiled in the sky and blocked the path of the celestial emperor's sword. It emitted the power of a true dragon, and with a shake, all things were shattered. Unfortunately, people could not see the scene of mountains collapsing. This was the celestial ground, eternal and inextinguishable. Otherwise, such a scene would be shocking. Bang! The golden holy sword trembled, and some of its brilliance was obliterated by the scarlet golden dragon. The shattered body within almost fell out. The North Thearcha's clone was flawless. At this time, his battle had reached the climax. Even though he had slashed out with the celestial emperor's sword, it was only his consciousness that had entered and could not be strengthened for a long time. If my younger brother dies, I will start a massacre and kill everyone around you one by one. I don't care where they come from. Wang Teng's cold voice came from afar. The dragon and phoenix cried and danced above his head, divine and powerful. He was bathed in endless divine splendor, like the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Everyone's heart trembled. The North the Arch would do what he said. A powerful person like him was comparable to the divine lords. Such an oath was very frightening. Even the overlord of the divine dynasty would be afraid when threatened like this. Otherwise, a large number of his descendants might be killed. Yi Fan did not stop and said, "Then I will kill you first." The scarlet dragon swung its tail and leaped into the void. Like a divine vein, it traversed the sky and strangled over. The celestial emperor sword was on the verge of falling. Rumble! Not far away, the golden ancient war chariot rushed over. It crushed the void and destroyed the obstruction of time. It arrived in an instant, flowing with the primitive aura of the universe. Bang! The golden war chariot broke through the obstruction, and a golden hole appeared in the sky. The celestial emperor's sword entered it silently and disappeared. The ancient chaos Thearcha's war chariot? The group of people was petrified. Their bodies were ice cold, and they were all frightened. No, how could the ancient chaos Thearcha's war chariot be so weak? If it appeared, it would be enough to kill everyone here. But this golden war chariot is too similar. After people recognized the 9 turns divine talisman and saw the golden war chariot, they naturally had this kind of association. They all felt their scalps go numb. Wang Teng's encounter is too terrifying. Could it be that he obtained everything from the ancient chaos the Arch? The people present were all frightened. In the history of the human race, those who had such great luck would become the main character of the world, suppressing and ruling a period of history. At this time, Wang Teng had not left the battlefield. He was still fighting against the Central Emperor. Both of them were dragons and phoenixes among men. They were rare since ancient times. Even the human race the Arch was just like them when he was young. They could not split themselves. The battle was so intense that it affected the minds of all the sacred lords. The top figures of the older generation were all watching nervously. And at this time, Yi Fan walked forward step by step. He was not afraid of anyone. He actually wanted to attack Wang Teng and kill him here. Everyone's eyes looked over. The Ji clan's sacred lord, the Xia emperor, the Western Desert divine monk, the Southern Mountains demonic lord, and the others revealed strange expressions. The Jade Lake saint, Yao Guang saint, Yan Ruyu, the Prince of Gu Hua, the second beauty of the Central Prefecture, Princess Moon Spirit, and the others were all stunned. In front of them was Wang Teng. He had the bearing of a celestial the Arch and was locked in battle with the Central Emperor. All the cult masters were afraid of him. Yet, he was fearless with the Dragon Transformation 8th transformation and dared to challenge him. Everyone still remembered that when Wang Teng threatened to kill his friends, Yi Fan said he would kill the North the Arch first. He actually went forward. This area contained ancient dragons. Yi Fan had studied it for a month and understood every inch of the land. He could borrow the power of the dragons for his own use, which was enough to fight against the sacred lords. "Brother, this is a battle with me, Wang Teng. Don't interfere," the Central Emperor said. His black hair fell over his shoulders. His fists and moves were calm and had the aura of an ancient sacred emperor. "All right." Yi Fan only spat out this word and stopped. He didn't go forward anymore and waited for the result of this battle. Wang Teng's expression was indifferent. He looked over and said, "I will use my the Arch sword to stain the blood of the sacred lords." "You haven't become a the Arch yet." Wu Zhongtian and the others sneered. "If anything happens to my brother, all of you will be killed. No one will survive." Wang Teng was indifferent. "How arrogant. Are you including me?" A voice traveled over. It was sonorous and powerful like the ringing of a golden bell. Boom! A jet black rod broke through the sky and smashed down. It was vigorous and powerful, and the laws of heaven and earth resonated with it. All the cult masters were shocked. The jet black rod was so heavy that even the celestial ground cracked. If it was anywhere else, the endless mountain range would have been turned into powder. Clang! Wang Teng used the celestial the Arch sword to meet the attack. It slashed on the black rod, and sparks flew everywhere like a meteor shower. All the experts dodged quickly. No one could imagine how terrifying this rod was. Black light flowed and almost collapsed the heaven and earth. It was definitely going to give all the sacred lords a headache. When the golden sacred sword and the jet black rod clashed, Wang Teng felt a huge force. His hand went numb. He knew that a great enemy had arrived. He opened his martial Dao heavenly eye, and golden light shot out. Many people couldn't look straight at it. However, two beams of piercing golden light shot out from the other side. A pair of golden eyes were like two divine suns with flames burning. Who was this? Everyone was bewildered. He dared to interfere in the battle between the Central Emperor and the North the Arch. He was extremely daring. Bang! It was another world-shaking strike. The jet-black rod almost sank the celestial ground. The power was too terrifying, and all the experts present were pale. Finally, Wang Ting, the Central Emperor, and the mysterious person separated and stopped temporarily. A sacred ape with golden fur and fiery eyes appeared on the battlefield. He held a black rod in his hand that stabbed upwards. The monkey had arrived. Li Heishui and the others heaved a sigh of relief. This was someone that even the sacred lords couldn't do anything about. He was ridiculously powerful. Boom! Not far away, the two primordial beings finally broke through the origin heaven pattern channel. They roared and rushed over, pouncing at Yi Fan. They didn't know what was going on. Damned brat, I'm going to kill you. I'll pluck out your soul and skin you for master. The monkey was furious when he saw the two primordial beings pouncing over. Before Yi Fan could make a move, a golden foot raised high and stomped over. His law-divine ability was even more terrifying. The furry foot stomped the two powerful primordial beings into the ground as if they were two bugs. Aren't you guys ashamed? Your race has lost all face because of you, and you still recognize your master. The monkey didn't want their lives because that wouldn't satisfy his anger. He trampled on them. He was like a divine ape that could swallow the heavens. He was as tall as a mountain. The two pitiful primordial beings were trampled into pancakes. They were paralyzed there, trembling and almost scared to death. You are the sacred prince? Sacred prince, spare our lives. The monkey was the only son of the primordial sacred Emperor Dozhan. Their race was too rare, and there wasn't anyone who couldn't recognize him. The two primordial beings were like mice that had seen a cat. Not to mention the difference in power, just the strict ranking of their race and the terrifying pressure made them tremble with fear. Disgraceful things, get over here. The monkey had a fiery temper. He turned into the size of a normal person and berated the two primordial beings. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This monkey was too domineering. Perhaps only he would dare to berate the North deity's servants in front of him. Sacred Prince, spare our lives. We have our difficulties. The two primordial beings were trembling as they scrambled over. Since you're willing to be slaves, don't blame me for cleaning up your household in your king's place. Come over and kowtow to my brother and apologize. The monkey pointed at Yi Fan. The two primordial beings were extremely unwilling, but under the monkey's divine might, they had no choice but to brace themselves and kneel there to apologize. Everyone was shocked. The sacred battle ape was so close to Yi Fan. This made many people's eyelids twitch. This wasn't good news. Who was this monkey? The sacred prince of the primordial times. Many primordial beings couldn't forget the all-powerful and invincible old Emperor Dozhan. He dared to fight against the heavens and was fearful of his son from the bottom of his heart. The people present already knew some secrets. After all, the eastern wasteland ancient race had appeared. Seeing this scene, they were all shocked. Yi Fan dared to fight the North deity alone. He had just forced his way forward, and now the domineering monkey was here. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Damned monkey! Why does the Saint Physique have such a relationship with the monkey? Many people couldn't help but curse. Chapter 638. The monkey looked like it was made of gold. Its golden fur flickered with brilliance, and its eyes were fiery and golden. The jet-black rod in its hand stabbed upwards. Yi Fan recognized it at first glance. This was the world-shocking weapon that was cut out from the divine source. It had pierced through more than one ancient king and drank the blood of a supreme king. Although the god within the weapon was in a deep slumber, it still had a terrifying demonic nature. Once it was awakened, it would be incomparable. The tip of the spear had been ground away by the monkey, and now it had turned into a jet-black iron rod. Although it was full of holes, It was hard to break. It wasn't very heavy either, and it was enough to cause the void to collapse. The identity of the sacred prince of the ancient times was too sensitive. He himself was so strong, and now that the ancient race was about to come into being, how many people would dare to provoke him? Many people's eyelids twitched. The two ancient life forms unwillingly kowtowed to Yi Fan and apologized. This caused Wang Ting, who was the host, to raise his eyebrows. If you're not happy, then come and die. Yi Fan spoke and took large steps forward. Dragon pillars rushed out from the ground and pierced through the surface. Everyone was astonished. Yi Fan dared to fight the North the Arch. Could it be that he really had a chance of winning? Everyone turned to look at him. He is growing very fast. In just a few years, he can already compete with the older generation. As expected of a saint physique. In just a few years, Yi Fan's battle strength had increased a lot. Everyone believed that if this continued, there wouldn't be many people who could suppress him in a few years. Then I will fulfill your wish. Use your saint blood to stain my the arch sword. Wang Ting walked over with steady steps. He held the golden saint sword in his hand and slashed at Jiang Yi from afar. Yi Fan faced him calmly. He took a step forward, and his heaven origin pattern flickered. They corresponded with the stars in the sky and flowed piece by piece. Pop! Suddenly, the ground split open, and a true dragon rushed out. Its green scales flickered, and its body was thick. Its huge claws flickered with cold light. It was majestic and unstoppable. A true dragon. Even though I know that it is formed from draconic energy, it is vivid and lifelike, too similar, no different from a living creature. This green dragon extended its body horizontally and slashed forward like a green saber. It collided with the celestial the arch sword and emitted a blinding brilliance. Wang Ting snorted coldly and pressed forward with large strides. He raised his sword and slashed diagonally, but the azure dragon leaped into the air and slashed horizontally, once again blocking his footwork. It's just an external force. It's useless against me. After I kill it, you'll die. Wang Teng's black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were sharp. Yi Fan was calm and at ease. With a light shout, hundreds and thousands of azure dragons rushed out from the ground. Every single one of them was like flesh and blood, incomparably powerful. In the back, the expressions of many holy lords finally changed. This kind of attack made them feel dizzy. This was the power of the Qinling Great Dragon, and Yi Fan could actually summon it at will. 1, 2, a few dozen was still manageable, but now there were hundreds of thousands of them, and their attacks were astonishing. 10,000 dragons contended for supremacy, swallowing and spitting out divine pearls. The expressions of Ouyang Yi and the others changed. The origin technique's profoundness was endless. This was a unique secret technique recorded in the heavenly source book that could draw upon the dragon origin. This made them extremely jealous and envious. In this place, a saint body can really fight with the North the Arch. The Jade Lake Saint Lady, the Great Xia Prince, Princess Moon Spirit, and the others were all moved. There were too few people in the younger generation who dared to wave their sabers at Wang Ting, but now, Yi Fan wanted to kill the North the Arch. The hearts of all the sect leaders palpitated. They had to be careful in this place. If they were killed by the saint body's origin technique, they would really have no place to cry. The origin technique is so terrifying that it can kill a holy lord. 10,000 dragons rushed out together, and green lightning flashed. Thunder shook the 9 heavens, and the place was surrounded by dragon energy. Wang Ting moved and charged in the middle of the 10,000 dragons, but the dragon energy was endless. After one was cut down, another appeared, and there were dragon shadows everywhere. "Break!" he shouted with his sword in hand. The power of laws was fully displayed, and all the dragon bodies were shattered. "Suppress!" Yi Fan also shouted. He formed seals with both hands and slashed the void. 9 ancient characters jumped out from his fingertips one after another. There were 9 mysterious ancient characters in the Tao scripture that could suppress one's body and achieve eternity. They were incomparably profound and unfathomable. Yi Fan had been studying them. In the past, he had used them against enemies, but he couldn't understand them. Now, there was endless dragon energy that he could borrow, which was equivalent to overflowing magic power. At this moment, he naturally thought of this divine technique. These were 9, the arch characters, and they possessed unfathomable power. Only the great emperor of the human race could recognize them. Ancient characters jumped out one after another, and a cage appeared in the air. The 9 characters sealed the sky, and no one could recognize them. What was the point? The 9, the arch characters intersected to form a cage. It's too mysterious. Everyone cried out. The 9 characters pressed down and slowly closed. A small world suddenly appeared, as if it was splitting heaven and earth apart. Chaotic mist flowed, and all the power was provided by the Qinling dragon. The Jade Lake Saintess and Princess Moonspirit's eyes were filled with splendor. Yi Fan was really going to suppress the North Emperor. This was truly shocking. Many of the older generation were horrified. He was just a cultivator at the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation, but he borrowed the power of the Qinling dragon to display such a supreme divine technique. It was too terrifying. The world cage was about to close. Wang Teng's expression finally changed. His tongue was like thunder as he chanted a divine sound. The heavenly eye of martial path opened, and it was as if a star field was vanishing. 9 ancient characters shot out from his eyes. Each one was incomparably terrifying, and it seemed as if they could cause chaos in the world. Yi Fan was shocked. The other party definitely grasped an ancient scripture. These were also 9, the arch characters, and they could be compared to the 9 characters he had grasped. Moreover, Wang Teng's strength was astonishing. He had comprehended enough and refined the 9 ancient characters into his eyes. It was shocking. Could his heavenly eye of martial path be refined like this? The void shook violently as the 18, the arch characters clashed, emitting terrifying waves. The small world that was being created was constantly evolving, but Wang Teng used his 9 characters to rush out. Everyone was astonished. Yi Fan really had the strength to fight Wang Teng here. It was not a lie. At the very least, he was not at a disadvantage right now. After the two separated, they did not rush together immediately. Instead, they stood in the air. Bang, bang. On the other side, the monkey lifted his furry feet and gave them a vicious kick. In front of Wang Teng, the 2 ancient creatures were trampled until they wailed like ghosts and gods. Shameful things, being someone else's slave, even I feel ashamed for your king. Just find a block of tofu and smash yourself to death. How was this kicking 2 ancient creatures? This was clearly cutting off Wang Teng's face. Enough! The North Emperor shouted. He strode forward with the celestial the arch sword in hand, his eyes as deep as the starry sky. The monkey cast him a sidelong glance and stepped on the 2 ancient creatures. He pointed his black iron rod forward and said, "I'll die to the side." His words were exactly the same as Yi Fan's, exactly the same. In the celestial ground, everyone was shocked. How many people dared to scold Wang Teng? Even the top divine lords were afraid. No one dared to provoke him. However, the monkey was the same as Yi Fan. They did not put him in their eyes at all and attacked with their iron rods. They were not afraid of someone with the bearing of a celestial the arch. Clang. Who was Wang Teng? Even the great ancient the arch when he was young could not compare to someone who had the bearing of the arch. He immediately drew his sacred sword and pointed it at the monkey's throat. You dare to point it at me? The monkey had a fiery personality. The black rod in his hand struck the ground with a bang, and the entire celestial ground shook. One was an immemorial sacred prince, and the other was known as the reincarnation of the human race's ancient arch. If the two clashed, it would be like a comet crashing into the earth. Buzz! The monkey attacked as soon as he said he would. He swung his black iron rod down. Black light swept across and everything moved. This was pure power, powerful and overbearing. Wang Teng's black hair draped over his shoulders. He didn't retreat and slashed out with the celestial the arch sword. It seemed to contain a heaven-splitting force. Around him, a true dragon, a divine phoenix, a white tiger, and a black tortoise appeared. The scene was extremely shocking. A violent tremor shook the hearts of everyone present. They were forced back by a hurricane-like force, and many people were sent flying like scarecrows. A few first-level Immortal Foundation experts coughed out blood because they were standing too close to the front and suffered from the impact. All of them were injured. The monkey attacked, and the North the Arch countered. The two of them fought intensely, causing mountains to collapse and tsunamis to collapse. Two supreme characters of the younger generation contended for supremacy, stirring the hearts of many. Clang. Another strike. The monkey's black iron rod was unparalleled. His divine strength was unparalleled, causing the celestial the arch sword to wail and Wang Teng's arm to feel numb. Before the supreme ancient the arch realm, there were tens of thousands of races. Although the battle saint ape race was rare, with only 2 or 3 of them, they were famous for their battle prowess and were known as the battle saint tribe. Wang Teng's expression was emotionless. The golden holy sword rose up once more as boundless laws blasted out. The sky darkened as the stars revolved one after another, pushed by the sword. At this moment, the cries of dragons and phoenixes surrounded Wang Teng, radiating boundless light. He was like an ancient emperor that had been revived, pushing the stars in the sky towards the monkey. The monkey swallowed the essence of the sun, and with his law incarnation, he stood tall. He swung his cudgel, shattering a star with a single strike, causing the faces of many to turn pale. Breaking a myriad of techniques with brute force. His combat prowess caused the scalps of many sect leaders to turn numb as their hearts shook. This monkey was too powerful, able to kill a hegemonic-level expert with a single strike. Such a person basically couldn't be fought head-on. One could only use heaven-defying magic power to deal with him. If not, a single strike from the cudgel would be able to break the bones and tendons of Saint Lords. The monkey swung his cudgel, shattering 108 stars in a single breath. Only then did he let out a long howl as he rushed forward with unstoppable might. The cudgel smashed down, clashing with the holy sword, causing loud clanging sounds to ring out. Many people screamed in misery as they covered their ears. Some cultivators even had blood flowing out from their ears. Wang Teng used the celestial the arch sword to block, enduring a mountain-like pressure. Every strike from the monkey was like a heavenly dome pressing down, causing his entire body to feel like it was about to break apart. He continuously retreated 9 steps as his body trembled violently. If it wasn't for the fact that the celestial the arch sword was a divine item, it would have been broken long ago. He could sense how tyrannical the monkey was. This monkey is too powerful, even the North the Arch has to avoid him. No wonder they're known as the Battle Saint tribe. In terms of strength, no one can compare to them. The only son of an ancient saint emperor, possessing an unrivaled bloodline inheritance. It's truly terrifying. This monkey's age isn't old, yet it has such might. Everyone was shocked and the various sect leaders were all mumbling. Could this monkey be comparable to its father and grow up to become the emperor of fighting in the future? The monkey didn't show any mercy. His cudgel strikes were more ferocious than the one before. He circulated his heavenly art and struck out a total of 81 times. If it wasn't for the immortal transformation pool and the dragon caves spitting out divine light, this place would have already sunk 81 times. What mountains and rivers, what heaven and earth. Nothing could withstand a single strike from the metal cudgel. It was enough to cause the entire mountain range to crumble and turn them into dust. Wang Teng retreated a total of 81 steps. The web between his thumb and forefinger had split open as fresh blood dripped down. In terms of strength, no one could compete with the monkey. You are known as the North the Arch? Quickly keep it away. What arrogance! You want to kill this and slay that? I'll just send you on your way. The monkey shouted. Wang Teng snorted coldly. He didn't say anything and started his counterattack. Although his strength could be compared to the Great the Arch when he was young, the other party was a true Saint Prince. Especially when the other party was known for their physique, his strength was truly incomparable. However, what kind of person was Wang Teng? He was comparable to the ancient the Arch and could be the main character of a part of the human race's history. He naturally had his extraordinary points. At this moment he used secret arts and laws to attack. The celestial the arch sword was like a rainbow. Once it was struck out, the heaven and earth were drowned in divine brilliance. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises all appeared. He shouted loudly and charged forward. With invincible might, he forced the monkey back 81 steps. Each strike was stronger than the one before, and the sharpness pierced through the sky. The strength of the North the Arch was also beyond everyone's imagination. Although the web between his thumb and forefinger was injured, it didn't affect his battle strength. At this moment he could still fight against the monkey. The two of them fought intensely, neither giving way to the other. "Brother monkey, let me kill him," Yifan said. He activated the source of the Qinling Mountain's dragon power and wanted to make a move. Everyone was speechless. Who was the North the Arch? Now, 2 people jumped out one after another and threatened to kill him. One was an immemorial saint prince, and the other had the human race's saint physique. Both of them were extraordinary. Chapter 639. During the primordial era, the few emperors could pluck the stars and capture the moon. Their methods were extraordinary and unimaginable. They were all heaven-defying creatures. Now, people deduced a trace of the old emperor of fighting's battle prowess from the monkey's strength. One had to know that the monkey had been sealed for over 1,000,000 years, but he had only cultivated for over 20 years. How terrifying was the emperor of fighting who had lived for countless years? He might be able to climb up to the 9 heavens and descend into the 9 underworlds, refining the stars and absorbing the sun. He was omnipotent. The monkey was truly enraged and was determined not to retreat. He swung his black iron rod to fight Wang Teng with heaven-shattering power. His eyes were fiery and golden, and his fur was golden and flickering. Yifan had no other choice. The monkey's temperament was like this, so it was useless to say anything more. The black iron rod wouldn't stop until the enemy was smashed into meat paste. It had to be said that Wang Teng was truly too powerful. He used the celestial the arch sword to block the black iron rod and unleashed all kinds of origin laws. He attacked and defended, showing no signs of losing. His eyes were terrifying. Every time he blinked, heaven and earth would ring as if the scriptures of the great Tao were ringing. When his eyes blinked, it was like a star domain, deep and unfathomable. It was destroyed and reborn, and the passing of an instant was like the passing of tens of millions of years. This was the martial path heavenly eye. All movements, moves, and secret techniques were no secret in his eyes. He could see through the origin, and no matter how fast the movements were, they would be as slow as snails in his eyes. Even the various sect masters didn't have the heavenly eye, yet he had cultivated it. This was a manifestation of the Tao on the path of cultivation. It was a qualitative leap. Some people couldn't form the heavenly eye even after becoming a saint. This was an extremely rare improvement of the physical body, and not many people in the world could have it. When Wang Teng's eyes opened and closed, terrifying power would flow out like a great millstone that could crush people. The martial path heavenly eye's light beam could destroy all things. Dang, dang, the monkey's black iron rod swung and struck these light beams, causing sparks to fly. Each strike was as heavy as the stars in the cosmos colliding. In the distance, everyone was astonished. The martial path heavenly eye was so terrifying, and its power was so shocking. It was comparable to the monkey's innate divine strength. Not only can he look directly at the origin of all things, but he also has such terrifying offensive power. Who can block him? There was no one who wasn't alarmed. The Eastern Wasteland's sacred lord, the Central Plains imperial lord, the Western Desert's divine monk, and the Southern Mountains demon lord were all moved. Ji Haoyue, the holy daughter of the Jade Lake, the princes and princesses of the divine dynasties, and the evil woman of the South Mountains gasped as well. Buzz! The void trembled like a painting. Wang Teng's eyes shot out 9 ancient characters, engraving themselves in the air. The martial Tao heavenly eye's radiance was terrifying, releasing a terrifying aura. It was as if it wanted to obliterate this world. That pair of eyes continuously flickered, as if stellar domains were being born and destroyed. The 9 ancient characters moved about, possessing a type of heaven-opening aura. Light shot out from his eyes, and the black iron rod was sent flying high into the air, almost piercing through the clouds. If it was any other weapon, it would have long turned into powder. It could destroy all living things, but this was a vicious weapon that gave birth to deities. Terrifying power, incomparable world-obliterating laws, these were the 9 characters left behind by the great ancient emperor. They possessed unimaginable origin power. The black iron rod in the monkey's hands almost flew out. He released a great roar, and only then did all of the golden hair on his body stand on end. Only then did he stabilize himself, almost suffering greatly. Swoosh! 2 sharp rays of light shot out. The monkey's golden eyes were also terrifying. He also had the heavenly eye, something he was born with. It was the inheritance of the old battle Saint Emperor. Chang Chang. The heavenly eye confronted each other. The light from their eyes were like blades, colliding together. Radiance splashed in all directions, splitting heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. This was just the power of 2 pairs of eyes. The 9 ancient characters actually have this kind of wondrous use. Yi Fan rubbed his chin, seriously thinking about it. Would he also be able to refine the 9 ancient characters he grasped into his eyes? Unfortunately, he only obtained a Dao scripture that didn't explain how to use the great emperor's characters. Once he refined them into his eyes, only heaven knew what would happen. Moreover, he might not necessarily refine them into his eyes, but other parts of his body. Without a flawless ancient scripture, he always felt that he was lacking something and couldn't comprehend it. The monkey showed his prowess and launched another fierce attack, forcing the arch to retreat. The son of the Emperor of Fighting not only had the Tao of Strength, but he also had all kinds of Emperor-grade secret arts. The battle was getting more and more intense. Ancient Chaos Thearcha's Saint Art. Everyone was astonished. The more they looked, the more they felt that Wang Teng's secret art was similar to the legendary Ancient Chaos Sutra. From a certain perspective, this was the decisive battle between the Ancient Chaos the Arch and the Emperor of Fighting, and it was unfolding through their successors. The more the monkey fought, the more ferocious he became. His innate talents were incomparable, but the Ancient Chaos Sutra was also extremely terrifying. When Wang Ting used it, it was hard to resist. Yi Fan transmitted another message. He felt that the monkey wouldn't lose, but it wouldn't be easy to kill the Arch. It was better not to let him borrow the power of the Qinling Great Dragon. No, I have to kill him with my own hands. The monkey's temper rose, and he became more and more courageous as he fought. He swung his rod like a black windmill. Everyone was speechless. These 2 were too powerful, and they were fighting to kill Wang Teng. That was the magnificent the Arch, and not many could match him. How did he become the prey now? Stop fighting, we're going to miss the time. The Qinling Great Dragon is starting to move. Someone cried out. Everyone knew that the Qinling Great Dragon would move. It would only stay in one place for a period of time before moving. It wouldn't stay there for a long time, and this was also the reason why no one had found it since the ancient times. That's right, the saint's body activated the great dragon's source power and alerted the dragon's cave. It has already developed intelligence and is about to leave. One of the dragon-seeking Earth Masters revealed the truth. What? Hurry up and charge over. Don't miss the time. Many people cried out. However, the monkey and Wang Teng stood in front of them and fought without stopping. They blocked everyone, and there was no way for them to pass. The 2 of you stop fighting. Otherwise, you'll miss the ancient immortal treasury. Someone advised. They really didn't want them to continue. Yi Fan observed the terrain, and his mind was moved. The great dragon was indeed moving. If they continued to delay, they might really miss the opportunity. Brother Monkey, stop fighting. If you can obtain either the Immortal Transformation Pool or the Dragon's Cave, you will have a chance to corroborate your Tao. You mustn't miss it. When the monkey heard this, he slowed down his attacks. Wang Teng also retreated. He didn't want to fight to the death anymore. Entering the Immortal Transformation Pool or the Dragon's Cave was the most important. Rumble, that dragon vein moved, and the ancient cave at the base of the mountain surged with essence energy. A dragon roar resounded through the 33 levels of heaven as if it came from the desolate land. In the blink of an eye, numerous figures dashed over. The sect leaders and holy lords were all on the move. Not a single one of them wasted any time. North the Arch didn't move. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he stared at Yi Fan's side. He stood on the golden ancient war chariot and looked down disdainfully. "I'm not late, right?" The blind old man appeared and waved his hand to call Li Heishui and the others over. He glanced at Wang Teng and said, "You haven't become an emperor after all. If you dare to hurt my juniors, I will dare to go to the northern plains and kill your people." Obviously, he had heard what North the Arch said before. As a living fossil, he normally wouldn't say such things. However, today Wang Teng threatened to kill Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, Lu Kou, and the others. This made him very unhappy. The sacred ground of the eastern wasteland was so strong, but none of the experts had ever attacked the descendants of the great bandits. They were all afraid. If the 13 bandits were ruthless, they could also kill all their disciples. On the other side, the Red Dragon Daoist and Peacock King appeared. They stood beside Yen Ryu and waved Pang Bo over. The great demon Pang Bo had a special status in the demon race. His status was no lower than Yen Ryu's, and he was the inheritor of Azure the Archin name. Wang Teng was shocked. The golden ancient war chariot under his feet shone brightly and could pierce through the void at any time. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't do anything against these living fossils. One of them could hurt him, but 2 of them could destroy his body and soul. These living fossils were unfathomable, and their strength was there for all to see. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed. He didn't say a word. Yi Fan, the monkey, the red dragon, and the others could all threaten him. He drove the golden ancient war chariot into the depths of the celestial ground. "Brother Monkey, don't go to the dragon cave. There's a terrifying creature there, and no one here can deal with it." Yi Fan transmitted a message. "No, I need the mortal elixir in the dragon cave. The immortal transformation pool doesn't have it." The monkey leaped up and rushed into the ancient cave. "Brother Monkey, I worshipped you the most in my hometown. I didn't think there would be someone like you. You all came out from a rock," Pang Bo shouted. The monkey was speechless and scratched his head. He didn't know what Pang Bo was talking about. He carried his black iron rod and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Crimson Dragon Daoist, Peacock King, and the blind old man nodded at Yi Fan. They also took action and rushed into the dragon cave. Living fossils like them all wanted to find the illusory dragon marrow to prolong their lifespans. After Yi Fan's reminder, the few of them nodded and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yen Ryu also followed. She probably had an extreme Dao Emperor weapon that could protect their lives. Most of the older generation people rushed into the ancient cave. The immortal treasures there were priceless to them. The undying god pill, illusory immortal essence, and other things couldn't be found in the mortal world. Now, there were clues. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others rushed into the immortal transformation pool. Ji Haoyue had already met up with her family members. However, Ji Ziyue was like a little tail that slipped away with Yi Fan's group. The immortal transformation pool was at the peak of a huge mountain. That place was overflowing with brilliant light and multicolored mist. It was extremely illusory, and the water was like jade. Spiritual energy surged down and submerged the entire mountain. When they got close, no one could fly. They were all blocked by a mysterious power. They could only climb up the mountain on foot. Even the sect masters couldn't do it. They could only climb up step by step. There were many people on the winding mountain road, and all of them were experts. As Yi Fan walked along the mountain path, he saw many old friends. The Jade Lake's saintess smiled sweetly, making the flowers pale in comparison as she joined them. "Brother Yi, long time no see. I'm here." A bronze-skinned barbarian wearing beast skin walked over with large strides. He held a wolf fang club in his hand. It was Dong Fang Yi. "Barbarian." Pang Bo laughed and punched him. Naturally, he recognized him. Dong Fang Yi was famous in the unique warrior residence. Because one time, he almost smacked Wang Chong to death with his club. This time, the third beauty of the Central Plains, Princess Yudai, didn't come. Otherwise, the trio that robbed Duanda would have gathered together. They all laughed. "I saw that fatty just now. I reckon he's also coming up." Dong Fang Yi said. quickly hide the 9 divine weapons. That fatty is not a good person. Yi Fan reminded Pang Bo, don't worry. The 9 divine weapons have fused with my 9 slashes of the demon god. He can't do anything even if he sees it. Pang Bo said, don't be afraid of him. Ji Ziyue's black gem-like eyes looked around. She searched for Duanda and said angrily, if he dares to appear, my Saint Lord won't let him go. He's too evil. Before Duanda left the eastern wasteland, he had visited the Ji family's cemetery. In the end, he had stolen a divine king's tomb. The Ji family's elders chased him for hundreds of thousands of li, but he still managed to escape. This damn fatty is really unpopular. Yi Fan laughed. Why are there so many sect master-level characters? Li Heishui felt that something was wrong. Those were supreme characters with unfathomable strength. It would be difficult for them to compete. Not all the older generation characters rushed to the Dragon Cave. Many people rushed to the Celestial Transformation Pond. They were all powerful characters. This time, it was divined by Divine Diviner. It is different from the past. That's why so many people came. Jade Lake Saint Lady opened her mouth. This Divine Diviner is not simple. Yi Fan had heard of him more than once. He had always wanted to catch his disciple. He is indeed mysterious. Few people know of his background. Jade Lake Saint Lady smiled. Sister of Jade Lake, you are really beautiful. You are as beautiful as me. Ji Ziyue was a little mischievous and narcissistic. Her eyes turned into crescent moons. How narcissistic. Yi Fan knocked on her smooth, jade-like forehead. This is called confidence, okay? Ji Ziyue slapped his hand away. She grinded her shiny little canine teeth and rolled her eyes at him. The group was very relaxed. They arrived at the mountain peak calmly. In the process, no one dared to harm them. In this place, Yi Fan could activate the Qinling Dragon Source. He even dared to kill the North the Arch just now. Even the older generation avoided him, not daring to touch him. At this moment, Yi Fan had the power of the initial formation of the Saint Physique. No one dared to stop him. In the distance, a fat Daoist appeared. He came to the mountain and stared at Yi Fan and the barbarian. Unscrupulous. Celestial being. Duanda wanted to vomit blood. Last time, he was stripped naked. Even the shoes and socks, which were secret treasures, were worn by the barbarian. The worst thing was that he even worked with the two of them. It was only when Yi Fan used the 9 divine weapons that he realized which bastard robbed him. This Dao grandpa is not done yet. Duanda gritted his teeth. Finally, Yi Fan and the others approached the Celestial Transformation Pond. The water flowed with multicolored light. The mist was dense and beautiful. Brother, you're here too. At this place, Yi Fan saw the sickly old man and went up to greet him. Pang Bo and the others didn't dare to be slow. They also went up to greet him. They had heard Yi Fan talk about this before. They knew that this was most likely an extraordinary mutant. That's not right. There's life in the celestial pool. Could it be that another creature like Azure the Arch was born? Some of the older generation was surprised. Since ancient times, this lake had too many secrets. There were countless precious materials like the green copper. Azure the Arch was born from it. It was said that during the ancient times, fragments of imperial weapons had fallen here. It was hard to imagine how many divine items there were now. Since ancient times, not many people had successfully entered. This time, it was very special. Someone had deduced it, which led to the gathering of heroes. Chapter 640. The lake water was clear and bright like a pool of fine wine. Multicolored light overflowed, mists rising, mists curling about. It was a sparkling and translucent expanse. The Immortal transformation pool was at the summit of an enormous mountain. Even though it wasn't that large, it gave one the misconception of a world. Correct, it wasn't like a pool of water, but rather a lively and beautiful small world. This place seemed to contain the secrets of the origin of life. There is a sound. A pool of jade liquid connected the endless blue skies, releasing the sound of surging tides. It was as if someone was seated in the void, explaining the great Tao of the creation of heaven and earth. The immortal pool's surface was clear and crystalline, multicolored mists swirling about. 5 colors shone brilliantly, water specks speckling about. It wasn't that intense and could be considered gentle, but it made quite a few people frown. It was because they could vaguely hear heaven and earth chanting ancient scriptures. Put on. A cultivator couldn't hold himself back any longer, the first to jump into the lake, fiercely diving down to search for emperor weapon fragments and other holy objects. It is definitely the extreme Dao emperor weapons that shattered here. It is the great Dao scriptures within them that are echoing. Chung. There were cultivators who raised their swords, fighting for the sake of choosing an advantageous position. With a piu sound, a head flew, blood splashing outwards, corpse falling onto the ground. Everyone couldn't remain calm when facing the immortal pool, all of them taking action. Many people jumped into the lake one after another, wishing to fish up world-shocking holy objects. Intense fluctuations transmitted outwards. 2 sect master-level figures took action, stirring up a great wave. The immortal pool's life essence energy flowed in all directions, making the hearts of everyone here tremble. If one could obtain either the immortal transformation pool or the ancient dragon cave, then they would have a sliver of hope of verifying the Tao. This legend spread far and wide, so everyone was naturally moved. Everyone wanted to obtain something. In that short instant, there were already several dozen people who jumped in. The others weren't willing to fall behind, jumping in one after another. Something's not right, why isn't a single person coming up? Gzum muttered softly. The lake water was clear, pure like sapphire. Streak after streak of auspicious multicolored light swirled about, but no one jumped out from the water surface, only entering but not coming out. Many experts were alarmed, already sensing that something was wrong. They all stopped their footsteps, and those who had just jumped up also cried out in alarm, forcefully flipping back. Just now, a great figure also jumped in, not coming back up. Someone said softly. The others all shivered inwardly, no longer daring to act blindly. Could it be that something unexpected happened to these people, dying below? People were scared. Let this old man take a closer look. One of the dragon-seeking earthly masters stepped forward and opened his eyes to observe the immortal lake. Everyone held their breaths and quietly listened to what he was going to say. They were faced with an immortal land that could prove their Tao, but they were unable to enter. Everyone was nervous and anxious. There should be no problem. This is a true land of ascension, indescribably wondrous, unparalleled in the world. How could there be danger? The dragon-seeking geomaster muttered to himself. Yang Yi stepped forward. He came from the eastern wastelands and was extremely famous in the origin technique world. He was infinitely close to becoming an origin master, and his methods were outstanding. This immortal lake is extremely perfect, not the slightest flaw to be found. It could be said to be a place where true immortals descended. There are definitely no problems. They didn't come up. Could it be that they are hiding below? The Genesis Technique Grandmasters from the Eastern Wilderness all stepped forward and agreed with Yang Ye's judgment. This was a perfect place for immortal ascension. A Genesis Technique Grandmaster said, "Brother Yi is also here. His Genesis techniques are unique, and as the successor of our Eastern Wastelands Heaven Masters, I believe that he must have some brilliant ideas. Little friend Yi, don't hide anything. If you have any ideas, I hope you can share them and give us some pointers," Yang Yi said in a neutral tone. Yi Fan glanced at him. This old thing had bullied him time and time again in the Eastern Wasteland. When his identity as a saint physique was exposed in the northern region's divine city, he had almost died because of it. At this moment, if no one else was present, Yi Fan would have already made his move and sent this old thing to hell. However, he was walking together with several powerful experts, so he was not easy to deal with. "You've already said what you need to say. What else do you want me to say?" Yi Fan said. Yang Yi twirled his beard and said, "That's not right. You've obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master, so you should have some unique ideas. I hope you won't be stingy and dispel the doubts of everyone here." There were several sect master-level figures beside him, and they were the ones who had invited him from the Eastern Wasteland. At this moment, he had nothing to fear. "Old fellow, are you tired of living? Even now, you still want to sow discord. Be careful that Master Pang doesn't catch you and feed you to the dogs. Pang Bo spoke in a boorish manner. Young man, why must you be so overbearing? This old man is merely seeking guidance on behalf of our fellow Daoists, Yang Yi said. If Brother Yi knows, I hope you can give us some pointers so that our fellow Daoists won't die in vain, an elder spoke. From the way he addressed Yi Fan, one could tell that he had a certain degree of trepidation towards Yi Fan. A first-layer Immortal Foundation expert actually spoke in the tone of someone of the same generation. At this point, other than mortal enemies like the Yin Yang sect and Yang Yi, at the very least on the surface, not many people were willing to offend the Saint physique. His growth was simply too fast. In just a few years, he was already at the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation. Every time he was suppressed, he would grow even stronger, causing people to feel incomparable trepidation. Little friend, please enlighten us. A sect master-level character spoke. Many people echoed his words. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't offend the crowd. He circled around the immortal transformation pool and seriously pondered for a long time before speaking. When things reach an extreme, they will always move in the opposite direction. If one is too perfect, there would definitely be a great regret. This place is undoubtedly the flying immortal grounds, but there would definitely be great danger. Everyone, please be careful. What? It's said in the legends that the immortal transformation pool is a place of great danger? In that case, those who entered earlier all died? Instantly, the countenances of many people changed. Little friend Yi, please don't be stingy and allow us all to have an immortal fate, Yang Yi spoke. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. When these three fuse together, there's no solution in this world. Yi Fan spoke. What he said was the truth. Just the first, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction, was something no one could break. Back then in the forbidden grounds of the absolute beginning era, the 4th generation Yuan Taoist master died there in his later years. Little friend, this is where you're wrong. So many of us came here. Are you going to let us all return empty-handed? Since you obtained the original heavenly book, you must have a way to break it. Don't tell me you're going to monopolize this place? Yang Yi sneered. Old man, I think you're tired of living. Do you want to force us? If you want to die, just say it. Dong Fang Yi was like a barbarian. He held the wolf-tooth club in his hand and glared at him. Yang Yi was protected by several sect masters. Although she wasn't afraid, she was still angered by such direct words. Die far away. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Yi Fan stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were ice cold as he stared at the original technique expert. Help. Suddenly, the water in the immortal pool split open. A 3-inch tall silver person rushed out and cried for help. This was an incomparably powerful divine sense belonging to the almighty expert who had just jumped into the lake. It was a humanoid god formed from the mind power in the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, his physical body had disappeared. Only the silver person had escaped. This was enough to explain the problem. He had encountered a disaster. Dao friend, what happened? A sect master shouted. The silver person was incomparably terrified. A crack appeared in the space between his eyebrows. Then, with a bang, it shattered into 4 pieces and turned into a white light that disappeared into the lake. This was an almighty expert, but he died just like that. Everyone couldn't help but retreat. Their bodies were shivering and their hearts were filled with cold air. After a long time, a sect master opened his mouth and said, Little friend Yi, please give us some pointers. The people beside Yang Yi also spoke up one after another, asking him to explain and point out a path. The Heavenly Origin book was a wondrous book. Many people were almost superstitious about it. They believed that it could decipher all the terrains in the world. Young man, don't be so solitary. In this kind of place, we need to work together. It's not too realistic to want to swallow the immortal transformation pond alone. Otherwise, there will be a great disaster, Yang Yi said. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Yi Fan didn't have the slightest good impression of him. He took a large step forward and the Heavenly Origin rune under his feet flickered. A scarlet dragon rushed out and turned into a scarlet sky as it pounced towards Ouyang Yi. Clang! A sect master took action and blocked the scarlet sky. The mountain peak shook violently and everyone was shocked. Yi Fan could really compete with a sect master. Little friend, why do you have to kill him? That sect master said. We just look down on this lowly person. Have all these years been wasted on a dog? Li Heishui was the first to speak. The others all stared at Ouyang Yi. This is the land of flying immortals. It's accompanied by great calamity that can't be resolved. If everyone wants to obtain something, then search the shallow waters. Yi Fan spoke. He was the first to walk towards the lake. Pang Bo, Dong Fangyi, Li Heishui, the Jade Lake Saintess, Ji Ziyue, and the others followed. They entered the lake and the water was knee-deep. They didn't dare to go any further. The others also followed after seeing this. They scattered around the lake and searched carefully. Not long after, someone cried out in alarm, "Divine object!" One of the middle-aged men scooped up a piece of scarlet jade from the water. It was as big as a person's head, and it was bright red and glistening. The multicolored light it emitted illuminated all the bones in his body, making his body almost transparent. Scarlet Jade, King of the Ninth Heaven. Heavens, this is a peerless divine object that even the ancient saints couldn't find. It can be refined into an immortal holy weapon. The group's eyes were red. The sect masters couldn't sit still and rushed over. Many people secretly wanted to snatch it. Suddenly, the head-sized Scarlet Jade King turned into a scarlet rainbow and left the man's palm. It flew into the center of the lake and disappeared. That young expert almost fainted. He thought he had ascended to heaven, but the next moment he was kicked out. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. The peerless divine object that the ancient saints couldn't find in their entire lives. I hate it. The others were also stunned. They were all incomparably regretful. The Scarlet Jade King of the Ninth Heaven had gained intelligence and escaped on its own. There are treasures in the celestial pond. Since ancient times, fragments of imperial weapons have fallen here. Even Emperor Qing was born here. Quickly search. The people on the shore were boiling. This was just the beginning and someone had already seen a divine object. One could imagine what was in the lake. There really are treasures. Pang Bo muttered. He poked Yi Fan and said, "You have to find the heavenly book of origin. Search carefully and find 2 extreme divine objects. Yeah, if we can fish out an imperial weapon fragment, it'll be worth it no matter what price we pay." The barbarian's eyes shone. "Little Yi, you have to look carefully." Little Moon of the Ji family said in a small voice. The Jade Lake Saintess smiled at the side. "You guys follow me. I want to walk a certain distance in the depths," said Yi Fan. Now, not only did Yi Fan make this decision, the others were also fearless. They walked into the depths bit by bit in search of immortal weapons. Suddenly, a great tremor sounded. The ancient dragon cave at the base of another great peak took in and spat out a true dragon origin. A draconic cry rose into the 9 heavens and descended into the 9 netherworlds. It was clear that a group of sect master-level characters had entered and triggered a great change. The ancient dragon cave seemed to have revived. In the ancient cave, there were mortal immortal pills, fantasy-grade divine marrow, and even sacred spirits comparable to great emperors. Many people's expressions changed. The ancestor of the Kai clan, the 4th-generation Yuan Daoist master, has also come into being? Yi Fan was bewildered. Hee. Ouyang Yi laughed coldly and said, "The draconic energy here has returned to its origin. It can't be used by others." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Fan. Ouyang Yi was clearly telling them that they could kill him now. "Ouyang Yi, you will die today without a doubt. No one can save you," Yi Fan said calmly. "Can you compare to me if you can't summon the draconic energy?" Ouyang Yi laughed coldly. He had already made sufficient preparations to eliminate Yi Fan. Something's wrong. Is there still a great emperor alive in this world? On the shore, the sickly old man spoke in horror. His dim eyes shot out 2 terrifying rays of light, causing the nearby sect masters to retreat in fright. Chapter 641. Inside the eternal dragon cave, draconic cries sounded. The ancient cave flickered between light and darkness, a pair of lantern-like eyes flickering about, making one feel suffocated. Dragon, don't tell me there really is a deity like this? This is the Ascension Immortal land. Perhaps there really is such an existence. Qinling Dragon Cave's name had been passed down through the endless ages. It wasn't impossible for there to be a true dragon here, because there were all types of rumors about deities before the archaic era. There is a true dragon sleeping in this ancient cave? The language used by the 10,000 archaic clans was divine text, created by deities. If there was an unmatched existence in a certain period of history, then some people could accept it. The ancient cave was clearly dark and unstable, continuously taking in and sending out dragon essence, as if it was reviving. A divine pearl appeared, bright red and replete with moisture, rising and falling within the 10,000 streaks of vital energy. When this pearl appeared, everyone became petrified. Then, many people's eyes became red, rushing forward while striving to be the first. The living fossil-level figures all went crazy. A pearl spat out by a true dragon. This is a divine pearl. There is a deity inside. The legendary dragon pearl has appeared. There really is this type of immortal treasure. The bright red and replete pearl was sparkling and translucent like an agate, its diameter more than a meter. It was an enormous immortal pearl, its dreamlike colors making one feel intoxicated. In front of the eternal dragon cave, everyone's blood vessels surged, their hearts stirred. Most of them were sect master-level figures, their achievements great, doing everything they could to seize it. Dragon essence surged, the ancient cave deep and serene, taking in and sending out sunlight essence. The divine pearl disappeared with a flash. Everyone rushed inside, not a single person able to remain calm. In front of the ancient cave, there was no one left, all of them disappearing. Everyone rushed in. By the immortal pond, many cultivators looked at each other in dismay. Many people regretted not choosing the dragon cave. That really was a divine pearl. They saw it with their own eyes, able to seize natural luck from the heavens, allowing one to corroborate the Tao. A divine pearl left behind by a true dragon, is this indirectly proving the existence of immortals? Figures flickered. There were two sect masters who rushed down the mountain, changing their choice to the eternal dragon cave to seize opportunities, because that enormous divine pearl was too important. Little Leaf, did you see anything? Can we seize the dragon pearl? That really is an immortal treasure. Li Heishui rubbed his hands. Don't go. There is most likely an ancient sacred spirit there. No one in the present world can fight against it, so it is even more dangerous than this place. Yi Fan's expression was serious. According to his judgment, the ancient cave at the base of the mountain could only be entered but not exited. Unless one was protected by an extreme emperor weapon, no matter how many people entered, they would die. Young man, can I borrow the source heavenly scripture to take a look? Let us study it together so that we can break through the celestial pool and let our fellow Daoists here have immortal fate. Ouyang Yi twirled his long beard and said in a neutral tone, This old thing is about to make a move. Don't get too close to me. Yi Fan secretly warned. That won't do. Now that the dragon source is restrained, you can't borrow the power of the Qinling dragon. Let us help you, said Dongfeng. It doesn't matter. I can kill him with my own methods. Yi Fan shook his head. The others also stepped forward, wanting to attack together with him. He's just an Earth Source Master. I can kill him with the 9 slashes of the Demon Sovereign without a problem. Don't worry. Although the Qinling Dragon's power is restrained, there are other benefits underground. This is the immemorial celestial pool. It contains endless mysteries and can be used by me. Yi Fan smiled. Hearing him say this, the others were instantly relieved. Li Heishui glanced at Ouyang Yi and said, Old thing, you really have nothing better to do. You are courting death. Junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ouyang Yi's face darkened. She stared at Yi Fan and then scanned the surroundings, saying, Yi Fan, if you want to take the celestial pool for yourself, many Daoists will not agree. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Maybe even your myriad chi cauldron will be thrown away here. This was definitely a fight. He purposely pointed out the great emperor's exclusive holy relic so that the others would also attack and kill Yi Fan. You are really a snobbish person. Yi Fan had no fear. He waded through the lake water and walked towards Ouyang Yi, his killing intent soaring. Young people don't know their limits. Although you have some fame, you shouldn't be so disrespectful to people of the older generation. Not far away, 4 old men walked out. 2 of them were actually half-step supreme experts. Ouyang Yi had a smile on his face. He flicked his sleeves and clasped his hands behind his back as he stood there with his head held high. He had a carefree look on his face as he watched the show. Flaunting your seniority. All of you scram. If I want to kill Ouyang Yi, no one can stop me. Yi Fan spoke in a heavy voice. You're still young after all. Don't you know that it's very easy for you to die like this? Since ancient times, many geniuses died prematurely. Do you want to follow in their footsteps? One of them coldly spoke. Scram. Yi Fan roared. He flicked his sleeves and transformed into a beam of blue light that lashed out. Junior, you are courting death. One of the mid-stage first-layer Immortal Foundation experts coldly spoke as he lifted his hand to attack. Bang! The 2 of them collided violently. Yi Fan stood there unmoving while that old man was like a wooden puppet that was flung through the air. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as his face turned as pale as paper. Another person stepped forward. His palm glowed with a divine light as he took out a pair of dragon shears. The shears transformed into a beam of light and flew over. The 2 flood dragons intersected, wanting to slice Yi Fan into 2. Bang! Yi Fan spat out a strand of Xiantian essence chi that destroyed the shears like a candle being blown out. The mixed origin unity chi caused that person to spit out blood as he was flung through the air. Merely so. He stood there proudly as he took large strides forward. What? The crowd exclaimed in shock. Almost everyone didn't dare to believe that Yi Fan could so casually injure 2 first-layer Immortal Foundation experts. He didn't borrow the draconic chi for his own use but was using his own strength. Even first-layer Immortal Foundation experts were defeated so miserably. But there's a difference of 7 to 8 levels between them. 8 level, he has touched upon the 8-level domain. Instantly, the countenances of some sect leader-level characters changed as they guessed the truth. If not, it was impossible for Qin Wenyan to cross so many levels. The human body had a total of 5 great secret realms. They were the Sea of Reincarnation, Dao Palace, for extremes, Dragon Transformation, and Immortal Foundation. Among them, the Immortal Foundation was the most unique. Every layer was equivalent to a great secret realm in the past, and the difference in strength was immense. The first layer of the Immortal Foundation was equivalent to 9 levels in the past. However, it wasn't divided into different levels. Instead, it was divided into initial stage, mid-stage, and peak stage. 8 level, after so many years, there's actually someone who has touched upon the 8-level domain. The expressions of the older generation all changed. Since ancient times, such people were extremely rare. Usually, they would grow up to become heaven-shaking experts. Previously, when Yi Fan revealed the combat prowess of an 8-level domain, no one spread the news. Hence, the people of the world didn't know about it. Today, for the first time, they were in an uproar. 8 level. The crowd could only mutter these 3 words. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden had a strange look on her face. The Alcade Saint Child had a look of shock on his face. The number 2 beauty of the Central Prefecture, Princess Moon Spirit, had a divine glow in her eyes. The kings of the 5 regions were all moved. The emotions of the younger generations were all different. The various sect leaders all had solemn expressions on their faces. They didn't say a word as their thoughts spun like lightning. No one knew what they were thinking. The gazes of everyone were focused on Yi Fan. 8-level domains were extremely rare. Once one touched upon them, they would be invincible in the entire world. This was the explanation given by the ancient people. It's merely an 8-level domain. Before he matures, there's nothing special about killing him. As long as he attains the major completion Saint Physique, everything is possible. Ouyang Yi sinisterly spoke. This was to remind everyone that they had to kill as soon as possible. Now was the best opportunity, and they could still obtain the myriad chi cauldron. Two old men blocked the way. Right now, both of them were ruthless. These two were half-step experts, characters at the peak of the first level of Immortal Foundation. One of them opened his mouth and spat out a copper pagoda that was 1 inch tall. In an instant, it expanded to over 10 feet tall and descended, enveloping Yi Fan's head, wanting to suppress him. Junior, so what if you've reached the 8th level? With my absolute cultivation base, I can crush you like stepping on an ant. Before you mature, you're nothing. The other person's eyes gleamed sinisterly. He opened his mouth and spat out a small bronze man. At first, it was only 1 inch tall, but it rapidly grew into a giant with the strength to uproot mountains and rivers. With a single step, the mountains trembled. If you haven't reached the major completion stage, you're just an ant. Stomping you to death will end everything. Your so-called future is nothing but a dream. I won't let you continue growing. The two of them laughed sinisterly. They each took out their weapons, wanting to kill Yi Fan. They had long decided that they wouldn't give him a chance to grow. Boom! Suddenly, elemental energy surged, and immortal light shot out from the celestial pool. Yi Fan's right hand enlarged, grabbing the copper pagoda that was over 10 feet tall. He snatched it over and smashed it down like a piece of straw. What? The half-step mighty figure was shocked and retreated decisively. But it was already too late. Yi Fan was like a god. The copper pagoda in his hands smashed down, shattering the half-step mighty figure and turning him into a pile of blood paste. He couldn't resist at all. Boom! Yi Fan swung the copper pagoda and smashed it heavily onto the bronze man. The two weapons released dazzling sparks and both shattered. At the same time, the half-step mighty figure was smashed until his bones were broken. His body and spirit were both destroyed. Nothing was left. In the blink of an eye, 2 half-step mighty figures had died. The people beside the celestial pool retreated in complete silence. Yi Fan could draw upon the power of the celestial pool and still fight a top holy lord. This made many people feel that things were not good. The Book of Source Heaven is indeed extraordinary. Ouyang Yi was horrified. Even he couldn't summon the power of this place, but Yi Fan did it. He laughed coldly, and Genesis runes appeared under his feet. In that instant, Yi Fan's hair stood on end. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart. He used the row formula and flew to the side. Bang! A small sun flew out. Its golden light shone brightly and evaporated the place where Yi Fan had been standing. Mist flowed, and everything disappeared. A divine source block. This was a divine source block the size of a human head. It was densely covered in runes that contained endless mysteries. It could instantly flatten the endless mountain range. Divine light shone brightly, and the other 3 divine source blocks appeared. They were similar in size and froze in the air. Intense divine power waves destroyed everything, and Genesis runes covered them. Ouyang Yi, you're crazy. Yi Fan's heart turned cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Each divine source block was worth 500,000 kilograms of pure divine source. There was a large block with complicated Genesis techniques carved on it. Once it was broken, all life within 100 miles would be exterminated and turned into scorched earth. Don't worry, this is the 4 symbols heaven origin formation. It will only refine you and not harm anyone else. Kid, I'll send you to see the previous Yuan Daoist master. Ouyang Yi chuckled, which made one's hair stand on end. 4 divine source blocks the size of a human head were arranged in 4 directions, trapping Yi Fan in the center. A terrifying aura flowed out, and golden divine light shot into the sky like 4 suns hanging there. The densely packed divine source runes glowed and rushed out together. Every divine source block transformed into a celestial spirit, and a suffocating power flowed out. A small dragon, a divine phoenix, a celestial tiger, and a black tortoise were all less than a foot long. They were all golden and lifelike. They guarded the 4 directions, and each opened their mouth to spit out a stream of light. They began to refine Yi Fan. With a violent tremor, the myriad chi cauldron appeared and floated above Yi Fan's head. Wisps of heaven and earth chi poured down, protecting him inside. The 4 divine source blocks contained boundless divine power, and the pressure they brought him was too great. He sat cross-legged on the ground, formed seals with his hands, and guided the celestial light in the celestial pool for his own use. He carved words in the void, and each word flashed with a metallic luster. They were branded in the void, and they rang like heavenly swords being unsheathed. 6 seals for immortals? Liang Yi was shocked. Yi Fan's improvement in Genesis techniques was too fast, and it was beyond his understanding. It had only been a few years, and this heaven origin forbidden technique had already reached the 3rd seal. The position of the 6 seals for immortals in Genesis techniques was like the peerless secret technique deduced by the great human emperor. It was at the peak, and it contained infinite mysteries. I can even seal powerful beings. Ouyang Ye's face was pale, and he staggered back. Yi Fan used the 6 seals for immortals, and ancient characters jumped out one after another, branded in the void, forming a pattern, and tore a corner of the 4 symbols heaven origin formation. With the myriad chi cauldron above his head, he stood up and slowly walked out, pressing forward. Not good. Ouyang Ye's expression changed, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Don't worry. At this moment, a powerful being beside him stood up and shouted, "Go back!" This was a powerful being from the Shao clan of the Central Plains. Like the Yin Yang sect, they had a great grudge against Yi Fan, and Ouyang Yi was invited by them. He stretched out a hand to cover the opening, wanting to push Yi Fan back into the origin formation and turn him into ashes. Don't move recklessly, Ouyang Yi shouted, but it was too late. Yi Fan drew the divine power from this powerful being, and he quickly stepped out of the origin formation. The foot-long little dragon, divine phoenix, celestial tiger, and black tortoise all let out a cry and entered the god origin formation. Clang, clang. The ancient characters that Yi Fan carved flashed in the void, and they were like sword hums, shaking the heavens and earth. The 4 god origin formations were suppressed. With a flash of light, Yi Fan took out the cauldron and put them in. This is a great gift. To thank you, I will personally send you to immortality. With every step he took, an immortal light rushed out from the lake, surrounding him in the center. After 9 steps, his body was resplendent, and every inch of his flesh was almost transparent. Endless immortal light enveloped him, and with every move, he could command the heaven and earth. With the source of the great Tao, he could look down on many powerful beings. You can't kill him. The powerful being from the Shao clan sneered. Other than that, there were 2 other powerful beings from the Yin Yang sect near the celestial pond. They walked out from the darkness and pressed forward. Their main force was at the dragon cave. 3 powerful beings attacked together to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan finally calmed down. His allies didn't throw him away, and they laughed coldly as they stared at Yi Fan. Those who block my way will die under my feet, and blood will splatter everywhere. Yi Fan was unwavering as he walked forward. The younger generation, the Jade Lake Saintess, Yao Guang Saint Child, Princess Moon Spirit, and the kings of the 5 regions were all shaken. They stared forward and watched this battle. The sect masters also had serious expressions as they stared at the people in the field. While the lake water boiled, and endless immortal light surged, submerging Yi Fan. The battle began. 4 figures soared through the clouds like dragons, mountains collapsing and seas roaring as they fought intensely. In this place, his battle prowess can really be compared to a divine lord. Yi Fan's movements were bold, and the immortal light was like a sea. He was like a true dragon leaping about, and his palms and fingers continuously smashed the void. Not long after, Ouyang Yi shouted, "Not good." Unfortunately, it was too late, and nothing could be stopped. Wherever Yi Fan slapped the void, there would be imprints flickering. The immortal forbidden 6 seals appeared, sealing the 3 powerful beings within. He used the power of the immortal light to complete all of this. I said that those who block me will die. Yi Fan took out a divine source block from the cauldron and activated it. He withdrew himself from this sealed land. Dazzling divine light surged. Everything within this narrow space no longer existed. The small world was melted down, returning to its original state. Ah! The great being released a heart-tearing, lung-splitting scream. The divine source block engraved with endless innate patterns exploded. The scene was horrifying, as if a sun was collapsing. However, all of this was blocked by the immortal forbidden 6 seals. No! Yang Yi shouted loudly. The divine source block was refined by him, and the expenditure was great. The cost was shocking, yet in the end, it caused the deaths of people on his side. Damned immortal forbidden 6 seals! He roared. All of the spectators felt a chill from head to toe. In this kind of place, Yi Fan summoned the power of the immortal pond for his own use. It was just too terrifying. There were 3 great beings, and they were finished just like that. When everything calmed down, the characters engraved in the void also became dim. The immortal light couldn't hold on anymore either. The power of the divine source block was too terrifying. The narrow space was unsealed. One of them had his body and soul destroyed, and the other 2 had badly damaged bodies. They staggered out, but they had lost all of their magical power and couldn't fight anymore. Yi Fan struck out with his palm, and one of the bodies shattered. He raised his leg and kicked to the side, and the last person also turned into dust. "Don't kill me!" Yang Yi shouted loudly, retreating in fear. Now who dared to stop him? 3 great beings had died tragically, and no one was willing to fight against Yi Fan in this place. It wasn't worth it. I said that no one can save you. Yi Fan walked forward and pointed out with a finger. A bloody hole appeared on Yang Yi's head. He screamed and fell to the ground, dying a violent death. Boom! At the base of another great mountain, the dragon cave shook violently. All the sect masters were fighting over the divine pearl. Crack! The divine pearl with a diameter of more than a meter finally cracked under the power of many holy lords. From within, a humanoid creature covered in red hair fell out. What? There was such a creature in the dragon pearl. Everyone was shocked. The humanoid creature with red hair opened its eyes and shot out 2 beams of bloody light. It let out a loud roar, causing the holy lord's blood to churn, and they almost fainted. What is that? Above the celestial pond, everyone looked down and saw everything in the ancient cave. All of them were shocked. The 3rd-generation ancestor Yuan Tian, an ominous event happened in his later years, and he grew to this state. What exactly is he? Yi Fan's heart trembled. He opened his divine eyes and observed carefully. The Yuan Taoist master had too many terrifying secrets in his later years. This must be the 3rd-generation ancestor. All the ominous events gathered in one body, and perhaps it was about to be revealed. Boom! An even more horrifying aura erupted, rushing out from the depths of the eternal dragon cave. It made everyone's minds tremble, almost kneeling down. There really is an ancient saint spirit. The sickly old man's eyes shot out 2 terrifying beams of light, and he muttered to himself, "If the ancient emperors don't appear, who can fight against them?" Beside the celestial pond, many people couldn't bear the pressure and fell to the ground. A young man even fell into the lake, and when he struggled to get up, he grabbed a green copper block from the bottom of the lake. There was a small green lotus growing on it. Chapter 642. This was a youngster that was still a bit tender. He sat in the shallow waters of the immortal lake, and in his hand was a fist-sized green copper piece that was mottled with rust. The most peculiar thing was that there was a foot-tall little green lotus that took root on it. Sturdy and sparkling roots intertwined around it, and the 2 were born together. Yi Fan's scalp became numb, and his mind was greatly shaken. This green copper was incredibly tattered, and it was similar to the one in his body. It was quite possible that it came from the same source. The most crucial thing was that there was a little green lotus growing on the green copper piece. This was too similar to the legends. Back then, the demon emperor was born precisely like this. He wasn't the only one that stared at the green copper and little green lotus. Everyone else cast their eyes over as well. Even though they didn't know the origins of the copper piece, they were still moved when they saw the green lotus. A great emperor had walked out from the immortal transformation pond before, and this was something everyone knew. There wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified after seeing this scene. There are no creatures in the immortal lake, not even a single fish. Yet now, another demon emperor is about to appear? This green copper piece, could it be a fragment of an extreme Dao emperor weapon? Who knows how many immortal treasures have sunk into it since the archaic times? The sect master's heartbeats all sped up, thumping continuously. They walked forward together. The item in the youngster's hands was extremely important, and they had to obtain it. The youngster trembled. Several sect masters closed in on him, making his blood run cold. He felt as if he was hovering on the edge of life and death. He knew that he obtained something he shouldn't have. Right at this time, a fatty ran over from the distance. On his head was a broken bowl the size of a wok. His feet didn't touch the ground, and he was a foot above the ground as he flew over. He was the only cultivator here who could fly. He fell into the lake like a stone pillar, and his face was full of excitement as he reached out towards the green copper piece. Several sect masters took action together, crushing down like a mountain to stop the heartless Daoist Duanda. The immortal lake was shaken until white waves rushed into the heavens, and the fatty fell inside with a put-ong sound. Everyone was alarmed. The sect masters couldn't injure him, and he was stopped by the black light released by the broken bowl. He only fell into the lake. Immeasurable celestial being, this poor Daoist's past and present life has fate with it. Duanda took action again. At the same time, the broken bowl above his head released countless strands of black radiance, covering everything below. Brazen! The sect masters shouted loudly, all of them attacking again, activating magical artifacts to suppress him. This young man was scared stiff. A few great figures were fighting like this, making him feel as if he had eaten a bitter gourd. His expression was bitter, unable to advance or retreat. To him, this was originally an enormous opportunity, but under the gazes of everyone present, he did not have the fortune to enjoy it, so it was impossible for him to put away the precious material in his hands. Several sect masters descended from the sky. The broken bowl's 10,000 streaks of dark light also descended. However, right at this time, the green lotus above the green copper gently trembled, breaking through everything. Plop. It was less than a foot tall, but it possessed an immortal divine power. It smashed through everything and brought the green copper piece down to the center of the lake. Duanda screamed as if his mother had died. He was about to pounce over. The sect masters also felt incredibly pained. They leapt forward, reaching out their large hands, doing everything they could to fish towards the depths of the immortal pond. However, all of this was futile, unable to grab anything. Heavens, I missed this opportunity once again. Just a little bit more, yet I missed it just like that. Duanda felt dizzy, almost falling into the lake. Yifan also felt a wave of nervousness. When he saw the green copper piece sink into the center of the lake, he felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. The immortal energy in the lake couldn't stop it at all, powerless to reverse the situation. A fragment of an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, something that has existed since the archaic era. This lake's name is Immortal Transformation Pool. Maybe an immortal really was born before. That might even be a fragment of an immortal weapon. Everyone wrung their wrists and sighed, all of them feeling incomparable regret. The sect masters and Duanda felt like crying, wanting nothing more than to smash their heads against the ground. Ho! A loud roar rang out from the distance. The lake water boiled, multicolored mist rushing into the skies. This place was enshrouded in auspicious colors, sparkling and resplendent. At the base of another mountain, the situation there was incomparably miserable. After the red-furred humanoid creature appeared, it began a massacre. 18 first-level Immortal Foundation experts died in an instant. The red-furred humanoid creature rushed over, a large claw covered in red fur, tearing off their skulls, brain juices splattering everywhere. Arg. Finally, a supreme expert also met with misfortune. He let out a miserable scream as half his body was torn off. Fresh blood gushed out as his intestines and internal organs flowed out. He took out over 10 weapons, but they were all swallowed by the red-furred creature in a single gulp. Crunching sounds rang out as the weapons were destroyed between its teeth. But the red-furred creature tore open his skull and sucked it clean. Only a few drops of brain juices were left on the thick red fur at the corner of its mouth, making it look exceptionally malevolent. Everyone's hair stood on end as their skin and bones turned cold. This red-furred humanoid creature was even more terrifying than a malicious ghost. Its killing intent was extremely heavy and incomparably cruel. Undead immortal, could it be that it has succeeded in its cultivation? So terrifying. There was no one who wasn't afraid. Even a supreme expert had fallen, how could they still fight? No one was a match for it. Unless a saint of the human race came, all of them would die. Bloody light flickered in the red-furred humanoid creature's eyes. They were like two bloody abysses that could scare people to death. No one would have thought that the so-called divine bead contained such a creature. It was more appropriate to call it a demonic bead. Breaking it was equivalent to opening the gates of hell. It's the ancestor of the Kai clan, the Eastern Wasteland's third-generation Yuan Taoist master. An inauspicious event happened to him in his later years, and he was buried in an ancient dragon cave in Mount Qinling. He actually became like this. Someone knew the secret and cried out loudly, "Attack together, or else everyone will die." Even the various sect masters couldn't remain calm anymore. They roared together and took action, taking out all kinds of weapons. Ding! A long and drawn-out bell sound rang out. A large golden bell shook the 9 heavens and fell down like a star, striking towards the red-furred humanoid creature. Heavenly flames surged. An incomparably large 8 trigrams furnace flickered. It was cast from black gold and released the source laws of the Great Tao to suppress the third-generation Yuan Taoist master. Rumble! A large black millstone rotated. It seemed to be cast from black divine gold and crushed downwards as if it wanted to obliterate all creatures in this world. The great sect masters all took action, using the weapons they cultivated with their lives to attack. The situation was extremely dangerous. A single mistake and they would be completely wiped out, not a single person able to survive. The red-furred humanoid creature really was extremely ferocious. It turned into a streak of bloody light and faced all types of weapons head-on. In just a breath of time, weapons were broken and the miserable cries of great figures could be heard. The great golden bell that shook the 9 heavens was broken into several dozen pieces. The 8 trigrams furnace that was burning with raging flames split into several large pieces. The great black millstone was crushed into a pile of scrap iron, all of them destroyed. A great figure cried out miserably. His heart was dug out, throbbing in the red-furred large claws. It was crushed and swallowed by it. The red-furred humanoid creature turned around. Its 5 fingers opened up, leaving behind 5 finger holes in the skull of another great figure. 5 streaks of white brain matter rushed out. Gotcha! It forcefully pulled, tearing off the right arm of the third great figure. It placed it in its mouth and began to chew on it with gabbing sounds. White bone stubble could be seen, blood flowing out from the corners of its mouth. The scene here was bloody and cruel. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master was like an evil god that escaped from the shackles of hell. He killed everyone he saw, no one his opponent. He didn't deliberately operate anything, but he could use the source of heavenly Tao power at will. The great experts just now were all locked in place, unable to even struggle. Without the human race's saints coming, there is no way to resist him. Someone broke down. A great figure cried out in fear. There are only 2 saints in the present world, one in the distant eastern wasteland, the other victorious fighting Buddha in Mount Meru, far away. There is no way to suppress him. Suddenly, a long roar sounded. The Peacock King's hair flew about, and the Crimson Dragon Daoist's robes fluttered about. The 2 of them received a weapon from Yen Ryu's hands, releasing endless green light. The aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air, and a terrifying fluctuation akin to the great destruction of the cosmos rose and fell. The endless blue skies were about to become empty. The extreme Tao Emperor weapon was revived, and the Azure Emperor's divine might reappeared in this world. All sect masters couldn't help but want to kneel down, and even the ancient deities were trembling because of it. This was a primal chaos green lotus with 9 leaves supporting the heaven and earth. A jade green vine pressed down on the deities. This was like a living demon emperor because it was refined from his original body. Once the emperor weapon appeared, it seemed as if it was going to crush the 10,000 worlds. A few great figures nearby finally couldn't help but kneel down. They couldn't withstand this great emperor's pressure. The humanoid red-haired creature was alarmed. He stopped his slaughter and trembled slightly. He continuously retreated, feeling fear from the bottom of his heart. This was the might of a demon emperor, the only one to prove the Tao in the post-ancient era. He broke the laws of heaven and earth and suppressed this great world with his power. Zheng! At this moment, another dragon cry sounded. A dragon sword flew out, and it seemed as if it could collapse the heavens. It possessed unparalleled offensive power. The dragon head sword's edge had 9 claw sword patterns, and the dragon tail turned into the sword hilt. Even if 10,000 suns gathered together, they still wouldn't be as brilliant as its radiance. The Tai Imperial Sword appeared, not letting the number 1 in 100,000 years monopolize it. The two weapons shone brilliantly, making the sun and moon lose their radiance. Pooh! Quite a few sect masters coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even though they were the rulers of this world, they still couldn't endure this type of power. They all staggered backwards with snow-white faces. The two emperor weapons were like 2 streaks of eternal light that no one could resist. This was a type of allegiance that came from the bottom of their hearts. Even the holy masters couldn't help but kowtow in worship. The humanoid red-haired creature was extremely powerful. Killing a sect master was as easy as picking flowers and weeds. However, at this moment, it had the intention to retreat. No matter how powerful it was, it still didn't dare face the emperor's might head-on. It continuously retreated. Then, it released a loud cry and rushed out of the ancient cave, running in a different direction. Not good. By the immortal pond, the cultivators on this side felt a chill run down their backs. The humanoid red-haired creature rushed up this mountain peak, rushing at them as if it was chasing after their lives. Where do you think you're going? Behind it, the scarlet dragon Daoist and the peacock king shouted. They held the primal chaos green lotus in their hands and circulated the power of creation as they chased after it. The Tai Imperial sword hovered above the great Xia Emperor's head. He turned into a golden dragon and also rushed down. The moment this sword appeared, the heaven and earth trembled. Ah! The humanoid red-furred creature rushed to the top of the mountain. Before it could do anything, miserable screams could be heard from the lakeside. The Genesis technique grandmasters from the eastern wasteland all had red fur on their bodies and were rolling on the ground like ghosts. Yi Fan felt like his body was about to split apart. At the crucial moment, the golden saint blood ignited and a terrifying aura was blocked outside his body. He was the only Genesis technique master who didn't fall down. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill from head to toe. This scene made their hearts feel like they were going to split apart. They didn't know why this was happening. At this moment, everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They quietly waited for the arrival of the Emperor weapons. No one dared to take the mortal pill from the monster's body. Noisy! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the deepest part of the ancient cave at the foot of the mountain. It was as if a supreme existence had awakened from a deep slumber and emitted a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation. An ancient chariot rushed out. It was less than a foot tall, and it was pulled by a foot-long purple qilin. There was also a foot-long green dragon coiled around it, and a half-foot-long scarlet blood divine phoenix was flying behind it. In addition, there were 7 or 8 little people half a foot tall leading the way. They were of different colors and looked like jade sculptures. They quickly ran in front of the chariot. On top of the ancient chariot stood a foot-tall humanoid creature. He was like a deity with 108 divine rings coiling around him. He shouted, "Who dares to make such a ruckus here, waking up my race's immortal ancient emperor?" It was a superior being and not the immortal ancient emperor. However, it had a monstrous and terrifying aura. Although it was only a foot tall, it was enough to shatter the heaven and earth. Emperor? There's a living ancient emperor. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. How could there be such an existence in the future? There was actually an ancient emperor sleeping in the Qinling ancient dragon vein. Who was he? Chapter 643. Great Emperor. These two words could suppress the past, present, and future. They represented the pinnacle of battle prowess, the pinnacle of the Tao, and the pinnacle of humanity. From ancient times until now, there were only a few great human emperors. Every single one of them left behind glorious achievements that shook history and could not be surpassed. After the desolate era, in the last 100,000 years, only the Azure Emperor had proven his Tao and become an emperor. Now, it had only been 10,000 years since he died, yet another great emperor had appeared? This news was like the universe exploding and the starry river going out. It was almost impossible to believe. It was just too shocking. Everyone was horrified and alarmed. This group of creatures shone with brilliant colors. They were all sparkling and translucent, and they were all less than a foot tall. They were like a group of divine jade spirits, but they were all extremely powerful. The ancient war chariot seemed to exist with the world. It was polished from stone, and it was only a foot tall and 30 centimeters long. It was pulled by a purple qilin as it rushed out of the ancient cave. Those who disturb the great emperor's slumber will die. On the stone chariot, the foot-tall humanoid creature roared. 108 divine rings surrounded him as he shouted loudly. With a light wave of his hand, an expanse of ancient characters flew out and engraved themselves in the void. Several great experts cried out miserably as they were sent flying like tattered scrolls. Every single character was like a divine hammer, smashing the great experts until they spat out blood and broke their bones. They were so powerful that they couldn't be defended against. This was the embodiment of the Tao, and each character was a type of Tao. Two of the great experts never reassembled after their bodies were shattered. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. The souls of the other three were dim, and their bodies were bloodless. When everyone saw this, they didn't hesitate and quickly fled. They couldn't stay in this ancient cave any longer. Now that such a terrifying existence had appeared, how could they resist? They weren't inferior to the red-haired creature in the slightest. "Where do you think you're going?" The little person that was like a jade spirit shouted. The divine ring on his body shone brightly as he shouted from behind and chased after them. Above his head, the little green dragon that was less than a foot long and the scarlet blood divine phoenix that was half a foot long danced about, chasing after them. In addition, the 7 or 8 little people that were half a foot tall also raised their weapons and attacked. Beside the immortal transformation pond, Pang Bo's eyes revealed light. These little people all have jade weapons in their hands. They aren't much inferior to my 9 divine weapons. Everyone was horrified. Just what kind of creatures were these? They were so short, yet they were all ridiculously powerful, not a single person able to resist them. The living being on the chariot is covered by a divine halo. Apart from Crazy Ol and the victorious fighting Buddha on Mount Meru, I'm afraid no one in the world is his match. I feel a power that can destroy everything. That living being and the humanoid red-haired being are almost at the sage realm. Their combat strength is terrifying. The sect masters all rushed up the mountain where the immortal transformation pond was. Now, only the primal chaos green lotus and the Tai sovereign sword could suppress the strong enemies. Otherwise, they would die no matter where they ran. The might of an ancient emperor cannot be blasphemed. You have disturbed his slumber, so you can only atone for your sins with death. That humanoid creature seemed to be announcing the end of the world. The red-haired humanoid creature roared loudly, shattering the corpses by the immortal pond. Quite a few people lost their lives. The Genesis technique grandmasters from the eastern wasteland all had their hair standing on end. They no longer rolled around and crawled up from the ground to stand beside him. Their eyes glowed with a blood-red light that seemed capable of erasing all human emotions. Just what kind of monster is this? How can it be contagious? People were terrified. The red dragon Daoist and the peacock king held the primal chaos green lotus in their hands, while the Tai sovereign sword hung above the grand Xia emperor's head. The 2 imperial weapons shone brilliantly, piercing through the past, present, and future. Most people knelt on the ground, unable to withstand the pressure of an ancient emperor. The 3rd-generation Yuan Taoist master's eyes glowed with the blood-red light. He no longer retreated and was about to attack again. Seeing him like this, the people with imperial weapons also muttered. If they really fought, it was uncertain who would live and who would die. The imperial weapons were indeed powerful, but how many attacks could they unleash? They could kill sages, but the group of jade spirits was chasing after them. They couldn't use the imperial weapons all the time because the consumption was too great. The group of cultivators was sandwiched in front of the immortal transformation pond. It could be said that there were wolves in front and tigers behind. They couldn't advance or retreat. The sect masters were all terrified and didn't know what to do. Let's kill the humanoid red-haired creature first, but what about the dozen jade spirits behind us? The Grand Emperor and the Red Dragon Daoist discussed. At this moment, the third-generation Yuan Taoist master also saw their fear. He let out a roar and a dozen bloody lights rushed out of his body, followed by many miserable screams. The Central Prefecture's dragon-seeking Earth Masters were all affected without exception. All of them turned into humanoid red-haired creatures like malicious spirits. At the same time, the golden sacred blood in Yi Fan's body ignited once again. A layer of demonic energy was repelled outside. Oh no, it's hard to distinguish the real from the fake. He has taken control of so many bodies. Which one is the host of the main soul? Everyone was shocked. They could keenly sense that the third-generation Yuan Taoist master was splitting his divine soul. Even if the imperial weapon was used, the main soul would still be able to escape this calamity. Those with red hair are all origin technique masters and dragon-seeking masters. Could it be that those who walk in the depths of the earth veins have long been infected with a terrifying imprint? Yi Fan muttered to himself. At the same time, the foot-long Qilin pulled the ancient chariot and appeared on the mountain peak. The Peacock King and the Great Xia Emperor wielded their imperial weapons. It was unknown which side to kill first. A true imperial weapon. This is a feast. Our race's great emperor just so happens to be lacking weapons. You guys can present them together. The little person on the chariot sneered. I think you're tired of living. The Red Dragon Daoist shouted and swept the primal chaos green lotus forward. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Our race's master has already become a great emperor. In this land of immortal ascension, he's the ruler. Everything is at his disposal. In front of the Qilin chariot, 8 little people half a foot tall each held a flag. They stood in 8 different directions and started to worship the heavens. The little green dragon and the half-foot-long scarlet blood divine phoenix started to cry. The Qin mountains violently trembled. Endless draconic energy rushed into the heavens and gathered into an enormous true dragon. It condensed in the sky and looked downwards. The draconic might was like an ocean, making everyone feel suffocated. This is an ancient dragon vein. All of the draconic force has rushed out to resist the imperial weapon. Everyone was shocked. This was the Central Plains' most powerful dragon vein. It had existed for endless years and stretched for millions of li. It had long produced an ancestral root deity and possessed inconceivable power. This is using the Central Plains' ancestral root to resist the extreme Dao imperial weapon. Everyone was shaken. The Central Plains' most powerful ancestral root represented the great fate of the Central Plains, yet today, it was being used to deal with an ancient great emperor's weapon. One could well imagine how serious this matter was. If the draconic force was scattered, the Central Plains would undergo great changes. Only heaven knew what kind of terrifying consequences would occur. It was because this was the collapse of the great Earth's essence energy. From this, it wasn't hard to see how powerful and terrifying the emperor weapon was. It required the boundless Central Plains' great fate to resist. How domineering and powerful was this? Human, so what if you all have an emperor weapon? My clan's great emperor is still alive, and he is about to come into being. Which one of you can stop him? The humanoid creature surrounded by 108 divine rings shouted. However, his body couldn't help but tremble. He was completely suppressed by the extreme Dao imperial weapon. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't endure the aura of an ancient great emperor. However, neither side attacked. Once the Qin Mountain's great dragon and the emperor weapon collided, it would be a calamity. Right now, they were only mutually intimidating each other. Unless absolutely necessary, no one dared to take action. Hang! The Peacock King snorted coldly and said, "The Central Plains' great fate is already barely enough to contend against an emperor weapon. We have two here, so what are you going to use to suppress us?" Suddenly, a cold snort sounded from the depths of the earth. A strand of emperor might surged. The emperor weapon's might immediately became much weaker, as if it was sealed. What? There really is a great emperor? Everyone was dumbfounded. Many people thought that the Jade Fairy was intimidating them, but now they knew that there really was a supreme existence sleeping in the depths of the earth. Ignorant humans, you've alarmed the great emperor. Even death won't be enough to wash away your sins. Hand over the emperor weapon. The humanoid creature shouted from the chariot. On the other side, the third-generation Yuan Taoist master led a dozen or so red-haired creatures toward Yi Fan step by step. They pressed forward with boundless killing intent. Yi Fan used an origin art. Runes flew out one after another and imprinted themselves in the air. This was the secret art recorded in the Heavenly Origin book. At this moment, the third-generation Yuan Taoist master's body stiffened. He became absent-minded for a moment and was actually in a daze. "Ancestral Master!" Yi Fan called out. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master let out a low roar. Tears of blood rolled down from his eyes, filled with endless despair and sorrow. He stretched out his hand as if he wanted to grab something. Yi Fan was absent-minded. What had happened to the Yuan Taoist master? Why did he have such an expression? What was the ominous feeling of his old age? However, the third-generation ancestral master suddenly raised his head. All his emotions disappeared, replaced by a boundless cold aura. He pounced over as fast as lightning. Swish! Yi Fan was frightened. He used the Row incantation and disappeared in a flash. He arrived in front of the Peacock King. The chaotic green lotus trembled. The red-haired creature screamed and fell back, not daring to come closer. Blood-curdling screams rose one after another. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master attacked continuously, killing everyone in sight. No one could resist him. The chaotic green lotus and the Tai sovereign sword were blocked by the Qinling dragon and the monarch's killing intent. They didn't dare to be distracted. It's the fantasy-level divine marrow. He must have taken a human form. Did he really prove his Tao and become a great emperor? Blood-curdling screams rose one after another. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master and the creature with 108 divine rings started a massacre at the same time. Even some sect masters were killed. This was a catastrophe. People were powerless to resist. They cried and ran to the Tai sovereign sword and the chaotic green lotus for protection. The human race is only SOSO. You people are too weak to be the rulers of this land. You can't even withstand a single blow. The humanoid creature on the Qilin chariot sneered cruelly. People knew that even the crazy old man or the victorious fighting Buddha from Mount Meru might not be able to solve the problem. That was because the existence in the dragon vein was emitting an increasingly powerful aura. It was about to come into being. A young girl cried out as she was hit by the Qilin chariot. Her flower-like life came to an end as she was crushed into two halves. Too weak. The human race can't even withstand a single blow. They're like ants. The creature on the chariot sneered. Not far away, the third-generation Yuan Taoist master also slaughtered his way into a demonic state. His entire body was dyed red with blood. There were countless corpses on the ground, and it was unknown just how many hearts he had swallowed. Are you all the so-called experts? Too weak to speak of? The humanoid creature on the chariot cried out. Well, just as the mountains of corpses and seas of blood were rising and falling, the water in the immortal lake splashed in all directions. A green bronze appeared with a small green lotus growing on it. Shwa! With a flash of light, the small green lotus took form. A heroic male figure appeared and walked out of the lake step by step. His eyes swept over and green light erupted. On the chariot, the creature with 108 divine rings released a miserable cry. It was immediately cut into 3 pieces. What kind of power was this? Just a glance was enough to cut apart the body of this terrifying creature that had slaughtered sect masters from all directions. It was simply too shocking. Green Emperor, It's actually Green Emperor. Green Emperor didn't die. He's actually still alive. There were demon lords and holy lords who cried out in alarm. All of them were overwhelmed with shock. The demon emperor had died less than 10,000 years ago. With his painting in the hands of an undying great power, this heroic male was definitely Green Emperor without a doubt. Correct, it's Green Emperor. He really didn't die. The proud emperor from 9,000 years ago, Xiang Yufei, became absent-minded. Ancestor! Yen Ruyu cried out in alarm. Green Emperor has always been alive. Stars flickered in the sickly elder's eyes. Chapter 644. The lake water released noises. A male dressed in green clothes walked ashore step by step. He was extremely heroic, and the depths of his eyes were filled with scenes of the creation of the world, the birth of the universe. It was incomparably deep. A piece of green bronze mottled with rust floated above his head. It followed him ashore, arriving in front of everyone. His every movement was extremely natural. There was no oppressive might, nor was there an aura that made others tremble. It was as if he was an eternal immortal body. However, everyone wanted to bow down, as if they were looking at a deity. They wanted to prostrate themselves in worship. Finally, people knelt down one after another. This wasn't forced, nor was it caused by pressure. They all came from the bottom of their hearts and were incomparably devout. It was impossible to say what kind of atmosphere this was. It was sacred and peaceful, dignified and strange. Even the sect masters of all sides felt their hearts become empty. It was as if they were worshipping a deity, continuously kowtowing in worship. On the ancient war chariot, the little figure whose body was broken into 3 pieces couldn't reassemble. 108 divine rings surrounded his body. He said with a trembling voice, "Who are you?" The one who came was too terrifying, making him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Just a single glance was enough to make his body shatter. This type of power had never been seen before. One has to understand that he had continuously killed sect masters, and his magical force was boundless. However, in front of this heroic male, he wasn't even comparable to an ant. He didn't have the slightest bit of power to resist. Noisy. Pang Bo spoke, helping Green Emperor berate this creature. When facing the Demon Emperor, he felt a sense of closeness. The 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor circulated smoothly within his body. "You dare to do this to me?" That foot-tall creature's eyebrows rose. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes. "You dare act unbridled in front of Green Emperor?" Pang Bo loudly berated. "Courting death." This foot-tall creature didn't dare resist in the slightest when facing Green Emperor, but against a cultivator like Pang Bo, he was high up above and was about to take action. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Killing a sect master was as easy as tearing apart a painting. No one could measure just how powerful he was. The Demon Emperor only took a step forward. He didn't make any offensive movements, but that foot-tall creature released a miserable cry. The 108 divine rings were destroyed, and then his body turned into light, completely evaporating. What kind of power was this? The various sect masters couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. There were some who knelt on the ground, not daring to move at all. With just a raise of a hand or a foot, the shockwaves from a single stomp had wiped out a matchless expert. The Azure the Arch has been revived. The demon monarch that has amazed the ages has been reborn. Everyone cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but tremble. This news was just too shocking. 10,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. A great emperor who was thought to have died actually reappeared in this world. Moreover, it was precisely in the place where he was born, still accompanied by a piece of green bronze. This was the #1 major event that shook the heavens above and earth below, no one able to calmly face it. Why is it like this? The Azure Emperor's lifespan has dried up and he passed away long ago. What exactly happened? The ancient emperors aren't completely dead. Could it be that they can return to the mortal world? Inconceivable power. There is no way of contending against it in this world. This exceeds the scope of extreme divine might. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Even their souls felt suffocated. A living great emperor had reappeared, toppling a lot of people's understanding. They could actually do this. A living, great emperor. The little azure dragon that was more than a foot long, the scarlet blood divine phoenix that was more than half a foot long, the little Qilin that was pulling the carriage, and the 8 little people that were leading the way, all rushed over. Even if the demon lord, divine monk, sacred master, and emperor were in front of them, they would still be crushed into ashes. They possessed an indomitable and extremely powerful power. However, in front of the Azure the Arch, they were as insignificant as dust. When they were still a few dozen zhang away from the handsome man, they evaporated one after another and turned into nothingness. Such a group of powerful creatures could originally kill everyone here, but in front of the Azure the Arch who didn't even retaliate, they were all turned into ashes. It was like a fantasy story. The ancient emperors are too terrifying. There is simply no way to estimate their cultivation. The people could only sigh in admiration. Not far away, a scarlet light flickered. The 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master and a dozen or so red-furred monsters were trembling and wanted to escape. The demon monarch's divine might made them tremble in fear. However, they had only run a few steps when one red-furred creature after another fell to the ground. They were stopped by a divine force field. The Azure the Arch walked over step by step. His eyes were calm, and a wisp of azure light flowed out. Everywhere he passed, there was a series of noises. It was incomparably peaceful. The dozen or so red-furred creatures were purified. Their bodies emitted green smoke, and their blood-colored fur was all burned away. Screams of pain could be heard as the dozen or so corpses turned into ashes. Streaks of blood-colored light rushed out from their bodies, wanting to fly into the sky and escape. Qi! The divine aura that the Azure the Arch emitted was like a divine blade that slashed across. All the blood-colored light was cut off, turned into ashes, and completely disappeared. Azure the Arch. The 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master spoke for the first time. His words weren't very clear, and it sounded like the growl of a wild beast. His eyes flickered with blood-colored light, and he looked especially fierce. The Azure the Arch didn't say a word. He only slowly raised his hand and pointed a finger. A beam of eternal light shot out and imprinted itself on that human-shaped red-furred creature. Demon the Arch, you will pay the price. A human-shaped beam of red light rushed out from the top of the Yuan Taoist master's head. However, everything was futile. The Azure Thearcha's finger represented eternity. It was omnipotent and invincible. A green finger descended, and that human-shaped blood-colored light instantly turned into ashes. Another terrifying creature was destroyed. The Azure the Arch killed the various sect masters like cutting vegetables, but under the Azure Thearcha's finger, they couldn't even be considered dust. They didn't even have the strength to resist. Pop! The red fur on the 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master's corpse disappeared, revealing an old and withered body. There was no longer a trace of life. His life had already ended 70,000 years ago. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The Yuan Taoist master's later years were too terrifying. Now that he saw this scene, he couldn't explain clearly what had happened. He walked forward, wanting to bury this patriarch's body. However, many people let out cold snorts, and waves of killing intent filled the air. The immortal elixir belongs to us all, an old man shouted in a low voice. Bang! Suddenly, the 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master's corpse split into pieces. A fist-sized divine elixir soared into the sky, even more resplendent than the sun. It was blazing and gorgeous, and its yang qi was exceptionally heavy. This was the immortal elixir of immortal elixir. It was born from the Yuan Taoist master's body and was nourished by the Qinling eternal dragon. It formed a bit of true yang within the extreme yin, which then transformed into a treasured elixir. The Peacock King and the Crimson Dragon Daoist controlled the primal chaos green lotus together, and the Grand Xia Emperor had the Tai Sovereign sword hovering above his head. All of them felt apprehensive. With the rebirth of the Demon the Arch, they didn't dare to wantonly use their ultimate emperor weapons for fear of incurring the wrath of the Demon the Arch. They only trembled slightly, and the immortal elixir of immortal elixir immediately split apart, turning into dozens of pieces that flew in all directions like streaks of multicolored light. The demon the arch didn't even glance in their direction. He strode forward and faced the eternal dragon lair. There were billions of stars in his eyes, constantly revolving. Many experts took action one after another, sacrificing the magic treasures they had cultivated with their lives to fight over the legendary immortal elixir of immortal elixir. Not a single expert could calmly face it. The sky was overflowing with brilliant colors, and a refreshing fragrance drifted down, making the entire immortal transformation pond seem like a dream. The rain of light was like smoke, and many people directly collapsed on the ground from intoxication. The more it was like this, the more people felt the third-generation Yuan Daoist master's power. This was the extreme yang elixir that he had cultivated for 70,000 years. It was refined using the eternal dragon lair as a furnace. However, such a powerful existence couldn't withstand the power of a single finger from the azure the arch. His divine soul turned into ashes, leaving behind only his physical body and the treasured elixir. Yi Fan was the closest. He took out the myriad chi cauldron and, like a sky-swallowing treasure bottle, collected the 3 fingernail-sized, crystal-like elixir fragments. The other sect masters also took action one after another, using their life treasures to fight over the elixir. Each of them had their own gains, and the one with the most obtained 4 divine elixir fragments. All of them were incomparably excited. To living fossil-level characters, this was a peerless divine medicine that could extend their lifespan. It was something that couldn't be bought with millions of gold. It could be said that this was their life. Clang! Someone attacked Yi Fan. An 8 trigrams mirror shone with a dazzling brilliance, wanting to stop the myriad chi cauldron and snatch it away. Clang, clang. Like the chime of tens of thousands of swords, Yi Fan drew upon the power of the celestial pool and branded 81 heavenly origin runes in the air. A true dragon flew out and knocked away the 8 trigrams mirror. An even more frightening divine light shot over. The people from the Yin-Yang sect made their move. An ancient scripture flowed with the aura of life and death. It shot out a ray of death light and slashed at Yi Fan. These people not only wanted to snatch the undying deity elixir fragments, but they also wanted to snatch the myriad chi cauldron. Hence, they were very decisive and heavy-handed. Yi Fan let out a cold snort and used his original art. The clouds in the immortal transformation pool were rosy, and rays of celestial light appeared. They turned into monstrous magic power for him to use and attack the enemies. This was a cruel battle. Yi Fan succeeded in retrieving the myriad chi cauldron and the elixir. At the same time, he sent a ray of celestial light into the space between the eyebrows of an expert, causing him to scream and fall to the ground. In the distance, it was also very intense. 2 sect masters died a violent death, and several experts were killed in body and soul. In order to snatch the elixir fragments, people risked their lives. Boom! Suddenly, a monstrous divine light rushed out from the ancient dragon cave. All the people fighting stopped, and many people fell to the ground. An ancient dragon carriage rumbled out from the dragon cave. On it was an existence that was emitting divine light all over. He was as tall as an ordinary person, but he made people tremble. If it wasn't for Qing the Arch standing in front of the immortal transformation pool, people believed that most people would have already fallen to the ground. It was him who resisted the power that reigned supreme in the heavens and earth. The dragon carriage was ancient, and that person wore a great emperor's crown and ancient emperor's clothes. He was like a god walking out from the primordial earth. The great emperor, that the group of divine jade spirits in human form had appeared. Another living great emperor? Many people felt like they were going crazy. The ancient great emperors were like gods. They only existed in legends and couldn't be seen in later generations. How could one of them appear now? People almost didn't dare to believe it. Since ancient times, there had never been 2 great emperors in one era. Why did such a thing happen? It didn't make sense. Gods vanish, countless grains of sand in the Ganges River. I am the immortal emperor of the Central Plains. The ancient dragon carriage was filled with saber marks and sword holes. It was engraved with the marks left behind during the primordial war. Eternal clear sky, one lotus, Qing the Arch said calmly. The green bronze piece quietly floated above his head. Impossible. The immortal transformation pool definitely had a terrifying demonic power that made people hallucinate. It was impossible for two great emperors to coexist in the heavens and earth. This was what all of the sect masters were thinking. However, everything seemed so real. No matter how they probed, they could still sense the auras of two unmatched existences. Ancient great emperors, why did two of them appear? Even those living fossils were full of doubt. So it was like this. I understand now. The sickly elder said to himself. Chapter 645. Since time immemorial, two great emperors had never met before. If both of them were emperors, it would be an unprecedented miracle. Was there an immemorial emperor sleeping under the Qinling dragon vein? I don't believe it. It must be an illusion. Someone with great power must have made everyone hallucinate. Someone refused to believe it. The demon emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His azure robe fluttered in the wind. He looked very young, heroic, and indifferent, but there was a formless emperor's might around him. As powerful as the red dragon Daoist and the peacock king were, they couldn't help but shiver. The primal chaos lotus in their hands swayed, and strands of primal chaos lingered, responding to the emperor in azure. At this moment, they couldn't bear it at all. They couldn't hold on to this emperor weapon anymore. All of them knelt down. Qing Di didn't suppress them, it was just an aura of origin that made them unable to bear it. This was the great emperor of the demon race. Even though he stood there calmly, even the strongest demon kings could only look up to him. Their souls trembled. In the distance, Yi Fan's heart was shaken. What kind of might was the demon emperor? Thinking back to his brilliant life, it was truly awe-inspiring. It could be imagined that when the demon emperor was young, he must have been an expert that could look down on the past and present. At that time, all his peers would be in despair, unable to catch up to him. Clang, clang, tens of thousands of swords hummed in unison. Beams of light shot up to the sky. Each beam was like a great mountain, and they were all emitted by the Tai sovereign sword. This was not sword chi, nor was it sword light. It was only the natural flow of energy when it was awakened. Even so, it was about to break through the sky. One could imagine how terrifying the power of the emperor weapon would be once it was awakened. No wonder even the eternal fate of the entire Central Plains couldn't resist it. The Tai sovereign sword's strange movements were all caused by the self-proclaimed immortal emperor of the Central Plains. He was activating the sword, wanting to seize the past and fight against the demon emperor. However, the Tai sovereign sword had awakened a little. It had its own life, and its strongest power was equivalent to the resurrection of a human emperor. Although it was still far from coming back to life, it wouldn't be so easy to take away. Clang, clang. The Tai sovereign sword hummed softly. With a flick of the demon monarch's finger, the Tai sovereign sword fell silent. It was stunned by the invincible existence of the demon race. Hiss! In the distance, everyone took a deep breath. The Qing the Arch was too powerful. He had calmly put away the Tai sovereign sword, causing the immortal sword, which was said to have unparalleled offensive power since ancient times, to not even dare to struggle. Do you want to hold this sword in your hand? The monster race great emperor calmly asked. Not far away, on top of the ancient war chariot, that deity-like existence's entire body shone. He stood there without moving, feeling a type of pressure. Then take it. The lotus the arch flicked his finger, and the Tai sovereign sword let out a buzzing sound as it turned into a huge dragon and flew forward, bearing its fangs and claws. Clang. On the primordial war chariot, the godlike existence raised his hand and grabbed the Tai sovereign sword. His aura suddenly rose by a large margin, and the millions of Qinling mountains trembled. All the birds and beasts wailed. Even far away in the sky, they all prostrated themselves. They didn't have the slightest strength to resist, and all they could do was prostrate themselves in worship. As for the people present, they felt it even more deeply. There was no one who wasn't afraid. Almost everyone knelt down, their bodies trembling. Apart from the calm behind the Qing the Arch, the other regions were like terrifying waves, shaking violently. Only the people behind him could stand. You're too careless. The immortal emperor of the middle ground said coldly. The Tai sovereign sword in his hand hummed as it shot out a sky-piercing sword chi, piercing through the sky. At this moment, many of the major powers in the middle ground with ancient inheritances were shocked. Even though they were tens of millions of miles away, they could still feel an unusual aura. Boom! The Tai sovereign sword continued to shine brightly, transforming into a huge dragon that pierced through the heavens and into the star domain, disappearing into the dark and cold universe. Bang! In the eternal and desolate starry domain, a meteor that flew past was blasted into pieces by that thick sword radiance. Another meteor region was swept through, turning into dust. This was the power of the Tai sovereign sword. When it was activated by someone, it didn't even completely revive, yet it already displayed terrifying might. A single person stood on this great earth, yet he could hack apart a meteor that flew past. This was like a legend, the power great to the point where it made all experts collapse. What kind of power is this? Not even deities have this kind of offensive power. Many sect masters' expressions turned pale, their faces incomparably gloomy. This type of power was something they couldn't achieve even if they cultivated bitterly for 100 lifetimes. This is just an emperor weapon that hasn't completely revived. If it truly revives, what kind of power would a true great emperor have? It is rumored that ancient great emperors could easily hack down stars in the cosmos no matter how far away they are. It seems like this is true. When people thought of this rumor, they all trembled. This kind of power was too terrifying, it wouldn't be a problem for it to destroy the entire world. No wonder, since ancient times, great emperors have always been taboo. When they live, they die. When they die, they come back to life. It's hard for two emperors to meet. Buzz? On the war chariot of the primordial era, the supreme expert wearing the great emperor's crown and the ancient emperor's sacred robe repeatedly praised, "Good, good, good." He continued to wave the Tai sovereign sword, and with a forceful shake, an even thicker sword radiance pierced through the cosmos. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, some of the living fossils in the central plains opened their eyes in shock. They looked at the vast sky in disbelief. The might of a great emperor. Someone is fully activating the emperor weapon. An ancient great emperor weapon has been revived. How is this possible? Just how much power is needed to do all of this? The Tai sovereign sword was almost revived by a supreme power. The most powerful group of people in the Central Plains all sensed something and were all alarmed. The four great immortal dynasties in particular were even more uneasy. They knew that the Tai sovereign sword was reviving. Who was leading all of this? What were they trying to do? Beside the immortal transformation pond, Qing Di was still unmoved. He looked forward calmly as the stars in his eyes evolved and the cosmos was born. All sorts of mysteries were circulating together. Qing Di, you are too arrogant. Do you really think I don't know your actual situation? I will send you to liberation and make you disappear from this world forever. On the ancient chariot, the immortal emperor roared. He suddenly waved the emperor weapon in his hand and slashed forward with a world-destroying aura. This sword was incomparably vast. If it slashed down, not to mention the immortal transformation pond, even the Qinling Mountains would be destroyed. Qing Di was startled. He sighed and didn't say anything. He only stretched out 2 fingers and pinched forward. A world in the palm. The divine monk from the western desert was shocked. A world in a grain of sand. The Buddha's hand could transform into a great world of stars. It possessed boundless divine abilities and was a secret technique not passed down by Buddhism. However, Qing Di could also easily display it. Ding! A light sound rang out. The Beast Emperor's 2 fingers extended for more than 10 li, clamping down on the mysterious Tai sovereign sword and easily freezing it in place. Even this emperor weapon that was about to completely revive couldn't move and couldn't be slashed down. Just now, even the meteorite was destroyed, yet now, it can't even do anything to 2 fingers. Everyone's fine hairs stood on end. Just how powerful was the Beast Emperor? There was no way to measure it. Beast Emperor, worthy of being the number 1 figure in 100,000 years. You created a golden age after the desolate antiquity era. The immortal emperor on the chariot said. I gave you a chance. Qingdi said calmly. What chance did you give me? This godlike existence retreated. The ancient chariot rumbled. I didn't lend you the Tai sovereign sword to kill me, but to remove your own evil thoughts and leave behind an unmatched benevolent heart. The beast emperor shook his head. Stop acting like a great emperor. Don't think that I don't know your actual situation. You died 10,000 years ago, and the current you is no longer at your peak. You are about to become a holy spirit. Your 9 apertures psychic took millions of years to form. It isn't easy at all. If I kill you, even the heavens will blame me. I originally didn't want to kill, but now, I have no choice but to do so, Qingdi said. Everyone was shocked. It turned out that this so-called immortal emperor wasn't a true great emperor. He was just an existence that was about to become a holy spirit. You yourself are just a killing intent. You are no longer the you of the past. What can you do to me? This existence that could be compared to a holy spirit shouted. Everyone was shaken again. It was too unexpected. The beast emperor wasn't revived, but just a killing intent. Only now did everyone understand. How could there be 2 great emperors in the same era? It turned out that neither of them were great emperors. There was a hidden story. It really is him, the Qingdi's killing intent that existed for a long time to kill the Kai clan's ancestor, the sickly old man muttered to himself. Yi Fan suddenly understood. He had heard of a secret before. Before the beast emperor passed away, he had released his killing intent in the eastern wasteland. He wanted to kill the humanoid red-haired creature that was wreaking havoc in the Qinling Mountains. However, at that time, the Qinling Mountains had moved and sunk into the ground. The 3rd-generation Yuan Daoist master had disappeared and couldn't be found. The Qingdi's killing intent had been released. As long as it didn't hit its target, it would exist forever. It would automatically absorb the essence of heaven and earth to replenish its killing intent. It took root on a piece of green copper, turned into a small green lotus, and sunk into its birthplace. Everyone came to their senses and pondered over the cause and effect. But that piece of green copper? Greed appeared in many people's eyes. Since the Qingdi was a killing intent, he would definitely disappear. That piece of green copper would naturally become an ownerless object. It was definitely a treasure. To enter the ruins of God, go through the southern heavenly gate and the leaping heavenly palace. I once killed 2 real holy spirits under the immortal peach tree. Now, I don't want to kill a 3rd one, but I also don't want to see you bring disaster to the world, the Qingdi said calmly. Hearing this, everyone's scalps went numb. How strong was the beast emperor? From his words, it seemed that killing 2 holy spirits didn't take much effort at all. You killed 2 real holy spirits in the ruins of God, one of the 7 great forbidden zones of the eastern wasteland? The creature's voice was very unnatural. The 9 orifices psychic was nurtured for millions of years before it was truly formed. At this stage, you are all favored by the heavens. I didn't want to kill, but if I left you alive, you would bring disaster to the world. You have no benevolent heart. If the heavens resent you, I will use my emperor's strength to resolve it. The Qingdi became dignified. Everyone was shocked. It was said that if one killed someone with great luck, endless disasters would befall them. They would suffer from heavenly punishment and die without a doubt. Every holy spirit was formed after millions of years. It could be said that they had gathered great luck from the heavens. Killing them would bring about endless disasters. Since ancient times, only the great emperor of the human race dared to kill them. He could use his own strength to resolve the disasters of the heavens and refine the heavens. Boom. The being that was about to become a holy spirit swung the Tai sovereign sword while fighting for the chaotic green lotus. He wanted to use the 2 sovereign weapons to fight the beast emperor. However, the Qingdi didn't care at all. He let the chaotic green lotus fly away. He only said indifferently, I am the great emperor. Do you think I can't kill you without the sovereign weapons? At this moment, he slowly raised his hand and pressed it down. There was no light, no terrifying ripples. However, when the 2 imperial weapons came slashing down, they were both frozen in place. Boom! When the large hand descended, this sacred spirit released a loud cry. Its body shattered inch by inch, burning up inch by inch. Together with the ancient war chariot, it turned into an expanse of light, evaporating. An existence that could compete with the great emperor after becoming a holy spirit was killed so easily. Everyone was shocked. Ding! There was a soft sound, and a piece of green bronze fell to the ground. The beast emperor's figure faded and then disappeared completely as if he had never appeared. On the ground, only a piece of green bronze mottled with rust proved that everything just now was real. Qing Di! Ancestor! All kinds of voices sounded, and many people exclaimed. So what if I am alive? So what if I am dead? I came from the primal chaos and returned to the primal chaos. I am a lotus in the sky. The ethereal voice sounded at the end, and then everything went silent. Chapter 646. He was like a lotus in the sky, only leaving behind a sigh in the void. He disappeared forever, never to appear in this world again. Many people felt incomparably regretful, even feeling a sense of loss. This kind of world-shaking great emperor disappeared forever just like that. Back then, Xiao Yao was heroic and full of vigor. When he was young, he was also frivolous, leaving his peers far behind, stunning the world. Now, the hero's hair had turned white, passing away forever, returning to the yellow earth. The glory that belonged to him drowned out the entire era. No one could compete with him, not even the sun and moon in the sky. They could only dim in comparison. Those of the same generation had long passed away, covered by him. After many years, only he remained alone in this world, but the curtains had also completely fallen. What would Qing Emperor be like when he was 20? How heroic and majestic! What kind of scene would he be when he was 40? How unrivaled would he be when he was 100? Everyone here asked themselves, if they were the same age, how great of a difference would there be between them and Qing Emperor? If they were of the same generation, how far would they be left behind? The living fossil-level figures were comparing themselves. If they were Qing Emperor, what kind of state would he be in when he was 3,000 years old? He definitely wouldn't be struggling because his lifespan was about to run out. He would most likely be unrivaled since ancient times. Many young girls felt ripples in their hearts. If they could accompany Qing Emperor, they would have no regrets in this life. He was dressed in azure clothes and lived a heroic life. In the end, he came from the primal chaos and returned to the primal chaos. There was only a sigh. Thousands of illusions of sword energy rose up. An expanse of sword light illuminated the endless mountains of Qinling. Not everyone was sentimental. They had long since taken action to snatch that piece of green copper. All kinds of magical artifacts and all kinds of divine weapons appeared. Golden cauldrons, stone bells, copper pagodas, silver furnaces, and others flew out together. They were densely packed in the sky, descending together. The Immortal transformation pool was the birthplace of Qing Emperor. He took root on the green copper piece, and now that he had returned, there was not a single person who wasn't moved. The golden Taiji circle appeared. Yi Fan shouted loudly, fighting against the experts from all sides. Immortal light rushed out from the lake, providing him with heaven-overflowing magical power. Once this circle appeared, no technique could touch him. He sent a half-step expert flying, coughing out blood, his body trembling. Pooh! On the other side, North Emperor Teng appeared. He was even fiercer. The martial Dao heavenly eye opened and flickered with light, deriving the mysteries of the universe. Every ray of light was like a primal chaos sword. Clang, clang, Wang Teng's eyes were like the sea. His martial Dao heavenly eye shot out in all directions like heavenly swords slashing down, slashing the furnace that the great expert had summoned into pieces. Pooh! His black hair fluttered in the wind, and lightning shot out from his eyes. With the celestial arch sword in his hand, he took a step forward and slashed horizontally. With a flash of blood, a head flew off. A great figure was killed just like that. His corpse was split into two, each side flying in different directions. Blood rushed far into the distance, dyeing the banks of the Immortal transformation pond red. Bang! A demon lord stepped forward, wanting to grab the green copper piece. A golden divine light shot up into the clouds beneath Wang Teng's feet as an ancient emperor's chariot appeared. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises revolved around it. The war chariot charged over and forced the demon lord back. The green copper piece flew up and became an ownerless item again. Wang Ting stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Clang. Yi Fan's body turned into a Taiji diagram's dragon-shaped Dao mark curve, smashing Wang Teng's war chariot to the side. With a loud rumble, it almost flipped over. Courting death. Wang Teng was very cold. He raised his sword and slashed out with a golden rainbow. On the other side, the Eastern Wasteland's Saint Lords took action. They grabbed forward and fought for the green copper piece. All sorts of Saint Lord-level weapons were used. Boom! Suddenly, mist rushed into the sky from the Dragon Vein ancient cave. The monkey swung his rod and pierced through an ancestral root. Over a dozen creatures flew away. Some were horses, some were swallows, fantasy-level divine marrow. Everyone cried out in surprise. There was a fragrance coming from that place. No matter how far away they were, they could still smell it. It almost seeped into their bones and souls. Bang! The monkey reached out with a golden hand and grabbed a squirrel-like creature. He roared at the sky and did his best to refine it into a piece of dragon marrow. Oh heavens, fantasy-level divine marrow. All the Saint Lords couldn't stay calm anymore. Many people gave up on fighting for the green copper piece and ran towards the ancient dragon cave. To those who were at the end of their lifespans, that was the most precious immortal treasure in the world. The monkey had caught one, and the others were all excited. There were still over 10 immortal spirits. If they could catch them all, what kind of divine treasury would that be? Of course, the green copper was the supreme treasure of the central prefecture. Not everyone would give up on it. Many people were still fighting for it. Yi Fan and Wang Teng almost clashed. He used the battle saint technique to form a golden Taiji circle that was unbreakable. He used the celestial pond's light to replenish his divine power to fight against the North the Arch. The two clashed fiercely. Ordinary people couldn't get close at all. Only one Saint Lord could fight against him. Both sides wanted to kill each other, and it was especially bitter. Bang! A golden Taiji descended from the sky and clashed with the 9 dragons, 9 phoenixes, 9 tigers, and 9 xuanwu. There was a deafening sound. The golden war chariot rumbled with thunder and lightning. It was dazzling. On it, the image of an ancient emperor was faintly discernible. It was almost as if it was going to materialize. It emitted a terrifying wave that made one's scalp numb. The sound was unending, and there was a violent rumble. Yi Fan's golden Taiji circle and the ancient war chariot were both shaking, as if they were going to break apart. At this moment, Yi Fan was shocked. If it wasn't for the sea of immortal light flying over, this ancient war chariot would really be hard to resist. The image of the emperor on it was too terrifying. Boom! There was another tremor. Yi Fan used the immortal's forbidden 6 seals and the others, turning the immortal lake into his own. The void was filled with imprints and strange words, like little dragons swimming around. The golden war chariot was also like the deep sea. Golden divine light rushed out, and the 4 great sage spirits each had 9 of them. It was as if they were protecting the Ziwei ancient imperial star, causing people to tremble. Boom! Finally, the ancient emperor opened his eyes and let out a cry that sounded like the beginning of the universe. It pierced through heaven and earth. Yi Fan's body went cold as he retreated. A series of screams could be heard. More than 10 powerful cultivators behind him were stained with blood. They all fell to the ground, pierced by the power of the ancient emperor's image. Yi Fan, hand over your life. Wang Ting roared. The celestial the arch sword in his hand slashed down. He also opened his martial path heavenly eye. At the same time, a strange power attacked. Yi Fan's heart shook. He felt a familiar aura. There was a power on the other party that made him feel close and familiar. 9 secrets. The other party used the 9 secrets to attack him. It was obviously a terrifying ultimate art. At this moment, Jiang used the row formula to dodge to one side. Then he used all kinds of ultimate arts, combining them into one and attacking. With a boom, The original art triggered the celestial lake, causing it to boil. It was like a vast ocean, fighting against the north the arch. Boom! Suddenly, there was a tremor in the distance. The great Xia Emperor grasped the Tai sovereign sword again. He was rushing over from a mountain far away, and his extreme emperor's aura was surging. This was a very frightening power. Although it was not as frightening as when it was in the hands of a saint spirit, it could destroy the meteorites in the outer realm. However, it could also destroy all the living beings in this place. However, he did not dare to attack everyone at the same time. After all, in this world, Great Xia was not the only one with extreme emperor weapons. The other major forces also had them. If he killed everyone now, there would definitely be people who would dare to destroy Great Xia in the future. On the other side, the Red Dragon Daoist and the Peacock King also grasped the Primal Chaos Green Lotus and confronted the Tai Sovereign Sword. They immediately offset most of the Emperor's aura. Otherwise, it would have been completely destroyed. Boom! Duanda finally made his move. He actually stood together with the blind old man. The two incomplete Emperor weapons merged together, forming the most frightening ancient sky-devouring devil jar. At this moment, everyone trembled. A faint sigh faintly sounded out, causing many living fossils to be horrified. The deity inside this extreme emperor weapon is still alive. It will be very easy to revive. Everyone's hair stood on end. If this attack were to be unleashed, the millions of Qinling mountains would cease to exist. Duanda and the blind old man did not have any ideas about the green copper. They actually appeared in front of the Eternal Dragon Cave to fight for the fantasy-grade divine quintessence. There was only one stalk of the so-called fantasy-grade divine quintessence, but its growth was very frightening. A few small creatures were born from the mother stalk. Although they were very agile and possessed extreme speed, they could not escape from the Emperor weapon. As soon as the sky-devouring devil jar appeared, a supreme Emperor's aura surged violently. It could almost reach the 6 directions and 8 desolates. In an instant, it rushed into the ground and forcibly restrained 2 creatures, a golden puppy and a pink mouse. Ha! Fatty Duan laughed wildly, but his eyes were fixed on the green copper in the distance. The blind old man's eyes rolled back and revealed his true heavenly eye. He was incomparably excited. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the others became even redder. A portion of the peak characters who were fighting for the green copper piece rushed over and entered the ancient cave. Boom! The central emperor appeared. Each of his fists smashed an ancient cave as he approached the deepest part of the dragon vein step by step. At the same time, the Ji clan's holy master, Alcade Holy Master, and the Jiang clan's Holy Master rushed over, stained with blood. They killed several powerful enemies and killed their way into the dragon cave. Roar! The roars of the peak characters shook the mountains and rivers as they fought to the death. Beside the Immortal Pond, the battle had almost reached its climax. 8 Holy Master-level characters had died. This was a world-shaking event. In the era of the ancient emperor's disappearance, they were the masters of this land. Clang, clang, Yi Fan and Wang Teng's battle finally separated. Wang Teng's golden chariot was truly strange. Moreover, it had an endless secret technique. It displayed an unparalleled secret technique of the ancient Chaos Grand Emperor and killed the second powerhouse. It could be said that in this place, the golden chariot he controlled was almost invincible and invincible. Yi Fan, hand over your life. Bang! Another fierce battle ensued. The golden Tai Chi circle was almost shattered, but the lake had endless immortal light to borrow, which made up for Yi Fan's lack of spiritual power. He used his Genesis techniques and Sage techniques to fight against this powerful opponent. Facing the golden chariot, not only was Yi Fan apprehensive, but the other holy masters and demon lords were also fearful and had to retreat. This was because once the ancient emperor's shadow on the golden chariot opened its eyes, it could kill almost all enemies. Everyone had to dodge. In the bitter battle, many people died. However, the green copper block had not fallen into anyone's hands yet. Those who dashed close all died. Boo! A dozen cultivators were smashed into the lake. One of them screamed as he stepped on an object the size of a fist. His foot was pierced and fresh blood flowed. When the others saw the object, they were all shocked. It was a fragment of a sacred weapon. This cultivator was beaten into a mist of blood on the spot. A group of experts pounced over to fight for the fragment. On the shore, everyone was fighting. Wang Teng could fight holy masters and was unparalleled. Moreover, he was standing on the golden chariot. There were ancient emperors opening their eyes to kill experts from time to time. He was unstoppable. Only Yi Fan could compete with him with his Genesis techniques. It had to be said that the Origin Heavenly Book had obtained the mysteries of heaven. In such an exceptional celestial ground, one could be invincible. Finally, the Arch had the absolute initiative. He was the first to rush to the green copper block and grabbed it. His eyes looked at Yi Fan not far away, revealing a trace of cold light. However, all of a sudden, the green copper block trembled and flew out of Wang Teng's hand, flying towards Yi Fan. At this crucial moment, he finally displayed the army formula, which he had just peeked into the profound mysteries, to seize the holy weapon. Buzz. Suddenly, the void trembled. A frightening flying immortal power came, attacking Yi Fan's back. In the distance, 365 golden god phantoms appeared at the same time, as if a starry sky was moving horizontally.